Comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money, 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 money.
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling. Cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter. Bonus track, bonus track.
That will cost you extra. See you later, sucker.
You know, the guy in the booth who's talking to you on a tiny little earphone, he's afraid the guys at network are going to tell him it's through if he lets the guy keep talking like I'm talking to you. Because the corporation's got the networks and they get to say who gets to talk about the country and who's crazy today. I would cut to a commercial if you still want this job. Because you may not be back tomorrow with this corporate mob. Cut to a commercial.
Okay, flush him.
Cut the commercial. Cut the commercial. Cut the commercial. Cut the commercial. Okay.
What do you do to relax? By the way, you seem a little tense.
Drugs. No, that's not true.
That was only a joke, wasn't it? Tell the folks it was just a joke.
that was.
It was just a joke.
That was just a joke.
Yeah.
How would you describe yourself?
There's nothing. There's no self.
How would you like to be remembered?
Doesn't matter.
What were your dreams as a child?
Nightmares.
Hello and welcome to Ticket Stubs for our third annual Harry Dean Awards. That's right, honoring the films, mentioning a television show, and talking about the general goings-on of 2025 in film and entertainment. I'm a co-host, joined by another co-host. I'm Kyle.
I'm Levi.
And here we are in the second half of March of 2026 already. We were hoping to have this recorded by the Academy, right before the Academy Awards happened. Well, two things. Obviously, we're just busy. We're teachers, so we got a lot going on. Also, the Oscars, and a lot of people complain about this, but are too freaking late. It's way too late.
Now we can officially call award season over because our awards are finished.
Yeah, this formally concludes the 2025 award season on the can in 2 months.
Yeah.
And we can go ahead and get.
Which I've applied to go to. Did I ever tell you that?
No, you didn't.
Yeah, for that. It's like the 3 days in Cannes thing for like certain cinephiles can apply for.
Oh, really?
Little thing. I applied for it like a month ago. I haven't checked on my. Well, I'm supposed to get an email, so I don't know, but I haven't heard anything. They're probably going to wait till the last minute, but I don't necessarily expect to get in.
Oh, that's cool.
If I do, I don't even know what to do with that information.
Yeah.
But anyway.
So
yeah, maybe. That happens, there'll be an emergency podcast.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that would be neat.
But
so we're going to talk about a lot of the movies of 2025. We tried to cover as many as possible, kind of throughout, and certainly by the end, like we can say, oh, by the way, we didn't really talk about this one or that one, which is, it's fine. We can only fit in so many things. We alluded to this a little bit last time with our last episode, like, what did you, Levi, think in general of what the 2025 film experience was?
I've said it kind of throughout the year here and there when we were doing stuff. Because we didn't do a whole lot of podcasts this previous year, really. Really barely at all, because most of it we were doing Mad Men when we were getting to it. Because it was a busy year. You got married and moved out, and then we had a busy summer, and so it's been
school
and soccer season for me, and now now it's the new year, but now you're classes you're teaching, and so yeah, we didn't really get to cover it a whole lot, but here and there, when we were on air, I think we've said, and I feel this way probably more than you do, but I'm sure you agree that this was one of the better movie years in a while, to say the least. I would go so far as to say I think it's the best movie year since 2017.
Which was obviously the last year
Right.
pre-COVID. Yeah.
Right. So
Do you think like the industry to some extent has recovered, like post that and the strikes that happened a few years ago?
yeah,
too?
I mean, I think it would have happened even sooner if the strikes hadn't happened, which that was more worth what change that brought about. I'm sure you've heard about this week the Val Kilmer news about they're trying to make this movie of Val Kilmer in it with AI, and they kind of brought. I was watching Entertainment Tonight the other day, and they were talking about it.
Is it still the most watched entertainment news program in the world?
I don't know if they say that or not. I think they do.
Da, 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 da.
But that's actually randomly where I get a lot of my like entertainment news these days.
It's a good 30-minute.
Right.
Yeah,
Well, it's a lot of
snippet.
garbage. Like, they were talking a lot about that Bachelorette stuff that's been going
Oh,
on.
yeah.
Which I'm like looking at the whole thing and I'm like, why is any of this a surprise to anyone? And they're like, yeah, we had to cancel it. I'm like, yeah, well,
we can
you should keep on doing
We can
that.
talk about the Oscars a little bit
Right.
later as we go through this, but I know in the pre-Oscar show, like I had some friends over here, and we were like watching the red carpet and then the show itself.
Yeah.
And the upcoming Bachelorette was
Right.
like interviewed a lot throughout that. There you can tell ABC was clearly like setting up that, and then like my cousin Philip, and my buddy Devin, we were like, who is this woman? Like, what's the big
Apparently
deal?
she was on that Mormon Wives show
Yeah.
or whatever, and so like anyway, but anyway, I kind of lost what we were
Entertainment
talking about
Tonight.
there. Anyway, yeah. So on Entertainment Tonight, they were talking about that Val Kilmer thing. They were talking with people about it and referring back to the strikes. Anyway, so that's where we were. I'm trying to climb back out of the hole I dug myself in. So the strikes obviously kind of made a big dent in. That summer was very interesting movie-wise because that was also the Sound of Freedom Barbenheimer summer.
That was 23.
So
okay.
like there was a lot going on actually then.
Oh, right, because there
entertainment-wise.
was talk about whether or not some of I remember Oppenheimer cast, to what extent they could do press for the movie.
I bet he was pissed about that because at the time because he had all that crap with Tenet with COVID, so he was probably In the end, that all worked out obviously because of the Barbenheimer stuff, and that movie made a lot of money and won Best Picture, and he won Best Director and everything. So
Worked out.
But anyway, that's all to say. There's been a rocky ways for a while since COVID, but I feel like this year was finally just like a lot of our best filmmakers were making movies. It was both the things we talk about, because we've talked about a lot on here, where I look at it more as a variety, you look at it more as the ones that are at the very top, and this was kind of both of those. So it kind of was just like as good of a movie year as you can get, really. So ultimately, I thought it was a really great movie year. I feel like, weirdly, there was like a lot of really pretty great movies at the beginning of the year and a lot towards the end, and then the middle was kind of like lacking a little bit. But I guess that's...
I'll run through the highest grossing films of 2025 for you really quickly. Count of these, how many you've actually seen, because I did my number. It wasn't very high. I might get this pronunciation wrong. I
Is it from
apologize.
China?
That Chinese animated movie, Niza 2.
Okay.
It's a Chinese.
This is worldwide
animated-
box office?
$2.2 billion. Zootopia 2 at number 2.
Wait, is this for this year?
This is for 2025. Like
Zootopia 2 came out in 2025?
it was late. It was like around Thanksgiving, I think.
Okay. I feel like it's still
Yeah,
being
it's
talked about.
it has been. Let me go back and look. Yeah, it was like right around Thanksgiving it came out.
Okay.
I think it's also just hit Disney Plus streaming.
Oh,
so it might
that's
have been,
why. Okay,
talked
because
about
I was
more.
like, well, didn't this already come out? Yeah.
Avatar: Fire and Ash.
That's one.
What's strange is like Zootopia 2 was number 2 and Avatar 3 was number 3 on this list, which is weird. Lilo and Stitch, a Minecraft movie, Jurassic World Rebirth, Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba Infinity Castle, How to Train Your Dragon, F1, and Superman.
3.
That's how many you have for me too. Superman, F1,
Is that
and then
that
Avatar: Fire and Ash.
what's that? Demon Hunter or what now?
Demon Slayer. Kimetsu no.
Oh, I thought that was talking about that Korean movie.
K-pop Demon
K-pop
Hunters.
Demon
That was
Hunters.
Netflix. So
Never mind.
okay. That was undeniably one of the biggest hits of the year. If that would have come out in theaters, it would have probably did big numbers. But I also think one of the reasons it did so well was because it was on Netflix, probably too. So
Right.
But anyways, and that's by I didn't even say all that to in any way contradict what you just said about the quality of the movie year, because overall I think it was really strong. Just to like say
Those
that
are
was
all,
literally
like, really,
the box office.
Literally, like the only stuff out of that's worth anything are F1 and Superman and what was the other one?
Avatar 3.
Avatar 3. Yeah, literally everything else. And we've seen all those, so it's kind of just like whatever. I'm kind of surprised Minecraft wasn't number one because
there's part of me that's still like Jurassic
so
World
much money.
Rebirth. Like people are still going to see like Jurassic World movies, and
that's what's
time,
interesting
like,
is that there's certain things like that, that like have no cultural currency whatsoever, but everybody goes and sees. I mean, a lot of kids' movies are that way.
And I know that a movie like that probably does well overseas, obviously too.
Right. But yeah, no, you're right. I mean, it's strange.
Two of those are live action remakes of animated movies with Lilo and Stitch and How to Train Your Dragon.
Yeah.
I'm just now looking at Superman and somebody's like, oh, there's a live action remake of the Flasher cartoons. Like somebody thought that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I generally agree with you though. Like a lot of the movies that were fighting at the top for a lot of the biggest awards were all really good. I mean, like to me, a big way to talk about this, to me, that's representative of this, is looking at the best actor in a leading role category specifically. It's like I've not seen The Secret Agent, and I'll run through here in a second, like just some of the biggest movies I haven't seen before we get into all of our categories. But I just know that would be pretty good to great, just looking at it, seeing the buzz that's talked about, what its subject matter is.
Wagner Moura is randomly a pretty underrated actor, I think, anyway.
So, Michael B. Jordan, of course, won for Sinners. Timothy Chalamet for Mario Supreme. Leonardo DiCaprio, One Battle After Another. Ethan Hawke for Blue Moon. And Wagner Moura for The Secret Agent. Like, literally, there's not like one like weak example on that specific list of like, oh, this would be the person you drop. Like,
right.
Because we have another answer for the best performance of the year that's not even on this list and easily could have been. But like, nonetheless, that's a very strong, like, there's not like that one that's just sticking out. Like, why that? Like, I think for most people, Ethan Hawke for Blue Moon would be like, okay. But I really liked that movie overall and thought he was good in it. So, like, if that's your quote-unquote weakest one, that's a very strong, like, list, I would say.
Yeah.
And just, again, to run through my own list of things I didn't see, and I know Levi saw one or two of these here. The Mastermind, which might come up a little later for Levi. No Other Choice. It was just an accident. Frankenstein. The Secret Agent, of course. If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You. And Seurat are all movies, just full disclosure, I did not see this year. Yeah. Were there any big ones that you really wanted to see but just didn't get around to?
That was pretty much everything. I mean...
You saw The Mastermind.
Right. I mean, for me, Testament of Ann Lee. We forgot about that.
Yeah. They got totally shut out of a lot of awards, despite getting pretty great reviews,
I wonder why. I think it was because they just didn't release it enough. It was just, I don't know.
Yeah, we talked about that a long time ago. I remember about how limited the release was and how strange it was.
I don't know. But,
I think, too, like, because, it was treated by the press and critics as almost like a unofficial sequel of sorts to The Brutalist, because it was, that writing and directing team, that they both wrote The Brutalist, and then Corbett directed The Brutalist, and I can't remember a woman's name who did The Testament of Ann Lee, but anyways, there are a couple, and it was like kind of like seen as, them again doing something the very next year, and I feel like it kind of got shortchanged for that reason, but that happens sometimes.
Her name is something, it's on the tip of my tongue. Mona Fastvold.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah, I knew it was like Sevastopol or something similar to that.
Yeah.
Not to joke, but just that was, I knew it was something with an F. And, But
you didn't see Sentimental Value, I know. So it was one thing I saw. Anyways,
no, and I saw a lot of random stuff on Mubi here and there that you didn't see. That
what was that other? What was that other? gosh, the guy in the mastermind, main actor Josh O'Connor. The other movie he was in with
Sound or the History of Sound.
Yeah, I know that was on movie too. I'm not saying that was necessarily one of the best.
I saw that. I saw Grand Tour. I saw Pavements.
All right.
Lurker, which I'm going to mention Lurker in a little bit. I do want to say one thing about Pavements, because I toyed with giving Alex Ross Perry Filmmaker of the Year, but I didn't get to see Video Heaven, which came out.
Which is actually streaming on Criterion now.
Yeah, but I didn't get to see that.
Yeah.
But that he made 2 documentaries this year, and I really love Pavements a lot. And I'm not really a Pavement fan either, particularly.
No, but what I heard about that movie, what you told me about, it sounds wildly interesting.
It's
and
pretty
different.
out there, pretty different. So there were whole sections in that I was laughing just so hard of just like, wow, what is going on. So I did really like that also. If I'm missing something else that I saw on there, but I don't remember.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, and Mubi really is a great service because I haven't watched anything on there in like a little bit now, but they always have so much stuff on there that's like.
Yeah, and honestly, that's one I'd like to have hypothetical, but I'm just not watching a lot of streaming stuff just because of the time. I don't necessarily have the time for it anyways. But again, I think we would agree this is a pretty good year. I still have a soft spot for 2023, mostly because the movie's more towards the top. But I agree. I mean, just like looking at ultimately
what were the movies from that year?
Oppenheimer, Asteroid City, and Beau's Afraid. Those are all like those are all kind of some of my favorite-ish movies over the last so many years. Like not exactly the top 3, but like some version of those, along with some other ones. Like so. You know, I have strong affinity for that one. I do feel like I like this year better than 24. I know for sure.
Yeah.
And so overall, I agree. I think this was a pretty strong year. That also, like, it's a strong year that it's almost difficult or impossible to read too much into because of all the industry headlines going on with the future of Warner Brothers, Netflix, Paramount, like all that kind of raised people's anxiety levels about the future of the industry. But I think we see here with all these things, it's like, we felt overall pretty good, I think, about this year. All right. Any more table setting before we get into these?
Do you want to talk about the Oscars? Just go ahead and talk about that, or do you?
Yeah, we can.
I don't know how.
Well, we've not really personally talked about it all that much. Did you? How much of the show did you watch?
About half. So I watched through. I think I watched through the. There was another. I think it was like when PTA won his first Oscar. I think I saw
screenplay.
Yeah,
adapted screenplay where he mentioned Thomas Pynchon's name on stage.
Yeah, so I think that's. Well, I might have also right after that seen Sinners win that for Ryan Coogler.
The original screenplay. Yeah.
Right. So I think that's probably about what I got to. So that's about halfway.
I've been a little over halfway almost.
Yeah. But.
What did you think of the overall show and Conan hosting it?
I like him, so I was pleased. You know, I mean, I thought it was pretty good. I do want to say one thing about that I think is kind of interesting is that he talks a lot about not trying to not joke about Trump. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you've noticed that. Mm-hmm. He said recently, I never really thought of it this way. He said recently part of the reason he doesn't like to is because of the fact that he said, it's like when he said he worked for the National Lampoon, he said there's certain things that you're just like, it's already parody. There's no point to even touch it or go along with that. And he said he feels that way about it. And I think he's on to something there. So I was kind of surprised the amount of politics he did bring in.
Yeah, he kind of said, we're not going to be joking about that much, and then he did a little bit.
Yeah, but not.
He's never been especially a politically oriented comedian in general, though.
Which is fine. I mean, there's enough that are, so I don't really care about that. I
thought too it was clever, like the whole weapons opening almost where the kids are running after him.
Yeah, I like that. I thought that was really good. I did think the best part of that was the sentimental value.
Oh,
stuff, where it was like everybody's mad at Papa or whatever.
Another thing too to add, because I don't remember, is weapons going to come up like?
It is. Yeah.
Okay, well I'll save what I have to say for that later. But because I actually have some not so negative things to say. Actually, even though it's a movie I generally didn't care
we
as
to
much
Life of
for.
Chuck, by the way? I can't remember.
Yes.
Okay, I couldn't remember. All right. Anyway, to talk about the Oscars though a little bit, I have a couple thoughts.
Okay.
Number one, and we can talk a little bit more about this later, but I mean, I guess there's no point in burying the lead that Paul Thomas Anderson now has won 3.
Went from having 0 Academy Awards to 3 Academy Awards.
Inheriting cats. You go from a 0 cat family to a 3 cat family. You know?
Yeah.
We went from a 1 to a 5 once. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was likely that this would happen, although it started to swing a little bit more Center's way as the
momentum of the
year
award
went
season.
on. And I have a lot to say about that movie as well later on. Obviously, there's been this major divide over this week, as I'm sure you've seen as much as I have, between those two movies as far as what's the better of the two or whatever. Now, of course, from what I was seeing, pretty much everything I was seeing was defending it. You know, defending One Battle After Another. It's funny I say defending it because we just know which is the better movie. But that there were a lot that were like, why? Yeah, because there was that whole section that was about the like Sean Penn, you know, the line of "You hot black girls, I love them," saying this won over Sinners, and people are like, some people are like, yeah, or they're like, I'm villain saying bad things. Like, you know, it just like obviously like saying that's ridiculous that people are acting this way about it. But I don't know. What's your thoughts on that whole? And I know we're going to end up saying the same thing here, but what's your thoughts on that whole?
I think like it's one of those weird things of like,
and sorry, just to say to mix in with that the whole like race issues that people are bringing up with One Battle After Another, which Paul Thomas Anderson also, I thought, pretty aptly engaged with, that then critics were just like, nope, he didn't talk about it enough. So anyway,
I think normally,
and additionally, no, just kidding.
I mean, normally, you know, these award show or award circuit, end of the year circuit rivalries end up getting created almost purely, but like out of the industrial pool of the award season. Like they're like not movies that would normally be compared all that much.
Right.
These are two that actually oddly would maybe be compared together because they're about race fundamentally in a way
about
that
race,
like, they
action
normally
movies that are getting turned into something more, because I want to talk about that with Sinners here in a little bit, because I don't think we're going to have a major disagreement exactly, but kind of a discussion we're going to have about it being one of the things we're talking about. But that both of them are ostensibly genre-ish movies that have been elevated to that.
And I think it's like there was, to me, I saw Sinners only for the second time about a week ago, and
I may spacebar be watching
maybe
it this
Spacey,
evening, but I don't know. Maybe Spacey.
Kevin Spacey? I don't know.
Like tap dancing for his supper in Tel Aviv. I was about to say Tehran. Don't want to get those mixed up.
I remember seeing like a few people, and I have a good amount of respect for Ryan Coogler, but people are like, no, it's his time to win. It's like, yeah, it's been PTA's time for like 25 years now.
Also,
like,
Paul
he's
Thomas
not
Anderson,
even
and I like Ryan
won an
Coogler,
Academy
but
Award.
That Paul Thomas Anderson didn't have to slum it and go make comic book movies.
Yeah,
you know,
I know there's an argument to be made that I have some sympathy for, that like being a black filmmaker in Hollywood, you have to make certain, because like a movie like Magnolia or The Master or like movies that it's just and I think this is a good thing. It's like there's certain filmmakers who get like a special blessing by certain people in Hollywood where they can just make movies that have a big budget, and then if they don't make them back, oh, it's okay, you'll get another chance. Like, I do think that, and that's no fault of Anderson's. It's like to do that, but it's like, but obviously somebody like Coogler, he has to play the game of getting movies made a little more strategically, I guess. Although he's been able to like, you know, I'd say get ahead in Hollywood by like making among the smarter IP fare that has been made over the last so many years. But this, funny enough, Sinners was a movie I feel like we had all been.
Creed is part of that too. Yeah. I'm sorry, I forgot
that. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like Sinners is finally like who we wanted to see by the end of Fruitvale Station,
right?
And that's not entirely his fault even, but it's just like it took this long. It took this whole like avenue of doing all these things to get to, I can still tell an original story. Well, Fruitvale Station was original, but like I can tell an original story with a big budget.
Well, it's based on something though.
And it feel real to life, but also incredibly imaginative.
Yeah, like, like it took Todd Haynes forever, like to go from Poison to like May, December. It's just like, why did it take that long? By the way, Poison is way better than May, December. I can tell you, but anyway.
But like, so like, I'm really
that was a joke.
The whole like discourse around Sinners has been strange since the very beginning because literally the weekend it came out, which is the weekend I got married, funny enough, there was all this, I don't know if you remember this, like all this anxiety about its box office. Oh, it didn't make quite enough money.
It ended up making a lot
and then
money.
It ended up like doing very well. And I can't remember if it was the Hollywood Reporter. I think it was Hollywood Reporter that like were the first ones who really started kicking this around. And then there was this backlash to Hollywood Reporter like after Sinners had legs over the next few weeks after that, and it turned out to be a successful original hit.
Well, that's stupid anyway, because like anything that's posted on the internet is going to immediately be outdated in like 2 minutes.
And then like later on, One Battle After Another, as we remember, had like a lot of anxiety around its box office. I think these are weirdly two movies that actually had a lot more similarities to them than they had differences.
Yeah.
And yet, I think ultimately a lot of this division comes down to like online stan culture. And this is something that Laney and I talked about a little bit, and I said this with self-awareness. It's like when Nolan won 2 years ago, and then with even more so PTA winning, like a certain brand of male cinephile, i.e. me and you, we felt like we're on the team. We've been on the team this whole time. It's like I talked about this with her. It's like I've been a fan of PTA ever since like I really started to become aware of what movies were fundamentally in a more serious way in the like late 2000s with
2007
with There Will Be Blood. And so really ever since then I went back and watched the stuff before that, but really ever since then like I feel like we've been on this journey with him as far as loving his stuff. And so this goes back to like this stan culture aspect of like when he wins 3 Academy Awards, it feels like all of us fans who love him and root for him of like, oh, we did it, we finally made it. And then it's like, of course, the absurdity of like, it's like your team winning the Super Bowl or the World Series or the Premier League or whatever, and it's just like you feel great about it, but then you're like, oh, I wasn't on the team, even though, but you've invested all this time and energy and effort into this thing to happen,
right? And
so, and I know Ryan Coogler fans have done the same thing, and not to say you're only one or the other, anyways, but like.
Because that was going to be my ultimate answer, and we can keep talking about this, but is that both movies are good.
But it's like
one is better than the other.
He should have won this back in 2000 or 2008. You know what I mean? Like, and here we are, like 25 or 20 plus years later from those times.
In 2013.
Yeah, I mean, you could go on and find all these other, and so like. I personally don't take it all that seriously because it's just like, well, this guy's really been making these masterpieces of modern cinema like for a while.
Well, right.
And so like you can say or think whatever. Like I'm glad, and I say this actually genuinely, even though it sounds flippant. I'm glad Ryan Coogler is finally like in a position where he can kind of do other stuff. I know like his next few things are like he's gonna do like produce a reboot of the X-Files for TV and then something else. After just winning these Academy Awards and then like coming off this success, so like, and this isn't just him. We know this happens.
Skip Bayless, like
we know this happens with some of our other favorite people, like Tim Burton, and people get lost in the franchise machine after so long. So I think, you know, Coogler has navigated things enough where he can eventually get. But it's frustrating to wonder when he finally made the movie that we thought he was maybe honestly, I think as good as Fruitvale Station was, we had no clue something like Sinners could have came from that same creative mind.
Yeah, and I mean, like to talk about that a little bit. Never forget the double feature of Fruitvale Station and the Wolverine, just hilarious. We snuck into the Wolverine, didn't pay for that.
Yeah.
Which, funny enough, the biggest thing about that was that it was a big Days of Future Past tease at the time, which ended up being probably the best out of the more newer-ish of that group of X-Men movies, other than Logan.
Yeah.
As far as that like group of First Class is good, Wolverine was kind of whatever.
Yeah, Days of Future Past is quite good.
But Days of Future Past is good. Oh my God, he's loud. But I don't want to push back exactly on what you're saying.
They literally put Nixon in an X-Men movie. I just want to reiterate that. But anyways,
and then they had Peter Dinklage's,
and our buddy Drew. I haven't seen it in a while, but. It's like he does this in that scene where they're in the Oval Office talking about whether or not they should use Sentinels.
They use the Sentinels,
and like how the hell did a Munchkin get in here? It's anyway,
and he's like cottage cheese spewing out of his mouth.
Didn't like that movie Star, and then something happened and they went back and had to start it again.
Yeah, when we went and saw that movie, they were playing the audio, but they were there was no visual. So the movie kind of opens and it has a narration, and it's like. It's not literally the opening of obviously like Terminator 2, but it's like the War of the Machines. And it's like all these noises going, and it's like and all this stuff. And we're just sitting there staring at the screen and nothing's happening. Yeah, I forgot that. But anyway, and I don't want to push back at all on what you're saying about being black in Hollywood, because I think that is definitely still a struggle. I'm not going to say that. But I do also think at the same time that Ryan Coogler... Well, and then this gets tricky, because do you think that he benefited from the normalization and mainstream appeal of black cinema, or that he did it? He helped push it forward himself.
Both.
I don't, and so
I think both of those.
So I guess my point is that I think he could have chosen to do these things at different times, but I also see that with Barry Jenkins, he had to go and slum it and do a Lion King movie. And so in its own way, I'm kind of thinking it out as I'm talking. I guess I think what you're saying does make sense, because he chose, IP that was more or less non-existent.
Or like defunct, like the Rocky franchise. And it was like, what if we did
perspective
this?
And also then obviously Black Panther. So
we have not yet invoked Jordan Peele's name in this conversation.
Yeah,
we need to put out an all points bulletin for Jordan Peele, because there's gone dark on updates.
He still hasn't recovered from losing weapons and Monkey Man not being as big as it could have been. So,
but like he's like the rare exception of like everything he's done has been original.
Yeah,
he's been courted to do. I think this is from a while back, like to do a Gargoyles movie, an adaptation of the animated show from the 90s.
He would make that so hilarious.
Also,
it'd be like the friggin' Gremlin, like everybody gonna get their own.
Oh, yeah. Everybody gonna get their own gargoyle. Gargoyle, like he would say it. But, gargoyle. And then the X-Men, it's been rumored that he's been approached by Disney to basically be the guy who runs the entire X-Men franchise. Yeah. That would both be good for X-Men and bad for Jordan Peele.
Exactly.
So I think he's like, nope. He's like to quote one of his movies. And so like I think he's the only guy that I can see really white, black, like any color that is able to like has launched on the map, because even Christopher Nolan had to do the Batman movies to get to where he's at now.
Had to remake Insomnia.
But like, I think it's just so hard and rare.
Yeah.
Because like say Paul Thomas Anderson, Quentin Tarantino, like that generation of filmmaker didn't have like that version of Hollywood that they had to navigate exactly. Like that was a little bit before.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah. So I mean, I think that's right ultimately, because I was going to kind of push back against that, and then I thought about it, and I was like, no, I think that there's something
because even like
to
you
that.
said, even Barry Jenkins like did a freaking
and
I like Barry Jenkins a lot. I don't really want to see his Lion King movie.
like, don't you think it's pretty wild that the Underground Railroad was like as big of a book as it was, as great of a TV adaptation as it was, and nobody talks about it. Mm-hmm. We don't even talk about it, and it was great.
We liked it a lot.
Yeah, that last episode in particular, I think about a lot. That one really long take where she's digging in the ground, where she like finally got north, and I think about that a lot. But yeah, I mean, it's so my point, I guess, is like I think he both had a choice and didn't have a choice. I think ultimately he was smarter for having done all that. But what I will say though, and this will go into the conversation we'll have later, is that I wish I could go back to the moment where we heard what Sinners was, and me go see that movie, and there'd be no hype and nobody else, and just go, oh yeah, that was really great. Even though I have definitive problems with the movie that I'm going to talk about here in a little bit. Thematic.
Well, I know for me, when I first saw the movie, it was like several days after being married. And like I was kind of like very casually in the background of my life at that time, like saw what was going on Twitter of these conversations about its box office and saw it got great reviews. But like my wife and I got to like just like walk into the movie and it's our honeymoon and just like experience it as a movie,
a honeymoon movie.
And like that's frankly that's what you're saying. It's like that's kind of ideally how we should walk into all these things, because anytime hype gets in the way. I think like one of the most important categories in this way is movie that surprised you the most. Like when we talk about what those are for us, like having our expectations upset is like one of the best things that can happen. Yeah, obviously, mostly in a good way, not in a bad way. But and so like I think I think Sinners is one of the welcome surprises of 2025, and it should be seen as such. Yeah, and people that are going to feel a way about it's like. I almost just don't take it seriously. It's like Paul Thomas Anderson's been making great movies for so long that you sit down and I don't even care. Like,
also Sinners is ultimately a horror movie that, it's black cinema, it's a vampire cinema, it's crime cinema, all kind of in it. So it kind of has all these signposts where it could make a good amount of money. Mm-hmm. Whereas like One Battle After Another, like you kind of have to. There's like these ends that you have to get into to get into that movie, for like an average audience member. And for it to have made as much money as it did, I think that's even more impressive. And for it to win and be as good as it was and be as well made.
And feature daddy-daughter games.
Right.
All right.
What about him winning, by the way, and then not being there?
I love it. I love it anytime somebody wins.
We both agree that he should have won.
Well,
more or less, or what do you think?
Well, I ultimately, yes. Yes. I think there's a lot of people, even One Battle After Another fans or PTA fans, that really wanted Benicio to win, and and we love Benicio del Toro. So, but I think like that was an iconic, instant film character. Like, Lockjaw is instantly to me in the pantheon of like basically great movie villains, memorable movie performances. So, and like not I think some people would shudder at this like. Not super far off from being on par with like Anton Chigurh in No Country for Old Men, as far as like, and it's much more comic. But that instantaneous. Yeah. This is an iconic performance,
right? Well, no, and I said at the time,
and Leo also did a version of that in the lead role, but in a slightly different context.
Well, we talked about it when we did our Pinch On podcast, the Year of the Ruggles. That when we talked about that, I said I think it's actually, and I know a lot of people are going to be like, "Oh, please come on," but I think it's a really vulnerable performance, actually. To like put yourself out there as being this is who I am is like wow. For a man, you see that very often with, actresses have to do that all the time, and so I love it to get to when you get to see a man have to do that, because it's not only just I think to flip the gender role, but also just you never see that, and I feel like we've seen that more. In the last 20 years that socially we're getting to that point where that's, more not only weirdly accepted, but expected.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not even necessarily as much as like Harvey Keitel and Bad Lieutenant, but it's like it circles in that vein very clearly.
Don't forget also that
I mean, he literally gets raped with a gun.
Yeah.
Like
Raped in reverse.
and
a semen
right.
demon. Yeah.
A semen demon. His face when he says
Oh,
that.
well,
like,
did you end up seeing the ending? Yeah, the end of the Oscars.
The best thing was it was like, "What have you?" And it's like, "Got crabs."
Yeah.
And then I started thinking, you know how you get rid of crabs? Like,
Yeah.
you take
But that was-
thinking you effing snap.
That was the end of the Oscars. That little segment
Yeah.
was a perfect symbiosis of like Jim Downey being in
Right.
One Battle After Another, him being a good longtime old friend of Conan, and then the Epstein clip that's so
Yeah.
funny of him like Jeff Epstein, the financier, like
Mr. Beast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because I showed that to my kids at school because I've talked to them about One Battle After Another a lot. But yeah,
But also don't forget though that like Sean Penn and Benicio del Toro almost were starred with Jim Carrey in the Three Stooges Fairley Brothers movie. I only think like we can really imagine the timeline that we would be existing in had that project happen.
who was in that? Like Will Sasso.
That one guy, he's actually funny. I can't remember his name.
Actually,
No, but like no, and then
but Three Stooges was
one guy
terrible.
that was on Will and Grace also.
The guy that was in Cat in the Hat.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Fired.
You're fired.
But then that one other guy. But anyways, like I've seen some clips here and there, and that movie actually doesn't look like the worst thing ever.
No,
but the potential,
the Larry David like as the nun moment.
Yeah. But the potential of Jim Carrey, Sean Penn, and Benicio del Toro like would have been unmatched. Like,
well, we're already dealing with something that's dog crap anyway.
Have you seen? There was like that period of time in the mid to late 2000s where like there's some like red carpets photos you can find of Jim Carrey like looking bigger, and he had like started to put on weight to play Curly. For that, and then he was going to play. I think he was going to play Curly. Benicio was going to play Larry, and I think Sean Penn was going to be Mo.
Yeah, that's about right.
But anyways, what could have been?
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, that's all. Just say I think it was a good Oscars. I think it's ridiculous that Sinners didn't win Best Song. What won Best Score? Now I don't remember.
Let me take a look at that real quick. I don't remember.
But I know that was, K-pop Demon Hunters won the song one.
Sinners won.
Oh, well, yeah, okay. Then fine, okay, that's acceptable then.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, like
One Battle After Another, I know
the
won
song-
Best Editing, and that's randomly one of the most important ones I think that it won.
Oh well, what do we want to say about Timothée Chalamet? And
I want to talk about that. Yes.
So one of the things that made me the maddest about the entire Academy Awards is during the performance of "I Lied to You" from Sinners, where they basically recreate the scene from the movie of all these different eras colliding. They specifically had to have
that
this
wasn't in the movie,
no.
was it? Okay, I didn't.
No,
think
this was
so.
clearly like
I thought that.
let's like put a ballet dancer right in the
I think that
middle
is
of this.
kind of
like,
funny. I think that is kind of funny, though. I gotta say, even though I'm going to talk about how much I hate this whole situation, that did make me
like
laugh.
right in the front of the. I don't know where Chalamet was. He was somewhere
He was
in the front
like- yeah, he was
row.
like right
Like,
down
I mean,
there,
just
yeah.
like ballet matters. Like after his,
he was
whole
like
comments.
over to the if you're the stage where I'm sitting here, if I'm facing the stage, he was over to the my left a ways.
I was just like, we're gonna use this guy as a pinata because he's actually in these like movies that people are relevantly watching and consistently seeing. I just found that to be really.
I want to talk a
stupid,
little bit about that specifically before I talk about his random haters.
Yeah,
my biological sons, as we're talking about here. Your biological son is also in some dire straits right now. Of Ryan Gosling.
I'm more worried about him than I am.
Chalamet. Timmy will be fine, but no. So like this whole thing started. In case you don't know, he and McConaughey, which also randomly another big problem with that whole McConaughey Chalamet thing was that nobody's talking about. Is he was talking about he like basically lended his voice to AI so he could have like a Spanish,
not Chalamet,
McConaughey, so he could have like speaking Spanish. Did you hear what that sounds like?
Yeah,
it doesn't sound anything like him at all. Like, but I know he's already done that with his like facial likeness. That happened like months ago. You know, he was talking about that, but like, and that was they were talking about that on Entertainment Tonight the other night, and I could tell it was the same interview just based on the way it looked, and I was like, what?
Yeah.
Like, that's so stupid. But anyway, that he had basically, what he's actually saying is
I think we should just recap it really
right,
quickly.
and what I'm saying is what Chalamet actually said was that he wanted acting to be something people still cared about. He didn't want it to become
film acting, moving in movies.
Film
and
acting. He didn't want it to become something like opera or ballet where nobody cares about it. He didn't say he didn't care about it.
Or
he
people
didn't
shouldn't
criticize
care about it.
Right. He said the reality of the situation was that, yes, correct, no one cares about ballet or opera. I definitely don't. And I've been a stated opera hater for many years.
Well,
now,
one of the most overrepresented categories in Jeopardy, by the way.
Now, I will say this. When I hear opera singers sing, it sounds good.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that, but, like, great even. But I'm like, I don't know. I just have trouble with the fact that it's a whole medium that is literally only in Italian. Like, if I don't speak Italian, I don't know what's going on. That's just a basic thing. I'd say the same thing if you were like, movies can only be in English. I'd be like, no, that's stupid. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, so I'm not trying to make it just about it being Italian. And it's just something that, like, naturally also, both of those arts are incredibly elitist arts, too.
Oh, yeah.
And they're not things that people like you and I get to go see anyway, because of the cost and the location of where they occur.
But we do get to go see the Dune movies. We did get to go see
right,
Marty
so that's
Supreme.
what I'm saying. Like, we're talking about
Wonka. How Willie became Wonka.
How Willie became Wonka. Do you want it chocolatey, nutty, totally insane? No, and I'm not saying that everybody got to see The Mastermind or everybody got to see The Testament of Ann Lee or The Testament of Ann Wept or whatever. I was thinking this week about paging Dr. Ann Wept. But anyway, like, obviously, you're not going to get to see everything, but film is a universal medium of the everyman. And it's been that way since the beginning. I don't feel like film has ever been an elitist medium, ever. I mean, and so even literature was when people couldn't read, or painting because people couldn't see it. Like, it's something that everybody can see because by nature of it being made, it literally requires audience. Now, of course, opera and ballet do too, but that's different because those things aren't existing everywhere. So my point is that, anyway, the point is he wasn't even saying anything bad about those. He was saying that's the reality of those art forms.
Yeah.
And then, of course, like everything, it got blown out of proportion because... Well, I'll talk about that in a second. You go ahead if you have any.
Well, I was going to say, there's been debate to what extent this even actually got in the way of the Oscar voting because it happened so late in the window of voting that it actually might have had more to do with, like, Sinners' growing momentum combined with people in the industry who did not like the way he promoted Marty Supreme generally.
Yes, exactly.
And... like, I think that's just that. I don't know. It rubbed people the wrong way that he was a movie star who got out and, like, helped sell a movie. There's a big part of that. I'm like, which I did think was a role that played it and why he didn't win. But I'm also, like, logically like, what? You don't want your young new movie star who's, like, one of the biggest stars specifically of, like, for the Gen Z audience. You don't want them going to see movies? I'm just a little confused.
Yeah,
about that.
It's like people complaining about Hollywood Canteen or something.
We don't have, and I wish we did, but we don't have the Dick Cavett show anymore. Right. We don't have Johnny Carson anymore. Like, these traditional ways that people promoted movies are just not what the reality is in 2025, 2026.
Yeah, and when I say that about Hollywood Canteen, which is a random pull, but it's like, what I mean by that is, like, they have to go out and promote themselves. That's the whole point of the whole thing. I mean, Bob Hope was looking for a war for forever, as Don Rickles used to say. But no, I mean, that's the actual issue, and that's what I was going to get to, is that his promotion of... Well, I mean, also, there were a lot of people that were complaining about One Battle After Another's marketing and promotion, which I thought was...
Times down, pencils up.
Right, and
Time's up, pencils down.
Yeah, I was going to say, time's down, pencils up, which might be a euphemism. I don't know. But know that well, a lot of people complained about that too, which I thought was randomly a pretty good marketing campaign. It's almost like whatever the like overriding thing people say is just brain dead, freaking stupid, awful, and you're like, oh yeah, that's just like the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But okay, but that's like everybody's like, yeah, it's like, oh, okay, well, maybe democracy isn't a great idea. I don't know. I'm kidding. But yeah, with that, like with the Marty Supreme thing, I know that I will say this: the New York Magazine had an interesting little kind of 2-page article about this. I read here a while back. This was before the Oscars, obviously, it's about a month or two ago, and it was talking about this action. It was saying that he was kind of going between these at the SAGs and stuff. He would be all dressed up more like.
Like he's in an award show.
I'm going to say it in the terms they were talking about it, and I guess what it is, like stereotypically white. Mm-hmm. And then when he was doing his other stuff, like podcasts and personal promotion and stuff online, he was doing this whole kind of more, black kind of persona, which he's kind of done for years anyway. I mean, he kind of was a rapper when he was living in Hell's Kitchen, so
little Timmy Tim.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm not even saying that's a defense. I'm just saying he's kind of been that way for a while, trying to do both of these things. I feel like this was a very stark version of that, partly because of what the role required, and in its own way, the promotion was an outgrowth of the performance, and so I think that that movie rubbed a lot of people the wrong way too. I mean, it was beloved, but these few movies we're talking about, it was probably the least liked, and the one that people had the biggest problems with, which of course is ridiculous, but whatever. That's also kind of tied into all the Josh Safdie kind of weirdness about the Good Time stuff and his use of non-traditional actors and all that, So there's randomly a lot of random things going on where, no, I don't think that's the main thing. But it did feel like, though, that the entire night of the Oscars in its own way was a repudiation of Timothée Chalamet's ascendancy really since Call Me By Your Name in particular, especially with, his work with Greta Gerwig and
playing Bob Dylan.
And Bob Dylan and, stuff he's done since
the success of the Dune movies.
And Dune. And he's somebody that randomly a lot of people don't want to like, and they're out to get him. Mm-hmm. And that's going to continue to be a problem. I think also, and I don't think this matters, and I don't care.
And I would imagine you say this as a fan too, he kind of invites some of this.
No, yeah, that's part of the, I'm not going to say the problem, that's part of the deal.
Also dating a Kardashian or
that's what I was going to say too, is that I don't care about that, but I think that's part of it too, is when you're dating Kylie Jenner, that's a whole other level of, star of the moment.
Yeah.
That's a whole other level of interest you're generating.
I think too, as far as looking at the Michael B. Jordan side of things, I think it was underrated too that actually he's been around Hollywood for quite a while, even though he's not all that old.
Do you know what his first role actually was?
Was it The Wire or
Sopranos.
something? Oh, he was
in that because I just rewatched it. I'm rewatching Sopranos. I just rewatched that. Didn't even think anything about it. That sequence because he's very young. I couldn't tell. And then when I saw it was in the flashbacks of when Tony was a kid, and I saw that and I was like, oh yeah, that is him. And then of course he was in The Wire. He's really good on The Wire. By the way,
he came on the Friday Night Lights. I know,
right?
And then also I don't know. I think I took it for granted. And I was rewatching the series. He's literally playing two characters.
Yeah, they're pretty different. It's kind of like the James Franco. And I hate even bringing him up, but it's kind of like the James Franco performances in The Deuce. I feel like this is a better version of that. Obviously, and I love The Deuce, don't love James Franco. But I think, obviously Michael B. Jordan's a better actor, so that you're just going to get more out of that. But yeah, it did remind me of that, where it felt like these are two different personalities too. They're not they're twins and they're kind of similar.
And that it seemed like Michael B. Jordan and this is actually not disrespectful I don't think towards him, but it's he played the game of this is how you win an Oscar as far as how you conduct yourself in quotes versus Chalamet was like...
Chalamet was very schizophrenic. I mean, it was very outsized, and then in certain places it was very like, do the bow, shake the hand, like, kiss the ring.
Yeah.
You know.
It was very funny, though, too. Like, literally the Monday after, like the day after the first teaser poster for Dune 3 got put out, and, like, you could tell they were just ready to throw up on their Academy Award winner Timothée Chalamet, and they're like, let me just take that off here real quick.
Delete.
But
you know what's crazy? I haven't seen that trailer yet either.
Oh, I saw. I just saw Project Hail Mary, and it played with that, and I saw it on the internet a few days too. But
will it play with the drama? Probably, because it'll have Zendaya in it.
And Robert Pattinson's also in Dune 3. Also,
wait, really? Who's he playing in that?
Some white-haired guy. I don't know. Like
I would probably know, but I haven't looked.
It looks good. I'll check it out. You know that as of now, that in Avengers Doomsday, it will be known as Doomsday.
Yeah, they're going to keep that too because they want that.
Are like coming out the exact same day. That is honestly probably even bigger than Oppenheimer and Barbie in terms of the size of the movies.
In the words of Dave Foster Wallace, but it will be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, like
I'd forgot that though. That Doomsday is the whole thing. Is that this coming fall?
It's December 18th, the week before.
Oh
Christmas.
no, it's Christmas. Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure when that was. See, I'm so out of the loop. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's all just to say that, and we're going to talk more about Sinners here in a little bit. I will say this. I actually like that Michael B. Jordan did win because I like him. I liked his performance. Overall, I like Sinners. And I think it honestly kind of goes, everybody was kind of saying this about it, it kind of fits Marty Supreme that he didn't win.
Well, yeah.
You know, because that's kind of what the movie's about.
Mm-hmm.
So, and if it's not going to win anything, it's not going to win anything. I feel like that's better off. And as great,
you think if the award season was a little shorter, he would have won Chalamet? Like if it was a month shorter, like where he was, the momentum and the talk was in like early to mid February.
What's weird too that like you let it go on too long, things like Sinners are going to come back. So it's kind of circular.
Well, and it gives Chalamet even. And I don't think the ballet comments exactly was the reason, but it gives more time for stuff like that to happen and then talk to happen, and So
yeah. Marty Supreme had a very short gestation period of talk about it anyway. I mean, it kind of ended a lot quicker than one battle after another or Sinners.
Versus Sinners, especially, that literally has been on the lips of everybody since April.
A year ago.
Yeah. So good show. I know the ratings were down.
Were they really? I thought they'd be up.
That's what everybody predicted, but actually they were down because who watches live TV anymore, I think was what everybody says, other than sports.
Yeah, YouTube is going to be a lot easier to navigate than cable.
Yeah. All right.
It kind of is, but also I'm like, you just turn on the TV and go to the channel.
We're gonna get to talking about these movies a little bit more in depth later. I feel like we already had full-fledged conversations about them, but we were definitely going to talk.
Yeah. Well, it won't take forever.
All right. So, as always, we always start off with Levi and I are book lovers. Talk about some of our favorite.
I have news for you. No, I'm just kidding. I just bought books today. Yeah, screw that.
We're going to talk about some of our favorite books we read in 2025, and this is not just favorite books. No, it's named after James Ellroy, of course. James Ellroy Award for favorite book read in 2025.
Now, are we going to put the audio in here, or we just let everybody just remember that?
No, right here, right now, you'll hear some of James Ellroy's greatest hits.
I don't go to movies. I don't watch television. I don't have a computer. In fact, I'm computer illiterate. I don't have a cell phone. I don't give a shit about culture in any way. I'm an isolator. I believe in extreme solitude. I lie in the dark and brood. I hate imagery. I dislike it. I drive only through homogeneous, affluent neighborhoods, all the better to avoid billboards pertaining to puerile comedies about young boys who can't get laid smoking marijuana, and, worst of all, movies pertaining to blood-sucking vampires.
There's a siren out
Yeah, there's
there.
literally a siren going outside.
He's coming. I don't even remember what all you included, but there's some stuff in there that, yeah.
Is this podcast canceled as we speak by the time of this publication?
Well,
so
he said it, not me.
all right, Levi. So, and I always have to get back in the mode of like being able to play these.
Those who remember.
Yeah. Levi, your choice for the James Elroy Award for Favorite Book Read in 2025 is... yeah, so we're just going to get used to it.
We open up both of them.
Yeah.
Is Play World by Adam Ross, which you also read later in the year. This book actually did come
read
out.
the very beginning of 26.
Yeah. Now, this book actually did come out in 2025. Now, I feel like I'm going to have a better reading year this year, and I mean, I'm going to go ahead and spoil it for everybody. My choice next year is probably going to be Infinite Jest. So,
what's our percentage of that?
60.
Right now? Okay.
So
you're getting there.
Yeah, I talked to Kaylee, your sister-in-law. She said she's actually only like in the 30% range. I thought she'd be ahead of me by now, so I was kind of surprised about that because I know she'd start reading around the same time. Because I felt like I've been reading it slow. But anyway, Play World by Adam Ross, though, what I really love about this book, and then let me also say there's other books that I wanted to read this year. Tom's Crossing by, I can't remember his name, the guy that wrote House of Leaves.
Yeah.
And then I read, of course,
Mark Danielski. Danielski.
Anyway, and of course we both read Shadow Ticket, so that you know
we talked about that on the.
But Play World was, like I said, both my favorite of 2025 that I read because I don't really read a lot of books from the year of its publication.
Well, yeah. So you to clarify, you're not putting this down just because
no.
Last
That's what I'm saying. It was also my favorite
yes.
book of the year. That I read, but I also didn't read a lot of books this year anyway compared to what I wanted to. And Matt, really that was because I was rereading a lot of Pynchon books that I'd already read, so I'm not going to count that, obviously. But what I really love about this book, it reminds me a lot of The Shards, actually, which is a shared book we love a lot.
Yep.
I love books that take a time and a place and are really in their own way memoirs of that author. Yeah. And obviously The Shards is weirdly they're both explicitly versions of that because The Shards is literally saying I'm Bret Easton Ellis, and
that's more literalized.
But saying I'm this person, but then there are things that definitively did not happen.
Yeah.
Whereas like Play World is like basically about Adam Ross's life, but not by that name.
Yeah.
So it's like they weirdly cancel each other out in terms of like realism, I guess. But what I really love about that is just a year in the life of a teenager who's in its own way a version of Rushmore type of Jason Schwartzman Rushmore, and somebody
Max
who
Fisher
has so much going on in their life because he feels like he has to, and that his only avenue of feeling like he can have any connection is with an older woman that's a family friend, and about him wanting to be with this girl that he knows, and ultimately that not working out. It just what I really loved about it, I love books that are, I guess to summarize it, books that are epic in scope that are just about people, and it's like a epicness of everyday life. I'll take that any day over like a war novel that's very big and epic, or a fantasy book that's epic. It's
a beautiful thing called literary fiction.
Right.
More people should check it out.
Yeah, and just I love that it was lengthy. It was like 500 pages or so it was like longer. I like books.
It's like basically it takes place over 80 and 81.
Yeah, 80 and 81. Yeah, so it's basically an easy.
And it's like about him juggling like being a high schooler. He's a child actor. He's also wrestling, and he's really more into that than he is like his child acting. And his dad is an actor of some success, and and he's got a younger brother, and it is one of those books that I've like. Because I read it at the very beginning of this year and really liked it. And every once in a while, I'm like, I wonder what they're up to now. And I've literally thought about those characters, and I'm just like, because they were very well written and vividly created in that book.
Oren, the brother, is one of the weirdest, most interesting literary characters of the past probably like 10 years.
And nobody's ever going to talk about that. He comes in and out of the book too, so you kind of forget about him for a little bit.
So weird. I don't even have time to talk about why. Just such a weird question mark of a character, just in general, of like, who is this person? Like, it's not even that he feels unrealistic. It just feels very like, I can't get a handle on who this person is, which is weird because he's obviously not the
main character.
The main character. But yeah, I just really loved everything about that book. Because I bought it just based on what it was about, and thought that sounds kind of interesting. And it was. What was great about it was its detail, and it felt like it could breathe, and I just really enjoyed that. So
it was very good. I don't know if it'll exactly be my favorite for like 2026 because I already have like two things that I'm like maybe this already. But I really liked it
you're
also.
Reading more than I do, so you're going to have all kinds of stuff this year.
So my choice for the James Ellroy Award for favorite book I read in 2025 is Creation Lake by Rachel Kushner, which actually came out in 2024, so it's a relatively new book. Really quickly, I want to shout out. I read the most books I'd ever read this last year, 40, and I was really happy with that. And I'm on pace to even be maybe better than that this year, but we'll see. But it's not about.
That's impressive.
This sounds like it's not about the numbers. It truly is not about the numbers.
I only read like 12. So.
But too big because I actually had a list, and that one just pretty quickly I was like, nah, I feel like it is Creation Lake, but. A few ones I just want to shout out really quick. Sky Daddy by Kate Folk, which was actually a new book last year.
Yeah.
It was I think Kate Folk had written some short stories. And so she had a collection or two, but like this was her first novel. It's about a woman who's sexually attracted to airplanes. And the
Sky Daddy.
Sky Daddy, yeah. And I just thought it's a really funny book. Like, that's
kind of like Crash, I guess, but.
Yeah, but much more lighthearted than that, while
that.
still being very strange. And also, New York Trilogy by Paul Auster, which the first time I'd really read Paul Auster, and I really liked that a lot.
I have a copy of it.
But Creation Lake, I read her book, Rachel Kushner's book, The Flamethrowers.
I was going to say The Fire Eaters or Flamethrowers or whatever. Yeah.
Like a year plus ago, and really liked that. But love Creation Lake. It's basically about this former, official state spy / I think she might have worked for the FBI. It's kind of vague in the details. American who had this operation that blew up in her face, and she was basically let go or fired. And she now does corporate espionage for major corporations or whatever. And she ends up getting involved in this potential eco-terrorist group in rural France, and it all takes place in the early to mid 2010s. So it's a very, very, very light period book, even though it's ostensibly in the modern day, and is really about her getting close to this group, but also feeling morally and ethically compromised as she does so. And there's also, the book is mostly told from her perspective, but there's also these whole chapters that basically are these lengthy journals or emails that an older character in the book is sending to someone else about his own interpretations of life and philosophy. And it's a book that has a relatively very simple plot, but the characters and the mood especially are very dense and heavy in a good way. So... it also has a very evocative cover. I remember seeing the cover being what is that? It's something that I actually think could make a really good movie in the right hands.
Is it kind of actiony? Does it have...
Not really.
I didn't think so.
It's very subtle and slow-paced, but... so not in a huge way.
I knew it was more literary than a spy or a thriller, but still.
Anyways, I've already only read 2 books of hers, along with some little... She writes pieces for the New Yorker every once in a while. Really big fan of her.
She came out with another book. just recently, didn't she? No, I'm thinking of another book she wrote.
So just to run through her career very quickly here. Telex from Cuba was her first novel, which I got at a used bookstore a while back. The Flamethrowers, The Mars Room, that came out back in like 2018, and then this.
Oh, okay.
So, anyways, yeah, and she writes for the New Yorker every once in a while. But anyways, really strong book. I highly recommend it if you get the chance. So that's, again, a Creation Lake by Rachel Kushner, and as Levi said, Playworld by Adam Ross, which I would also recommend because that is a pretty good book. Okay.
Really love the ending of Playworld, by the way. Love that great final page.
Yes.
I always love a great final page.
Creation Lake also has a really strong, like, last page-ish, I would say, especially like final line. That's, if you just were to pick up the book and like read the final line, you'd be like, okay, that's fine enough. But like, there's no sweeter feeling in any art, period. I'm talking going to a concert, watching a movie, nothing, than when you get to the last page of a great book and you feel it land the plane and you close the book and you're just sitting. That happens rarer than you know.
One of the great versions of that I always think of is A Single Man by Christopher Isherwood. Has a really great one. I've never even talked about why in depth with you because whenever you read that a bit, but that and Mason and Dixon has a great one. So but there's a lot here and there. But
so that's our James Elroy Awards. Both
not very James Elroy-ish, but
not really.
Creation
Lake probably is a little more so, but I actually didn't read any Elroy this year. There's one I plan to do next. But all right, so TV show of the year, which is Levi's choice because I didn't watch enough TV, I would say, as far as new TV in 2025, goes to
Andor,
which finished its second and final season.
Yes,
in 2025.
My parents are watching it with me now. We've been going, we haven't done a whole lot in a while. We did one here recently. They like it, but it's like, to get them to be really into it is a harder task than it would be for other people. And obviously this isn't a indictment of you, but you haven't watched it. And so I feel like I'm like over here screaming on the island like, hey, Andor is a thing.
I feel like to me, it's the Star Wars equivalent of like The Boy Who Cried Wolf. It's like we've heard so many times. Oh no, this one though, and it's like the one that actually. And I know I have enough faith to know that this is actually going to be pretty good because there's enough people in my life that I trust their opinions on stuff that have said it's. Yeah, he liked it a lot. I know. That enough people are. No, it's actually good, but it's like. No,
this is
the Boy Who Cried Wolf situation.
I mean, I've been on record a couple times saying, I get that, but I've been on record a couple times saying I think this is the best Star Wars thing made since The Empire Strikes Back.
Which seems like, oh wow, but then you think back and
you're like, yeah. And I mean, I love Return of the Jedi, and I like the prequel. I defend the prequels here and there, depending on what the situation calls for. I was okay enough with a couple of the sequels. Rogue One's good, but the best thing about Rogue One is that it birthed this, which is ultimately, and it's pretentious to say so, but a show that is definitely it's kind of like how The Batman is kind of like, it's a crime drama, but it's a Batman movie. Or, people said that also about The Dark Knight, but this is kind of like that, where it's like it's a spy show or about, high stakes espionage, but it's Star Wars, But no, I think it is clearly on another level of like maturity of what it is. There's certain things in this new season I don't even want to talk about that for a 2-season show felt like a massive payoff in a short amount of time as far as an emotional connection that I had. There's one character in the show that is really interesting that has an ending in the show that I literally just kind of sat and thought about for a while. It wasn't on the level of the girl that killed herself towards the end of The Deuce. I know that was like a big version of that for us. We talked about that at the time. All fair, obviously, because of that. But we've mentioned it here and there. It felt kind of a version of that. I just think, I mean, and everybody says this about it, so I'm not the only one, but I did just want to mention it because it's, particularly this second season, I thought was really great.
Mm-hmm. There was a few years between season 1 and 2, right?
Yeah. And I had watched it. I got caught up on season 1 before season 2, and then I watched, I got a little bit behind on season 2, so I finished it a little later than, when it was obviously on.
Do you think Andor was allowed to succeed because there was so much Star Wars stuff going on that it was this little side project
it was because
Disney basically to do that?
The fire hose was blowing full blast. I don't even think I know it sounds stupid to say I don't think they'd greenlight it now necessarily. I think they screwed up and made a good show is what they did.
That's a weird endorsement of sometimes you just make enough versions of it and then throw enough stuff at the wall. And by the way, Tony Gilroy, the guy who made and wrote and directed Michael Clayton,
right? And that's what it is too. I mean, because then of course he kind of was the script doctor on Rogue One, and did he do that too with Solo a little bit or no?
I don't know about
that.
I
think that movie's problems were all related to the acting. As far, not that I agree with those problems, but just saying that's what everybody's freaked out about. But yeah, that Tony. The point is that you give Tony Gilroy something, and that's going to be better than what everybody else is doing. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's kind of why don't you just do that more often? And then of course that's connected to the whole thing with now Steven Soderbergh, as we've heard, not getting to do his version of that, which is literal dog crap. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway. Other than that, I didn't watch. Oh, honorable mention, Alien Earth. I really like that too. I think that also is a really good show, and I'd highly recommend.
Laney and I right now are watching the '90s sitcom Dinosaurs here and there, which is surprisingly satirical. It's actually not quite as goofy. It's goofy, but it's actually surprisingly satirical.
Well, and then and Mom and Dad and I are watching Turn.
Oh, yeah.
Which is really good. And we've been watching Memory of a Killer, which I'm going to talk about on air another time. It's hilarious. And Euphoria is coming up again soon. So
it's next month, I think. Right?
But anyway.
It's going to be a big Zendaya year specifically.
Yeah.
Which
Malcolm and Marie's going to get re-released.
But
I'm kidding. That's not happening.
Obviously, Dune 3... Euphoria, which are two of her biggest, most associated things. But then also, she's in the new Spider-Man movie yet again.
Maybe going to get married.
The drama.
Yeah. I've got to know what goes on in the drama. Because I haven't been spoiled on it. That she's...
Lana Haim's, reaction.
Right. It's I'm like, what did she say? It's they need to have the hashtag did she do it? Hashtag what did she do?
Oh, that actress, by the way, is in Project Hail Mary.
And that was the Nazi wife. And
I was getting ready to lean over to Lainey a few times and say, did she do it? And she's like, did do what? Made the sun die? And I'm like, no, never mind.
No. Anyway. What are we talking about? Yeah. All right. But with the drama, I'm like, I gotta know what happened.
I also saw a little snippet of I think she was on Kimmel literally within the last week, and I think I don't know if it was exactly promoting that or just
it kind of was about the drama and Euphoria probably.
And both. Yes, and he was like, "There's something that happens in this movie that is so crazy." And it's they didn't say what it is. I'm like,
what is it? Yeah, I know.
No, that's actually the perfect thing to whether or not that movie ends up being good. Which, by the way, the director of that was the guy who did
The Imposter. You said
no.
Oh no, sorry, that was Crime 101. Sorry,
no, the guy who did the Nick Cage Dream movie. Dream
Scenario. Okay,
yeah. So it's that.
I didn't like that movie as much as everybody else did, but it was good. So.
But anyway,
that movie had the great Nicolas Cage
but regardless of the drama is good or not, they've done a good job of building up.
Did she do it?
God, what was it?
What did she do?
Yeah.
What the dog doing? Yeah.
Anyways, our next category is favorite pre-2025 movie we saw for the first time. Levi, your answer is
The History of the Seattle Mariners. And I'm going to have to look up these guys' names again. John Boyce, I think, actually, was the guy who did those.
oh, yeah.
So, for those who don't know, this is like technically a YouTube series.
Back from 2020.
Yes. It's technically a YouTube series that was made all into, it was all one documentary. Very highly acclaimed. Everybody that's seen it loves it. That I don't really know how to describe the style of. It's kind of like Prezi.
Right, yeah.
And if that sounds like you would watch a like 3 to 4 hour Prezi presentation, I'm like, you would if it's this, because it's got a lot of stats and tells all these stories. Basically, just literally what it is, a history of the Seattle Mariners baseball team. And basically, it's about the team, and it's about obviously the history of the team and all the time, all the things that have happened in that amount of time. But also in its own way, really, it kind of quietly a reckoning with what it's like to be a fan of a ultimately losing franchise consistently. Like the biggest thing that ever happened to them was the fact that they got a ways into the playoffs with Ken Griffey Jr. on their team. Mm-hmm. And also that they also, oh gosh, what was that guy's name? The Japanese player Ichiro.
Ichiro,
that's right. I can't remember his last name.
Ichiro was his last name, I thought.
I thought that was his first name.
Maybe so.
Anyway, that was the biggest thing, obviously, that team had to, in their history. But it's
Ichiro
just
Suzuki.
I think maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ichiro Suzuki, yeah. That he was really good, but that basically their whole history has been one of kind of disappointment.
Mediocrity.
But I think they got to the. Were they in the National League or the American League? They got to whichever of those championships, and they lost. League. They would have lost to the Blue Jays. Is that right? Are they the American? No, they're in National League. They would have lost to the Dodgers, I guess. Anyways, they got a ways in this latest playoffs, and I was pulling for them. They have that catcher that's really good. He hits the home runs. What's his name on the Mariners?
Oh, gosh, I'm blanking right now. Mariners catcher.
Yeah. He's that catcher that's hit all them home runs. He, almost broke some records or something.
Andrew Cal Raleigh?
Cal Riley. Yeah.
Riley.
Yeah. Cal Riley. Yeah, whatever.
Record, yeah, where he hit 60-plus home runs.
Yeah. So he did make the record. Mm-hmm. Or got a record.
Or he hit, well, at least for probably the franchise.
Right. Anyway, really good documentary. I know Philip, our cousin Philip's a big fan of it, and I highly recommend you watch it at some point. But I really love that. I mean, anybody who knows what it is loves it pretty much. So I'm not anything new. But
well, how did you watch it? Was
YouTube.
it YouTube? Right?
It's all on YouTube.
Yeah.
I think you can get a Blu-ray of it or whatever. But they used to make these posters.
Yeah.
Of the whole thing. Mm-hmm. Because the poster of the movie is literally like the whole chart, basically. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that's
you can't find
sad
them now.
Hipster Mariners fans. They got those posters, I'm sure.
Yeah. The way it does it is it does what their win losses are for each season. Mm-hmm. So it's if it's going down one, basically about their 500 level. Yeah. If it's a green, it's they're above 500 or they're below, and it's basically these red win loss.
Yeah.
And they all that's for every one of them. Mm-hmm. But
my version of this, hold on a minute, let me get my sounds. Is, and I know Levi saw this for the first time also. My favorite pre-2025 movie I saw for the first time was The Train from 1964,
which we
by
watched
John
on
Frankenheimer.
4K, but didn't.
We thought we were watching the 4K, and it was this looks really great, and then it turned out it was just the Blu-ray.
Which makes you realize you're all
it's
not.
We all have those moments.
Yeah.
But this was one of the biggest Frankenheimer movies from the 60s we
Yeah.
hadn't seen.
We're big fans of Grand Prix and Manchurian Candidate and Seconds and 7 Days in May, obviously. So we've seen all the big stuff there.
This movie's about
Alcatraz.
a World War II movie set in August 1944 during World War II. It pits French resistance member Paul Labiche against German Colonel Franz von van Waldhelm, who is attempting
Paul Schofield's character.
Yep, who's attempting to move stolen art masterpieces by train to Germany.
Especially Monuments Men, but not stupid.
I always remember the moment from that trailer I remember seeing where
Or
it's like,
it's people's lives.
yeah, it's like, what is all this? Like, and it's like Matt Damon walking with Kate Blanchett.
Matt Damon.
Yeah, and it's just like, what is all this? And then like the movie just stops and forces you to reckon with this.
Did you see that movie?
No, I didn't.
Okay, I didn't.
I know. Our cousin Philip said it was like a Wikipedia. It's like an adaptation of a Wikipedia post come to life, and I was like, that's the best review probably of what it is. But I can imagine what it is. But anyways. It's like Kate Blanchett, this is people's lives, and it's just like
you steal people's lives.
But anyways,
so
really great. John Frankenheimer, one of the best action filmmakers of all time.
Indeed, the horse that brung it. Anyway, John Frankenheimer,
and just also we love Burt Lancaster, and then, of course you got all your Lancasterisms from. That's like probably one of the biggest flaws of the movie, and there's so many war movies, especially where it's like, it's like from this other nationality, but let's just have them all speak English. Except the Germans, they'll do a little accent, and sometimes they'll just speak in
French,
German.
It's all right.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. I actually watched quite a few war movies that I hadn't seen last year because I also saw Bridge Too Far, which I really loved. Also, I think is not on the level of The Train, but is like a good ways behind it, but it's still really good. Battle of the Bulge not so good, but. Anyway,
I've always heard that one's kind of people have
because a lot of people don't like that one because they're talking about the historical inaccuracies. I'm just like, I just don't think it's very good. Mm-hmm. So, but whatever. What was the main things you like about The Train?
I think with Frankenheimer, it's like, he didn't write the script, but the script was done by who was it? Let's see, Franklin Cohen, Frank Davis, and Walter Bernstein.
What they do with that script
we'll see what
they do with that script.
The movie was 133 minutes, so it's like not exactly short, but it feels like it packs a lot into it, and then also just the sequences. 133 minutes.
That is pretty,
but it just, I remember specifically the end and several sequences throughout. It just packs a lot of suspense and dread. And
great ending.
Yeah. So just no frills, it just knows exactly what it is, and it's not trying to make exact. I didn't think really exactly these bigger statements. Is just let's make a really amazing action movie.
Yeah, I mean the biggest statement it makes is the fact about all the people that have to die over this art, and it's who actually really cares really when you get down to it.
Yeah.
And sadly that really actually a lot of people do care, and it makes you realize a lot of people are going to care more about this missing art than lives.
Yeah.
So.
So
you steal people's lives.
A lot of these categories we're going to have next are ones that we've had before. Yeah. Some are going to be brand new, and we'll kind of maybe talk about those.
So we're officially moving into the movie year.
Yes. So this is a new category we have, which is surprisingly more and more of a thing. Yeah. Best trailer edit. So this mostly involves a movie that you can almost tell when you see the trailer. There's there's edit happening for language sake, we're going to trim something because we know that there's going to be a curse word in the finished version of this. So and I think it's one of those things certain ones you can spot in the moment, versus some you see the movie and you think back to the trailer moment and you go, oh wait, that was not exactly what was said. But this was one we very clearly early on was there's no way that's actually what was said. So, the best trailer edit in 2025 goes to...
who's ready to win in The Long Walk? Let's go ahead and put that clip in here, as a matter of fact.
Who's ready to win?
Okay. I do want to say this was quite a year for trailer edits. First of all, I think the best one was the Just Like Tom Cruise. Because in the movie, it's just like Tom effing Cruise. I never really suspected that one.
Yeah, right.
Maybe that's also because the movie was just the movie that it was, and I wasn't really... Like, when you're into a trailer like that, you don't really look for stuff like that. When you're watching a trailer for, like, Scream, the new Scream movie, you're just like, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's find this freak.
Yeah.
Like, I mean...
Let's unmask this freak.
That's what it was. Let's unmask this freak.
Yeah.
And then, of course, mother...
Yeah.
Which that's not even really an edit. That just is in the trailer.
Also, a big year for Mark Hamill in Stephen King adaptations.
Yes,
which is
not on a God run.
Yeah,
which would take too long to explain. But anyway.
But that was just the one that's he was the villain of, I don't remember what his character's name was, but Mark Hamill in The Long Walk of
the general, the colonel, the colonel. He played the colonel.
Yeah, but of him is the
Colonel Parker, Colonel
Sanders.
No, Mr. Colonel Sanders, you're wrong.
Ooh, Mama's right. No, I love
Mama's wrong again.
And then later on, like, by the way, like that Colonel Sanders guy is like literally hanging out like with tailgates with the students and stuff. It's just like what's going on
I don't know.
But anyway,
Joe Montana.
But that was one that was like very clear. Who's ready to win? Like it was
who's ready to win?
And then of course in the movie it was who's
ready to F and win.
It seemed so like.
Why did you say
Why
that?
did we have to?
Right. And then, of course, we mentioned already about the Scream one. We'll see how that goes by the end of the year.
Any general thoughts on The Long Walk before we move on? Like,
I keep thinking of the lyric, "You'll take the long walk in Thunder Road." So that's all I'm
we mentioned this, I think.
It's all right.
Back when The Running Man came out.
Yeah.
That, like, I mean, there's always Stephen King adaptations. There have been for 40 plus years. But it seemed like this was a year where it's like there was like some random ones that were like, I can think of at least 3, and there might have been even more. And especially when you get into TV, there might have been even some shows too. Well, there was even
2 Bachman books, first of all. I mean, because Long Walk was a Bachman book, Running Man was a Bachman book. Interestingly, all of them have been brought. All of the ones we're talking about have been mentioned this year. Interesting.
And then Welcome to Derry, which is technically a spin-off of.
I wanted to watch that, but I never did get around to it yet. I need to do that. But yeah, looks kind of interesting. But anyway,
A Long Walk generally forgettable.
Yeah, it's okay.
A little bit of a speed bump on our Cooper Hoffman God run.
Schuster.
On the Cooper Hoffman God run.
That's, unlike.
Yeah. I mean, Cooper Hoffman was, and we mentioned this, like he was actually pretty good in even like Saturday Night,
the Kyle Huffman movie, literally. Whatever. I was thinking about that movie the other day, actually. Some things about it. So Johnny Carson in the movie is really great.
That's like one of the most underrated little things in movies the last few years is that there's just this little mini fake Johnny Carson
and
performance
like that's going on, and he's not even paying attention. He's like looking out the window at whatever's going on, and he's just talking, and you're like listening to what he's saying, but he's not. So.
I'm just in general a fan, at least conceptually, of the comic Thriller, and that was a movie that was kind of a comic thriller.
Very often, so.
I don't know if you know this, but I think After Hours is an underrated Scorsese movie. That's just me, though. People who say that a lot. That's what I'm making fun of there. All right, so the Babos 73 commemorative medal for the Robert Downey Sr. Award for most WTF movie. Goes to I don't even know what else to say for this because it's pretty clear we're talking about WTF cinema here. Goes to Levi's Choice, which is
Dracula.
The movie's not called Levi's Choice, but yeah,
that would be interesting. Dracula by Radu Jude. So Radu Jude made that movie, one of my favorite titles of all time. Bad Luck Banging or Looney Porn some years ago that was like famous for being a movie that was made during the pandemic. It had people in masks the whole time. It was about, I think that movie was basically something about, I always heard all this crazy stuff about it when it came out, but I never
every time you say him, like his name, I think Babu Frick. What did you say?
Radu Jude. That he's Hungarian, as I'd said. That movie, Bad Luck Banging or Looney Porn, though, was about, I think, a teacher that, like, basically was in a sex tape or something, and they were going to get fired, and they basically are fighting back against the, like, school board or whatever, and it's, like, turns into this, like, crazy, I know it has this, like, really insane ending, I've always heard, I'm not exactly sure what it is, but anyway, this movie I heard about back when it was What?
Keep on going.
Okay.
I want to say something about this movie in a second when you go to the Wikipedia
What, the
page.
Bad Luck Banging movie?
No, Dracula.
Oh, Dracula. Okay. This movie, I basically heard about it, played at some festivals, and it got put on Mubi recently because that's how I watched it. But it was basically, the way to explain it is it's like a guy in the movie is playing a Hungarian director who's speaking to the audience saying, I want to actually try to make some, make a real Dracula movie that for Hungarians,
Right.
because that's obviously I keep saying Hungary, I'm sorry. It's Romania.
Romania.
I apologize. That's stupid of me. Romania. And but it's saying that he's using AI, basically, is he's saying, I'm just going to use AI to do this, blah, blah, blah. Now, most of the movie's not AI. Most of the movie is people actually doing things for the camera. But then there are sections that are AI, that are intercut into it. It's 3 hours long. And ultimately, the main storyline of the movie is about these, like, two, for lack of a better term, sex slaves that are, like, having to work in this, like, cabaret burlesque performance of, like, a Dracula thing that's kind of like a striptease, but then, like, children go to it, too.
Okay.
And basically they do this game where the audience get to be vampire hunters. And so it basically has those two actors are like running all over the town that they're in trying to not get caught. Mm-hmm. And they always get caught eventually, basically. But then these two actors, the man and woman, are like, let's just not get caught this time and let's try to run away. Because they're kind of basically being like forced to be there anyway. Like I said, they're kind of like slaves to the people that are running the whole thing. And they're actually going to try to like run away. So that's like the main story of the movie, and then it's intercut with all these other kind of like vignettes.
So look at the plot on this. It says if you go to the Wikipedia page for it, it's like the plot area.
Yeah,
it says this article needs a plot.
Yeah,
well, I know that's more of a default thing
right.
for them, but needs a plot summary. Please add one in your own words. October 2025. This is like all roads lost. Like
nobody
well,
that's
attempted to
right.
write a plot summary. For
ultimately, that's the summary of the movie. But like most of the movie is really all the little vignettes, and some of them are long, some of them are short. Like there's one, probably actually some of the best stuff in the movie is of like this truck driver and this woman who he like is driving her home every day or whatever, and it's like set in vaguely like the 30s or 40s, and like there's no vampires in the story, and it's like about them kind of having a romance sort of, mm-hmm. And then there's another big section of the movie which is actually an adaptation of a Romanian novel that's kind of a vampire novel that was written in the 30s that's apparently real. And then there's all these sections of like imagining if Dracula was a capitalist bourgeoisie business owner, and that his workers are trying to unionize, and then he has a C-3PO lookalike butler that walks around with him. Like, if I try to even describe some of the things that happen in this movie, you wouldn't even believe it. Like, and it's,
Levi sent me a lot of clips, and I'm just like, what? It's like the most insane thing over and over and over again.
And so,
Did you know this was actually one of two movies Radu Jude put out this year?
Yeah, because he put out that one Continental 25 or whatever. Mm-hmm. I know he said about that movie, he said, if Continental 25, he said about Dracula, he said, if Continental 25 is my love letter to Roberto Rossellini, then Dracula is my love letter to Ed Wood. What he said. Wow. So that's pretty accurate. But yeah, it's weird because I think it is a well-made movie, Dracula is, but it's intentionally ugly and garish and kind of cheap looking.
It just looks like something you've never seen before.
Right. I mean, it reminded me a lot of that guy that made the Greasy Strangler and the Tropical Cocktails. Like, it kind of looks and feels like that in its own way. It feels very Adult Swim-esque, the whole thing.
Yeah.
Then, so it's a movie that ultimately is a satire, and it's stupid, kind of intentionally so. But then there's these like really little great, actually dramatic moments in the movie, like the ending of the movie. This is kind of a spoiler, but as far as like it would be great if you just saw it and didn't know. But the end of the movie is like randomly like, okay, this is the final sequence, and it's like about this dad who's a garbage truck driver who goes to like his daughter's school and is like standing outside the gate while they're like in the kind of courtyard area. And they're doing this like either explicitly Dracula or like Vlad the Impaler kind of like, it's not even a play, it's like a ceremony, and they're like, it's like a Veterans Day ceremony. You see it like a middle school, but it's like about Dracula basically, and they're like reading bits of poetry, but he's like standing outside the fence because his daughter is embarrassed by him dressed as a garbage man. And a guy walks up and says, "Why are you standing here?" Thinking he's like a pedophile or something. And he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, my daughter doesn't want me to come in." He's like, "Well, you need to stand further away so you don't freak everybody out." And he has to then like stand further away, and he's watching, and he like starts crying watching his daughter read her part. And the movie just ends. And it's like randomly one of the most touching things I saw in a movie this year.
Yeah.
And it's like at the end of this movie.
Nonsense, yeah.
So I think it's a movie that like it should be talked about as it's being talked about, which is like, wow, this is crazy. What the heck is this? It's kind of stupid. But it's like that's kind of in its own way a smokescreen for like actual other stuff that's going on that I think is pretty interesting. I've never seen a movie like that. Yeah. It's literally like, I don't even know what this is. Like, I described it, but I still feel like I ain't even scratched the surface for what is going on. So
yeah, I definitely want to watch it because Levi had sent me some clips. But
the C-3PO stuff in particular is just like, what am I looking at? Totally hilarious.
All right, so best creepy crawl, aka horror movie in 2025 goes to Sinners. No surprise, I guess, right? We've already talked about like it quite a bit. I know when Levi, like when we were talking about this category, Levi was like, "Oh, probably Sinners," and there was this weird gut impulse on my part to be like, "Well, this is an action movie though, more so because, or a horror movie, because there's part of me it's like it thought of it like a historical drama, then there's part of me that thought of it like an action movie, but ultimately
or a gangster movie,
or yeah, but of course, ultimately it is a horror movie." And it's also, horror generally thrives under lower budget situations. This one had a pretty healthy budget to it. And so that maybe is another thing that was like in my head, like working against it. Before we can conclude talking about Sinners, maybe just talk about some of the other horror movies this year. I feel like Weapons was undeniably one of the biggest hits of the year. And also more of a studio-oriented horror movie compared to like being a more...
compared to even like The Monkey or Keeper or whatever,
Have we talked about Weapons really much on here at all?
No, we're going to talk about that later. So.
Okay. So we'll maybe save it for that. But anyways, that was undeniably one that like I think could have made some sense to like go in that category.
Yeah.
Did we find room on here for The Monkey? I can't remember. Yeah. We did. Okay. So that was another one too, as far as Oz Perkins.
Yeah.
Any other horror movies stick out this year in your memory as far as...
not as like being worth mentioning. Of course, there was The Wolfman, which is randomly a movie you like hate with a random amount of vitriol, which I find interesting. And it's whatever. I'm not even going to like defend it, but I just I kind of think it's funny. No, not really. I can't. I'm
like
really
looking
think of
back
anything.
on movies
I feel like I didn't
year.
see a whole lot of them this year.
Begonia is not exactly horror.
No, it's science fiction.
Yeah, it's...
I mean, it has some horrifying images on it, but...
Yeah, I'm like looking back now, like... Companion, like, not exactly horror, kind of...
Oh, you watched that, but I didn't see it.
Kind of more thriller, science fiction-y kind of thing, but adjacent, I'd say, to horror. As someone who... horror's grown on me over the years here and there, but like, what about Sinners do you sticks out in terms of the landscape of contemporary horror?
Well, see, that this is where I had a mild disagreement I wanted to lodge about this, because I found it interesting that you weren't that was your gut reaction, I guess, because, and this is just me saying this is both as towards that about what you were saying is kind of in its own way making it more than it was, and then also of horror fans who are like, try to always be like, horror is the most important thing, and we need to be caring about Scream 7 or whatever, like Scream 7 should win Best Picture, like, I don't think anybody's ever said that or ever will, but I think we just look at horror totally wrong, just in general, as a society and cinephilia, as far as putting it in these boxes that it has to operate within. And whereas, like I said, and we kind of talked about this over Twitter, not over as an actual even text exchange, that I said one of the more interesting things to me about the Oscars is that still a horror movie, an out-and-out horror movie, has not been given,
which is something a lot of horror fans bring up a lot
by the Academy, which is interesting because then when you start thinking about it and you think, what is the greatest horror movie ever made? And a lot of people would say The Shining. Well, The Shining's not even the best movie of 1980. So
it's at best third.
Right. And even Ordinary People winning over that, I mean, even the movies that were better than The Shining didn't even win. So, and I quite like Ordinary People, so whatever. I don't rag on that movie like everybody else does just by nature of it. I mean, of course, those other movies are better, but, like, fine,
But you're saying it's perfectly good.
Yeah, it's a perfectly good movie. I think it's quite good, actually. But my point being is that I think and we talked, and then you had said, what about Silence of the Lambs? I said, well, yeah, kind of, but, like, to me, that's more of, like, a thriller kind of drama. That movie is, well, it's kind of a catch-22 because then I'm kind of saying against what I just said.
Thinking,
is that, like, it's trying to be something more than what it is. But I think what's different about Sinners is it is very explicitly a vampire movie. Very explicitly a horror vampire movie in its own way. Now, yes, it has all this baggage of being a movie about the Great Depression, about being about the South, about being about
race.
African-American music, about being about race in general, about being a gangster movie, about
the Irish-American experience.
My Irish-American experience, about the music industry. I mean, so it's a lot of things, but I kind of struggle with that. Not just immediately thinking it's a horror movie, I guess, because I'm like, well,
going back to Silence of the Lambs for a second, do you think, like, I definitely feel like the thriller as a genre is probably the most, like, hard to pin down genre in general, and definitely owes a lot of its hallmarks and trademarks to
action.
horror.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's like
a combination of horror and action,
Yeah. And anyways, like Silence of the Lambs being
and
more of a
Sinners
thriller.
is a thriller, I mean, too. But yeah, I mean, so I get, yeah, sure, I guess, I mean, if push came to shove, I guess I would kind of count Silence of the Lambs, but what I mean is like a supernatural movie with vampires or werewolves or Frankenstein's monster or something that cannot exist, So yeah, that was my first thing, is just that I was going to say is more of an idea of like the way that people talk about horror movies in terms of awards.
I think part of it too, there was at least I think that's all true when Rose said. I think part of it for me though was even scale too, because we're so used to horror movies being a certain level of movie as far as how big they get.
Well, and so this is in agreeing with saying that the greatness of the movie is that it finally, we're finally getting a movie that's doing that.
Yeah.
A horror movie that's doing that. So now, granted, it got more money and was greenlit off of the fact it was being made by Ryan Coogler, and that it was about race and has more of like and has more of an immediate relevance than other horror movies. Like Keeper's not going to get some massive amount of money made, of what it is. But also the scale of this movie was larger. And so of Sinners.
I'll be honest, I don't know if I generally know what the horror movie fan reaction to Sinners generally. I would imagine it's mostly was probably good. I would have to think.
Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt there's some weird resentment though. If it not being of a certain size or scale. I mean, I'm not even going to get into the racial aspect of like certain horror movie fans probably didn't like about it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt also that there's probably a contingent of horror movie fans like, why does all these horror movies now got to be about race? Like looking at Jordan Peele's movies and
that's what American horror is. I mean, that's what the most horrifying thing
yeah,
about America. So,
like, I generally didn't. I'm sure there are actually most horror fans probably generally love Sinners. I would think, but I'm curious. I don't know. Like you said, I think it's because it was such a mainstream hit and success that I don't think I heard about it from those.
No, I mean,
as opposed to Longlegs,
something
like that come out almost 2 years ago now, like being this marginal thing that broke through.
Right, and see, I guess that's what I'm trying to say here is that I think it's interesting that we're seeing horror as a genre that cannot transcend, and that's a surprise. But I think that's also based on what we're saying is that how uncommon it is that does happen. I mean, it's kind of like when a rated R movie makes so much money now. It's not as big of a deal now as it used to be.
Yeah.
Well, it's weird because like rated R movies used to make a lot of money, like Godfather, or, but like then we got into a period in the 90s where it was like hard for a rated R movie to make a lot of money, or as much. Like Terminator 2, that was a big deal. That movie made a lot of money. Whereas,
Passion of the Christ,
and Passion of the Christ, right? So like now that's not as big of a deal as it used to be, but it's also because ticket prices are higher.
Yeah.
But anyway, that I want to say that now we can talk about it as a horror movie, and I have some things to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I generally like vampire stories, so like I did like that it was appropriating that in the this historical
context. What's funny is
context.
This is immediately probably the best vampire movie ever made.
I guess by default it basically is, yeah.
Because I thought about it and I was like, nothing's coming to mind immediately. So yeah, no
and like
Dracula
I really love Only Lovers Left Alive. That's a vampire movie, but not really a horror movie. I know we get into all these. It's this, but not that. Like conversations with all these things, but like that's like the only thing I can think of, even on par, really remotely in terms of quality of like this, and that's a different kind of thing.
Well, what's great about this movie too is it's literally the thematics are also saying that they are literal vampires, but they're also like vampires in the way that Elvis Presley talked about them in Elvis. Vampire, fucking vampire.
Yeah.
The snowman.
Yeah.
He's white.
He's what?
He's woke. Yeah. Did you see that this week? Somebody tweeted about what was it? It was I can't remember what it was, and it was like he's woke. Like, anyway.
And then I think too, like that was it like. It also movie like does a really good job of like suggesting mythology off to the sides without getting too in depth about it. Like that, it's like only in a scene, but like there's like this little band of like basically Native American vampire hunters towards the beginning of the movie, and you just get like a little bit of that. And you're
the
like,
Native American guy who was in Train Dreams.
That's right, yeah. And so, and I think that's
what a year
like
for him, huh?
Like a lot of the best movies that are working in like a mythological or fantasy or science fiction lens know how to suggest wider worlds without like overbearing you and overladen you with it.
You know what I really like about that sequence, actually? Not that obviously the Stack twins don't. Obviously, they are capable, and Delroy Lindo's capable, and ultimately Miles Caton's character is capable. But what I really love about that sequence, the Native American vampires are in, is like just the way it's shot, you immediately get a sense of like these people are authorities on how to deal with this, and you almost want to just be like, can y'all just actually deal with this though now? Because then like nobody else for the rest of the movie can deal with any of these issues. Like, and you kind of are like, the whole time I was watching it, I was like, are they going to like show up and kind of like solve this problem? And they don't, and it's kind of like.
And also, it like deals in a lot of classic vampire mythological rules in the movie, while also like finding, I think, some good ways to like. Because like I was watching it with Laney and Devin like about a week ago, and we'd all seen it, so it wasn't new to any of us. But I was trying to remember like how exactly did they like get back into the roadhouse, basically, because like
she screamed, "Come on in!" Or
yes, and I remember like forgetting like how we got to that point. And so the movie does a lot of, I think, good genuinely character oriented actions that like lead to a lot of classic vampire tropes that we know like being realized, but in a way that feels smart and not like characters are behaving really just dumbly. Or stupidly,
because I thought that when I was watching it, or the first time I was like, well, if they just stay there, they're gonna have to go somewhere in the day and they can just leave.
And also not to get too pretentious about it, but like it has all of that, but then like the final real villains of the movie are the Ku Klux Klan, like that also like. It's like it's using this mythological thing to also say, but also there are real, literal costume
now, I'm
villains.
I'm not at all going to criticize that because I actually have something positive to say about that whole climactic sequence. Do you feel that that's a little bit goofy? That then that's like the ending of the movie. And it's like, oh, by the way, now here's this.
Well, I think. Going back, like it's set up earlier in the movie that could happen. Yeah. I feel like out of context or just talking about that, it does feel like, and then the Ku Klux Klan shows up. Like, it does sound like okay, but I know what you mean. Like, but I think ultimately, like the movie justifies doing that because it's ultimately saying, those things are not real. These things are real. Like obviously,
and also just I love that it turns into Boardwalk Empire for like 5 minutes. I mean, so I'm like. Yeah. No, it's funny that it's a bonus. It's like a little bonus.
The movie has entered the bonus round. Like.
Well, also in its own way, it's kind of a joke. A kind of bit of comedy. It's a joke. Yeah. A bit of comedy against the Klan that they show up and they're like, yeah, let's get ready. And then these people have dealt with this nonsense all night, and they're like, oh, you didn't know? Just blast them away. Which it's only him that's left. But I don't know. That did feel like kind of just a random thing in the movie that was kind of like, oh, okay. Yeah. But I think in another movie it would feel that way. I think is what I'm saying. But mostly I like it that it's there.
Yeah.
Okay. Last main thing I want to say is that I saw this movie at a very particular time. I'm hoping to rewatch this movie today, if not sometime in the next couple weeks. Because I've only seen it once. This movie hit me at a particular time, and I feel like I do need to go into detail about it because it's kind of the point of why I've kind of been running from this movie for a while now about discussing it, about watching it. I watched it at a particular time when it came out. I was having a big anxiety episode, an OCD episode at the time. And it doesn't help that the movie kind of does freak me out. Things about it, certain images,
like a visceral level,
like as the horror aspects of the movie, that made me very uncomfortable in a good way. I mean, that's whatever, but also that I really struggle with this movie's message a lot, which is which I get that it's about the religion in the movie. That I get that it's trying, and I'm coming at this from a Christian point of view of saying I'm unhappy that it's a little more critical of it than I think it should be. That ultimately I understand what Kugler is being critical of is normalized, secularized white Christianity of it, as its own vampire on the black soul, or even that his father is, propagating that or whatever. And that the movie's literally called Sinners, and it's ultimately about, I don't want to sing in church anymore. I want to go have a good time and just live my life, blah, blah, blah. Which ultimately is, I think, even though it does seem like he's coming out of a somewhat, pretty repressive form of the religion, at the same time is inherently just like, I feel like the movie's saying, yeah, but this is what you get with that. Mm-hmm. But then it's like also, while it's saying, yeah, they literally unleash this vampiric presence. Mm-hmm. And I do want to talk about the sequence of the movie here in a minute and how great it is. But that it's basically saying, okay, but your behavior in this and you living the sinful life has caused this vampiric presence to appear. But then the end of the movie is having the Jack O'Connell character, when he's like praying, when Miles Caton character praying to himself, and he's like, oh yeah, whatever, that doesn't mean anything. immediately is stupid to me because I'm like, okay, so I guess God and Jesus don't exist, but vampires exist. Okay, cool. Yeah, that makes sense. Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Or even that it's like, well, the movie kind of seems like it's sort of like, you know, a Judgment House kind of a movie anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of saying like, this is what happens when you tempt the dark, is you're gonna release the devil into your soul. And then by saying, and then having him, he dies because of the music. Kills him because of the resonator on his guitar kills him, and then by the whole ending of him like living the rest of his life and blah blah blah, and him going back and being like, I'm not going to be a Christian anymore. All just feels very like either that it's just something I just don't agree with, or just feels very like uneven and kind of all over the place as far as what's actually trying to say. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, my answer to all that is I don't even take it all that seriously in terms of what the message of the movie is, or in terms of just like, I think that's all well observed, but I just don't even think about the movie in those terms, which might in its own way speak to just generally how I like watch most horror movies, where I'm just like, you say whatever you want, because I'm used to a lot of horror movies or movies in general being cynical about organized religion or whatever, so it's just like, that just bounces off me. I don't even like take that in really fundamentally.
Right, but also, just to point out a contradiction, you were also saying you felt like you felt weird calling it a horror movie. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm confused on because I do get what you're saying about the organized religion part. I understand that, but I
think that's because when I first saw it, I did recognize it ostensibly as a horror movie, but then months went by and I was like, well,
you were reacting the way people were. Making it. Okay,
yeah.
sure.
So I think that's more so that, but like.
I get that.
I think the movie is like generally cynical about organized religion and orthodoxy, but is very open to the idea of like a spiritual well-being and a spiritual life existing beyond this material world, and music being this portal or this gateway towards opening up. Because at the very beginning of the movie, I forgot about that little prologue that like is talking about these like, I don't think it exactly says ghost exactly, but it's like basically this like these portal between worlds and these spirits of the past like come to the present, and that's ultimately that like whole sequence where you have the past, present, and future of like song and dance being represented in that, and that like I feel like the movie's like that. The movie is ultimately one of those classic people you meet. I'm not religious, I'm spiritual. It's like, and how annoying and eye roll worthy that can be for a lot of people. But the movie is a version of that in terms of being like, while it might be cynical about organized religion, which I think it ultimately is, it is acknowledging the spiritual weight and heft of specifically music and how music unites people across generations, if that makes sense.
Well, and I do understand that it's also in the context of Jim Crow, the Jim Crow South, and a deliverance from that social more that they were subject to. So I get all that. I guess it's just I also saw it at a time where that was like the main thing I was thinking about leaving the movie, and I was kind of like, no, it kind of took me a couple days or a week or two, and then I was starting to think about that, and I was like, what is this movie actually saying about that? And
it's a cheap currency that horror movies, but movies in general, Hollywood cinema especially, like, not to be that guy saying, there's all these Satanists in Hollywood or whatever, but like we all know whether like the Hollywood's very cynical about religion being the answer to your problems.
Yeah,
they're much more content for sequels to be
right. I think,
the answer
and
to your
I think
problems.
that's fine. It's just the movie. It felt like it's trying. I still think, even still, that it's kind of uneven on what it's trying to say.
I do agree. I think it's muddled in its messaging.
Because that's what is... To talk about that sequence, and we'll wrap this up, because this is pretty much everything I say about it, but that sequence in particular, what's so great about it is, of course, the imagery and the long take of all the different eras of black music.
And also Asian music.
And
is in
Asian
there.
music too, that's right. So but that what really like what made my hair stand up I like it, as Jerry the King Lawler said, is when the camera goes up and it has Miles Caton's voice like resonate like a scream almost, and then it kind of comes out and shows that the whole building's burned down and they're there dancing, and then it shows the vampire standing there. That's like literally like transcendent cinema. I can't even put into words how transcendent that, and what that literally meant.
You're like that Tarkovsky still.
Yeah, it was like poetic cinema. But no, literally what that also meant in the moment, that I knew that like they were literally summoned by this event, you know. And so that's what I'm saying, is that I feel like that's what the movie is saying, is that yes, all this is so great, isn't it? But also, I mean, it's that idea of like sin is a terrible thing, but also it's something that you're like, oh yeah, it's enticing, it's nice, it's this. But then it's literally unleashing these demonic forces that's going to kill you all. And I like that aspect of the movie, you know. And I'm not saying that the movie has to like wag its finger at the end, but it felt like it, by the end, it was kind of like, okay, well then what's that mean? I don't know. And so that's what holds me back from loving it quite as much as everybody else does. But even when I was talking about a lot of this with our mom, even as I was sitting thinking about the movie, I was like, that movie is really good though.
Yeah.
Like, so I don't want to come off like I'm just hating on the movie. That's just something I've been thinking about pretty consistently since it came out. And so I would like to rewatch it and see what I think about it. But anyway. So yeah. No more Sinners talk. We're done. Gonna drink till y'all stank.
The comeback player of the year, which is pretty self-explanatory. Basically, someone who's maybe they've been down and out for a little while, and this person doesn't exactly qualify, and I don't think in an extreme way, but has certainly maybe had a bounce back place that they've been at, goes to Benedict Cumberbatch for The Phoenician Scheme and The Roses. I feel like Phoenician Scheme has officially entered the most underrated territory of like most underrated movie probably of 2025 now, just by pure virtue of it has been exactly no like best of 2025 conversations I can even think of, period.
Well, partly also that's because we've just, I think, had a lot of Wes Anderson product since COVID.
That's true.
And so I think maybe people are just
a little
tired. I don't know. But yeah. Also, I think this is one of the lesser aspects of all those.
Well, I think Asteroid City is like the best of the recent.
And I think French Dispatch was better than this, but
I think it's very close. I think I slightly like French Dispatch a little more, but I think this is pretty close. Anyways, a lot of people probably would forget Benedict Cumberbatch was even in this movie because he didn't have a huge role. But he's basically like the big like villain that like. And you know, it should be said, Phoenician Scheme is almost Wes Anderson's attempt to do like a spy movie or like an espionage story.
He's basically like a version of a Sly Cooper villain in a movie. Is what it feels like.
That's a good way to put it, I'd say.
Yeah. And I didn't see The Roses.
Yeah, so The Roses was like
a remake of War of the Roses, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. Really quickly, talking about this Uncle Nubar Corda, who's Corda's estranged half-brother, Corda being the Benicio del Toro character. And so, yeah, The Roses is, it's a remake basically of War of the Roses, like
Danny DeVito
movie starring Kathleen Turner and
Danny DeVito.
Michael.
Somebody called him this week at one point. I don't know.
Michael Douglas. And it's like not an especially amazing movie, but like I think really funny, pretty good. And there's not a lot of like, because I liked it, but there were all these hosannas about the Naked Gun. Oh, finally, and we will talk about Naked Gun later. But oh, finally, like a big mainstream comedy is back in theaters, and it was 3 stars out of 5. Like, ultimately, it was like, okay, it was funny, but like, so what? That's how I felt about that. Anyways, and it had moments.
I liked it a little better than you did.
I will say some of the best jokes, and this isn't entirely the movie's fault, were spoiled in the trailers.
Yeah.
So that always is.
I will never forget.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that.
But anyways, the Duchess. But like the Roses was just like it was like not exactly a mainstream comedy because it wasn't like
Place
put out
is
by
coming apart.
big studio,
Yeah.
but it was like it was like an R-rated like
We had a lot of laughs
comedy
at the
for people
trailer,
with
I
like
remember.
New Yorker subscriptions, I guess
Right.
is the way to put it.
Yeah.
Like, and I say this to somebody who has one, but like,
Well, then it was true.
and Olivia Colman, she was also really funny in it too.
Can you tell me what the ending of the movie is? Because I'm curious.
As their house basically just blows up and kills them both. Like,
Oh, they both die.
yeah.
Well, I kind of knew that was sort of the ending of the War of the Roses. I thought so. I wasn't sure. Yeah,
Yeah,
what-
literally, I'll just read for you the
Yeah.
last 2 sentences here. This is like after this big fight they've had, by the way. As the two become intimate, a gas leak occurs due to the damage to Ivy's stove. Unaware of the situation, Theo asks his smartwatch system to turn on the fire. And the screen cuts to white. So it's just like he accidentally killed himself, like he didn't know. Like, but, yeah,
That's funny.
yeah. Anyways, and
Yeah, I figured that was probably
Jay
the one,
Roach, director of the Austin Powers movies.
Yeah, and A Dinner for Schmucks.
That's right.
But anyway, about he was
Meet the
very
Parents.
memorable in Phoenician Scheme for me. Just the way he looked was so striking and honestly scary looking. Like, it was
Hey,
like,
what are your general thoughts on Benedict Cumberbatch? Like, who is
okay.
he?
I
Where
mean,
does
like,
he fit in?
I've always thought he's
the-
fine. I've just never really felt either way about him. I feel like he's somebody who like I've never been able to pin down because like sometimes he's in The Imitation Game, being that kind of actor, and then sometimes he's Doctor Strange, and then sometimes he's
He did get lost. He got lost for a few years, specifically in the Marvel cinematic
and then
universe.
sometimes he's all is all in Zoolander too. So like, literally one of the weirdest. Whatever, I don't even know. Anyway, yeah.
Anyways, this was a year. I don't think there was a lot of really big, obvious people for us this year, but he was just one. I was like, I really liked him in both those movies, so why not? All right, so film score of the year.
Oh wait, we're not done with Sinners. I just realized.
Oh. Film score of the year goes to
The Paper Cut.
I'm never sure how to pronounce his last name. Daniel Lopatin.
Yeah, and then you're like, oh, I'll pronounce his stage name, and then you're like, oh, never mind.
For Marty Supreme.
Ornithrix Point Never, whatever for Marty Supreme. Yeah.
Gross Point Blank Never.
Yeah,
whatever.
Yeah.
What did you like about the Marty Supreme?
And we can kind of
score?
use this to briefly talk about Marty Supreme. We talked about it a little bit. Have we talked about it?
Oh yeah, we did a little bit.
Okay, well, anyway, I mean, I don't have a lot to say about the movie. It's just a really well-made Josh Safdie movie that's like his other movies. If you like his other movies, you're going to like this. This one does feel like it is trying to be something a little more than the others.
Yeah.
But no, just really good score. And kind of part of that is the use of the music, too, of all the, like, 80s music, you know. And but no, I think, he's been making music for them for a while. And I thought this was just a good score. Good. I think it fit it really well.
You should go look up his Wikipedia page, by the way. His 2013 press photo picture is his main picture on his. I thought, like, obviously their movies rely a lot on scores and or just certain licensed music that's used, but especially the scores. And,
I've seen that.
I was that. Yeah, it was. I think really high quality, really well done.
Let's just call him OPN. Because that's what
the movie did in general have a memorable use. This is not exactly the score, but like we could talk a little bit about the anachronistic music used in the movie, which I think we both really loved. The use of that.
Well, it's like if you're going to do that, use the best music ever made.
Yeah,
I mean, "Forever Young" is one of my favorite songs anyway.
So everybody wants to rule the world for me is one of mine for sure.
Yeah.
And then literally everybody's talked about it, but like. When it's at the very end of the movie where he holds his child for the first time, and literally the opening lyrics are "Welcome to your life."
Right,
I mean, I think I could see a version of myself roll my eyes at that and go, "Okay, like so what? Like you're using this anachronistic music in this showy way." But I really thought it just fit the movie and fit the character. Like
also,
the whole,
that it's saying like, here's what your actual life is now and what your real purpose is, and. The movie's a lot like The Hustler in that way. I mean, a lot of people compared it to that rightfully, or other Walter Tevis novels as well, but about, you know, somebody who, like, and it has the structure of The Hustler, because it's like he plays the Japanese guy at the beginning of the movie, and then he plays him at the end, kind of like with Minnesota Fats and
should be also
Hustler
said, big
and-
year for vampire cinema. Kevin O'Leary.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, you know,
Kevin O'Leary's really good in the movie. I like it. I think actually Gwyneth Paltrow's pretty good in the movie too.
Do you remember like the little mini movement of like, oh, I can't like Mario Supreme or that because Kevin O'Leary?
Yeah, it's like,
did
who
it.
cares?
It's like, are you freaking
Yeah.
2 years old? Like,
Yeah.
it's like, get over it. Like,
But yeah,
Mr. Wonderful.
yeah, the movie was really good. I mean, and yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
Yeah.
I liked it. Thought it was good. Like, don't have
I
much
think
to
we
say on
agreed,
it.
like, out of the movies that were, like, we would say were, like, 5-star movies of the last year, it was, like, at the bottom
Yeah,
of that
it was-
list,
right, yeah.
but was, like, still very,
Yeah.
obviously, pretty great. So.
Really love their use of "Everybody's Gotta Learn Sometime." Also, that song when he's like having to like play with the seal. It's like that.
Oh, yeah.
Montage. Good.
Speaking of music,
yeah.
best use of music in 2025 goes to,
I mean, there are a lot of creeps crawling around in this movie.
yes,
You want to put me in your box? Yeah.
Firework by Katy Perry in Eddington.
Listen, I'm going to take control.
Yeah.
Okay. This is literally one of the most. This is honestly like seismic.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen music get used this well in a long time.
Don't forget,
Like-
also, by the way, really quickly, the Mariah Carey song that was used in Beau Was Afraid during the
Yes.
sex scene.
Oh,
so
yeah,
he's an
right,
expert
yeah.
at taking this specific pop music and
Right.
like saying, let me put it here.
Literally one of the
Ari
most
Aster, that is.
random, funniest things. Because, like, I think this is what I love about people who make movies that are about the modern day, is because they are doing it like he would do
Ari
it.
Aster, yeah.
Yeah. In that you're going to take something that, like, a song that will literally never die,
yeah.
Firework.
Yeah.
It's just going to go on forever. Like, I mean, it's one of the most famous songs ever, and it gets played all the time. Like, I feel like that song is.
It's just also
as
a
played now
pure
as it
pop
was.
song.
Yeah.
It's like you can play that song in 100 years and like
Right.
it's going to have the same meaning
Yeah.
of what it's saying.
So, and then it's used in that way of like,
At this crappy party
right,
that's being
this crappy
thrown, like-
campaign party after like somebody has been defamed and defrocked, basically. And like, I was thinking that video, guys. Like, I've been defamed and defrocked by the Catholic Church. You know that? We're Catholic guys or whatever.
Yeah. Which is easily
My
videos,
my virtual parishioners have turned on me.
which are easily videos that could have been played in Eddington,
Right,
like,
yeah.
watched by the characters.
I'm doing the first Reformed challenge. Blows himself up. He's got like, I love. He's got like specifically also. I think he literally has that fishing tackle on his bomb thing. Right?
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, just and also that it literally is representing like that's the moment where his fuse gets officially lit.
Yeah,
in a more
come
direct
on,
way.
Watch your colors burn.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, what are your thoughts on it?
Again, actually, one of the most memorable film scenes so far this
Yeah.
decade, I would say.
Turn the music down.
And like how like loud the music is
Yeah.
mixed in that scene, and obviously Joaquin's like line delivery, and it just, like I said, it sums up the like banal evil of modern life. And
Yeah.
I don't think the song "Firework" or Katy Perry, really for that matter, is quote unquote evil any more
Yeah,
so
she's
than
pretty
anything
funny
else.
usually, so,
But
yeah.
like just its juxtaposition with like
Yeah.
everything else going on, again, just speaks to like, and that movie's about a lot of like smoke and fires over here while
Right.
something else is going on over there. And that whole scene just functions as, like you said, like when you rewatch the movie and you know the full architecture of the movie, that's the moment where, and I could tell watching it for the first
Yeah.
time, I was like, something has snapped in his head.
Well, because
And,
you
like,
kind of
you don't know how far it's going to go.
Do it
but-
right then, you know. You kind of wonder, and then you're like, "Oh, okay, well, never mind."
Yeah.
You know.
I don't want to say too much about Eddington just yet because
Yeah,
we're going to
yeah.
talk about it again later. I will go ahead and say this: to me, in my opinion, it was actually the best film of last year. It's not going to be our film of the year, and I'm fine with that because I think this other movie is important enough that it can get that honor.
Yeah.
But for me personally, I think it was like the strongest movie of 2025, but didn't get any.
I think it's really close. But. The movie was ultimately just kind of misjudged, reviled, and don't really understand why, but whatever.
Well, we'll talk more about it later, so I don't want to step on too much. But anyways, that was just one of those things. As you're watching it, you're like, "This is instantly iconic scene," because you're like,
I feel like if one thing of the movie, there's been a lot of people who have said that about it, even in the midst of its dislike, that a lot of people bring that up as just being like, "Wow, this is something else." Like,
and like the campaign manager or his the number one advisor to the Pascal character,
right?
Like how he's like looking at him. I think he's like the camera's like not moving, but like you see his eyes, like he's like while he's walking away.
Don't forget the ending of the movie where he's got the phone, and he's like, and you can see his eyes above it. And like, it's like the camera. It's almost literally the phone is the mask. It's kind of weird. Never thought about that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway.
All right. So breakout performance of the year. I'll go first with this. And that's pretty obvious, like somebody who we'd never really seen before, and all of a sudden we're like, oh, this is an important new face in modern cinema. For me, this is Miles Canton in Sinners, which we already talked about. And he was just a guy that obviously we had seen pretty much all the major actors in that before elsewhere. And he was just this guy that came out of nowhere. It felt like, I think he was basically a true discovery made by the movie that he also imagine like the very beginning of the year, you're like, man, I just shot this new interesting movie, and then by the end of the year, like the next year, you're like, I'm literally on the stage of the Academy Awards, like performing this song that I also had in the movie. I mean, that's just a huge leap forward for him. So not much more to say than that, but Miles Canton.
Yeah, I think he's really great. He's a great singer. He was just really good in the movie in general. I mean, because he's what the movie's really about. So, plus he's the young buddy guy. So, clearly, By the way, Robert Mueller died.
I saw that earlier.
I just wanted to bring that up. Not to make a joke, but like, Miles Canton. Great.
Everybody else is cheering for baseball season come back. I'm rooting for Robert Mueller in the rule of law. Like
Coney 2012. Yeah.
All right, Levi,
not Comey.
No,
not Jim Comey. Jim Comey, the financier.
Your breakout performance of the year goes to...
Mine is Theodore Pellerin in Lurker. I kind of brought this up a little bit earlier, but this movie, you didn't see this, but I saw it. It's a pretty good movie. It's basically just about this guy who's like not the Theodore Pellerin character, but this other pop star who's like a thing. And then Theodore Pellerin like becomes obsessed with him.
All of a sudden, I just remember what you're talking about.
Yeah, he kind of gets to know him, and then he starts like kind of helping him make some music videos and stuff. Mm-hmm. But very quickly, it becomes really awkward and weird. And basically, then without going into too many details about what the end of the movie is, he starts blackmailing the guy into making him letting him stick around, basically. Mm-hmm. I don't have a lot to say about it other than just one of the most commanding performances I've seen in a movie in a while. Really great. He was actually one of Beau's children in Beau is Afraid in the sequence of the play.
Yeah.
So he's been in things before, but this was something that I didn't want to say this performance was better than the movie itself, like what we're about to talk about, because the movie was good. But I hadn't really seen him in much, so I thought he was really good in the movie. Very weird, really good weird performance. So.
There was part of me that like was weirdly tempted to. What about Josh O'Connor and a lot of the things he's been in? But he's been around for a few years now, and obviously he's getting ready to, I think, continue big success. So,
he'll win other Harry Deans.
I think like for a lot of people who maybe don't see a lot of movies, he's like, oh, who's this guy? Like I've not seen him, but like obviously he's been around for a while. So. All right, as Levi alluded to, performance better than the movie. I'll let you go first on this one, Levi. Goes to...
Andrew Scott in Blue Moon. That movie's really good, so I don't want to also act like the movie isn't good, and also that Ethan Hawke isn't really great in the movie. But Andrew Scott's this, the hot priest is what we always knew him as for a long time. He was also
specifically played Richard Rogers in Richard Rogers in Blue Moon.
Yeah.
Of Rogers and Hammerstein.
Right.
Used to be Rogers and Hart.
Right.
That one
That's
scene where they're standing on the stairs, and Andrew Scott wants so bad to just like, can I just keep going up these stairs? And it's like I felt that physical location, and that's a credit to Linklater and those actors too. But like, and him getting stuck on the literally this middle level between what is up and what is down, like with Ethan Hawke's Lauren's Heart, like that, and then he's like. And then, like, it perfectly goes between, remember these good old days and remember why you are just adding to my miserable existence. Like, and I'm transcending you. I'm going up and you're stuck down here. It's like, that was a literal geographical representation of, like, those characters.
Yeah. Now, that's what I really loved about him in the movie.
Yes,
that
he's really good.
I mean, he's really good in everything anyway, but I love his acting in that. He's like, oh, yeah. Yeah, cool.
It's like perfectly like you know that he's wanting to get away. But then there are those moments where he's genuinely pulled back into actually caring about him as a person while also.
That's what's great about that scene is this give and take and roller coaster. Yeah, he's really great in that.
Yeah, I think that's, I won't say subtly underrated because it got Oscar nominations in random places, but like I really liked, especially as far as recent Linklater stuff. And he also, should be said, he made Nouvelle Vague, which was about the production of Breathless, so he had two movies that come out.
I've heard some people say really good stuff about that too, but I haven't seen it, so I don't know. I honestly haven't seen Breathless enough, I feel like, to really watch that yet.
I think it's on Netflix, actually.
Yeah, well, I guess I need to rewatch Breathless.
My award for performance that is better than the movie goes to Die My Love. Or not Die, well, specifically Jennifer Lawrence in Die My Love, I should say. She plays a mom named Grace.
Is that a period piece?
No.
Oh, never mind.
Not really. Nah. Basically, no. And if you saw the movie, you know what I mean by that. Because the whole movie is going for this, like, sanded off, like, realism that could have been made 30 years ago. It could have been made like 10 years in the future. It just kind of seemed like a
noir to me, so that's why.
Well, it's like it's in the tradition of like a psychological drama or noir without totally being noir. And
I didn't see it.
So the movie overall has a pretty good cast. So Lawrence plays the lead, and then also Robert Pattinson's her husband. Lakeith Stanfield, Nick Nolte, Sissy Spacek are all in that. Because I remember when we were watching Crime 101, I was staring at Nick Nolte. I was like, what have I seen him in recently? I know it was something. And I was like, oh, it was... he plays like the drunk alcoholic father in this. Like
in his life.
I could say father, yeah. But anyways, and he's a mess in that. But it's a movie that, like, first off, I'm like... I've not seen all of Lynn Ramsey's work. Just some other movies she's done was Ratcatcher, Morvern Collar. We Need to Talk About Kevin, You Were Never Really Here, and Die My Love. I did not really like You Were Never Here all that much.
You Were Never Really Here, yeah.
Although, despite being a big Joaquin Phoenix fan,
I don't like it as much as I did at the time.
I mean, there are a few moments that I think about every once in a while. Like,
don't make me wait!
Yeah, that.
And literally, like I said, I kept telling you, I was like, the ending is mind-blowing.
Yeah. But I do think, weirdly, that movie is more important to the Joaquin Phoenix, like, canon than it is, like, Lynn Ramsey being a great filmmaker, if that makes any sense.
Score canon.
Oh, that's right. Like he did that too. Yeah. So, anyways, like the movie itself was it's like literally one of the most like self-serious films I've seen in a while. Where it's like it's like so self-serious at points where it's like you want to bust out laughing because it's just such a it's so stifling. She is really good, and I generally really like Jennifer Lawrence, and I could tell that was a very demanding performance. It also brings to mind, to an extent, Gena Rowlands in A Woman Under the Influence, which is obviously a major performance. But I like Blue Moon better than I like Die My Love as a movie.
Yeah, because I didn't want to seem like I didn't like Blue Moon.
But also, Die My Love is or Blue Moon is I kind of just want to live in a bar in the 40s with those people. It's like I want to hang out with those people. Like you do not want to hang out with the Die My Love characters at all. It's a stifling experience.
Right, I don't want
to. Now, I mean, doesn't mean that the movie can't have flaws like Blue Moon. That is
because Blue Moon has the stuff where it's like E.B. White is gonna ride about Stuart Little.
Yeah.
And then George Roy Hill will make.
Yeah. Oh, that was probably the single most eye roll were the things like this little boy.
Yeah,
like
Stephen Sondheim.
Yeah.
It's just very like, are you kidding me?
I do acknowledge that is
that's
like
pretty bad. But like,
yeah.
But no, like when I say that, I just think that Andrew Scott was really good in the movie, and so also I had a hard time picking one for this one. So I was
sure, but Die My Love was not bad. It was just very
well. No, Blue Moon's definitely
heavy.
not bad. So let me be clear on that.
But anyways, I think Lawrence was especially good in it. Okay, so on a similar note, but going in a more positive direction, I think, is movie that surprised you the most. Let you go first on this one, Levi, here. Movie that surprised you the most goes to...
Wake Up Dead Man, A Knives Out Mystery.
We're solving mystery.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, have you seen that video, by the way, of the, like, this is random, but, like, and no one else will care about this, but did you see that video? It's like the Trump supporter gets invited to the Trump impersonator gets invited to the party, nobody's there, but then they invite that Michael Jackson impersonator, and they're like doing it to each other. He's like, you're pretty good, but watch this. Like, and he's like doing his stupid little dance, and then he's like, or whatever, and he's like, it's pretty good. Like,
and that's the hell we're living in
exactly
2026.
Two pedophiles. Anyway, Wake Up Dead Man.
Knives Out Mystery. They're solving mystery.
I know, we're solving mystery. So have you seen
what
that
if we just
video?
go back and say all that again?
That's what I was about to do. No, but see, this is what I'm talking about when we're talking about religion in movies. This is literally exactly what we need right now as to a movie that ultimately is kind of in its own way saying, well, I don't really believe in all that.
Through the Benoit Blanc
right, but is also saying, well, it doesn't really matter because this person is showing their faith they have at their fullest level.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the point, is saying, like, of course I am a Christian and I do believe that, and I think the movie partly believes that itself. But
at least that's sympathy for
it. But the point of the movie is not whether you believe or not believe. It's a lot more complex than that. It's a lot more about, like, well, here's what the normalcy now is of evangelicalism, and here's what it should be. And the movie feels very definitively like it is rightfully saying, yes, this is what it should be, and that, and also while being a just pretty well made movie with great performances. I mean, Josh O'Connor is great and everything. So thought he was really good in this. Love Benoit Blanc and stuff.
Yeah, we talked about Craig a while back when we did.
Yeah, great moment of the moment.
That's my single favorite film moment of this entire year, and that's saying a lot because that's like almost a jump scare.
Yeah,
like
when we were watching it, Mom literally freaked out.
Yeah,
and I was like, "That's funny." Yeah. So anyway, really like that movie,
and especially coming after the second one, which was a little bit.
Yeah, that was kind of let down. So yeah.
Where does this franchise go next?
I don't know, but I want them to keep making them because I just love Benoit Blanc as a whole character.
I think that's part of the whole appeal of everybody involved, as far as the actors too. It's like really Craig is the only connective tissue between these movies, and I know you can just tell he loves playing this character, and he just lets him get to do this. Lets him get to do this. Yeah.
Love the Thomas Jane death, by the way, in the movie. Where he's like, what's going on? And then he's just like taking over.
Thomas Hayden Church.
Oh, that's not. I'm sorry. I said Thomas Jane, but I knew who I was talking about.
Yeah. I know people were.
I know what I'm doing. So let me do the talking.
I wanted to read a lot of connections between Brolin's character and Trump, and like it being this modern. Jefferson Wicks was that character's name, by the way.
Monsignor Jefferson.
Yeah, it says Wicks. A charismatic and domineering Monsignor, and then that's linked, who serves as congregation's leader. Very good. I thought I feel like the first one's still the best one.
Yeah.
Because I rewatched it a while back, and I was like, and I was like, this is actually still the best one. But then I also I did not like Glass Onion all that much. It was fine, but
it wasn't bad, but it was very like whatever,
very forgettable. But this one was like, okay, this is
that one felt like it was about rich people for rich people's sake, whereas these other two felt like they were like movies that were actually about something.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first one dealt a little bit more with class overall, and then this one it was more about religion. But I think in a a non-condescending way, like
Right,
while saying that there are people who use religion to do these awful things, but there's also people who.
No, I mean it's a very clear-cut, definitive alternative.
Yeah,
and that's in what is real Christianity at its base level. So I mean that's So
I think that's a good choice. So for me, movie that surprised me the most in 2025 goes to my actual favorite film of 2025, which was The Life of Chuck.
Thanks, Chuck. 42 years.
There's like...
Was it 42 years? Is that right?
Something like that, yeah.
Who cares? It is now.
Who even cares?
They do now. They know now.
So, I really... like.
Anton Fuqua, director of Michael. Not Angel is whatever.
Yeah.
In the words of Miss Piggy, whatever.
Can I talk about Life of Chuck now?
Yes.
Okay. There's very few movies that like I just really wish I could rewatch for the first time again. Like as far as like the revelation of what they are as a movie. There's my lovely wife. Say hey.
Hey.
Love you.
Love you.
I, like watching The Life of Chuck. Like the it's like almost a story told in reverse. Like and it's like also almost showily like early on it's like act 3, act 2, act 1, and it like goes backwards in time. And
act 1 is the most of the movie, more or less, but like the longest one.
Yeah, it probably is. This movie actually came out in some festivals in 2024. I think it played at TIFF, but then it got a summer release in 2025. Also, this is a very specific thing that if you personally don't relate to it with this movie, I know you do in general, of like very late May, early June as a teacher is just this feeling of I'm going to like, just like tighten up my pants and just go, oh, okay. It's just like this time of breathing out and just like relaxing, like, and I remember seeing this right at the beginning of all that, and just like that was another thing that I think
we saw this in Materialist
to it
the same week.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it was right around then, and just that feeling of just like, okay, just get to just take it easy just for a little bit, and that this movie came at that time, so I think that was another reason I loved it. But
it's interesting because not to read too much into that, but this movie is also a lot about finding peace, or like any relief, and ultimately I feel like he does find a lot of places of relief in his life ultimately, and that's kind of what the movie's about.
And I think it's a story about also the story itself is about like how we sometimes catastrophize life to like making it bigger and or connected to things going on in the world, when in reality you realize by the end of this movie, when you understand what the whole thing was, it was about the death of a person that then like he's like, it almost starts off like in his final reflections of the world falling apart, and then goes weirdly back in reverse to him as a child like finding a peace and contentment that like found him at a few points in his life, but he was never able to live out, but then realizing that that's what life is, and that's what life's about, and that's what we have to do. And I think, too, in a very tough year of the news, and it's not ended, that it was, for me, a very comforting movie about, like, making peace with life and the beauty of life. And, life's beauty comes from people, and it comes from moments. It doesn't really come from accomplishments. It doesn't really come from, these like those big things we sometimes think life is quote unquote about. It's like, it's those like it's who you spend the rest of your life with. It's who your family and friends are. It's like it's a movie that's easy to talk about, and it sounds very corny. And that's I think this even better than me. It's like as far as King's work goes, is like, despite all of his being known for being horror, or like a horror writer, or like having these big fantasy or adventure stories, like all his movies have this very deep sense of compassion and sympathy and heart to them. Even when he sometimes, with some of his stories, is very overly cruel and the point is like how nasty and disgusting these people are. But like he very often has a genuine love of humanity in his work. That I think this is. I've not read the. I think it's like a novella, or it was like I think it was like a short story that was part of a collection somewhere. A few years ago. But now it's started to be printed as its own thing in response to this movie. And it's weird. Like Tom Hiddleston's quote unquote the lead of the movie. He's on the poster, but if you were to add up all the screen time of like everybody in the movie, like he would probably cut pretty close time to like Chiwetel Ejiofor or Karen Gillan or
because the character
even Jacob Tremblay also
there's so much of the character that was played by the young, well, not even the Jacob Tremblay character, the other boy too, he's in it almost more than Hiddleston is probably overall.
Oh right, Tremblay is like the
older, the younger younger version.
Yes.
Well, then there's even that one below the other kid too for a little bit of it.
Yeah.
But
Also, I really love art in general that like signifies a lot of its meaning and symbology through repetition. Like you're throwing a lot of stuff early in this movie. You're like, okay. And you see it appear in these different contexts and different modes. And like, it starts to like have this cumulative effect where you're like, by the end of the movie, you're like, oh, that's what all this was like built towards. And I know a lot of people were not a fan of the
narration by
Nick Offerman narration. I personally loved it. I think weirdly, I'm realizing more and more contrarian about a lot of. There's a lot of cynicism about narration in movies because there are a lot of bad versions of it, but there's also like. It's not unlike the narrator of a novel you're reading, where it's like I think it's more showy because you're inherently thinking about it more because it's more of a key component of like
somebody has to be narrating a novel. A person doesn't have to narrate a movie.
The narration in the broader abstract sense, not in like literal somebody talking, like, but the narration, the narrative structure of things. And so this is just a movie I think it's very easy to love. I don't know. Yeah. It's just like it's hard to just say that. Even if you're cynical about some of the decisions the movie makes, like the movie has a very open heart that I think is just hard to just outright reject. And I think to me, one of the ironies are that my two favorite films of 2025 are this and Eddington, which like is a deeply cynical movie. I can't think of one like actually things are okay. Well, there's not like one moment in Eddington that basically features that. Meanwhile, this whole movie is like trying to get you to that.
Probably when he kills Clifton Collins Jr. That's the moment I'm like, okay, finally, like a little bit of peace. No, that's terrible.
What did you think of?
Yeah, I loved everything about it too. I mean, you loved it more than I did, obviously, because it's your favorite movie of the year. But I also really loved it, and One Battle After Another is kind of more of a middle ground movie between Eddington and this. A little more closer to Life of Chuck, actually, than Eddington, I would argue. As far as its optimism. Like, I thought you meant in terms of our liking it. I was confused with Yes. Oh, yeah. As far as, like...
its perspective on the world.
Yes, it's saying there's a hope here. So, I mean, there's a lot of things I obviously love about... I was about to say I now pronounce you Chuck and Larry. I now pronounce you Chuck and Life.
I now pronounce you Thanks Chuck.
Yeah, I now pronounce you Thanks Chuck 42 years.
You may Chuck the Life like
you may 42 years. This is where I leave you 42 years. But no, I really love the opening of the movie
because the whole first
when you're first watching it. Because you're literally like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Like, it's just like, what
I remember
is
with
happening?
both Lainey and our mom in separate screenings at the, like, we're like, what's going on? Like, what is this? Like, and then like by the end, loving it. Both like, and like, going with the flow.
Yeah.
You say all the time the whole buy the ticket, take the ride idea of what movies
and obviously
can be.
It's easy to understand as the movie goes along that it was literally signifying the death of the life he lived and the people that were in his life and how people populate all their heads are full of people, you contain multitudes, that sort of thing. I'm only saying it quickly because it's not great to think about. I'm just saying. But but that was just really fun to watch in the moment, because when you're watching it and it's all so crazy, all the stuff happening, and it's like, it just makes you're just really like, what is happening? And then obviously it makes all sense afterwards, but yeah. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I love everything about it, but that's in particular was really fun part of the movie. And really dark, though, too, because, I mean, the things it's talking about are like... Also, Matthew Lillard really underrated
one
whole
scene
performance.
Yeah.
He's like, it's just gone.
Yeah.
He's like, everything just like sucks now. And then Damon DeMashelane or whatever talking about Pornhub getting cut off, and he's like, that's just mean.
Yeah. I'm just reading here about the production. In July 2020, Stephen King's novella, The Life of Chuck, was optioned by Darren Aronofsky's production company. So imagine, what would the Darren Aronofsky version of this be? That's hard, and I know you like Darren Aronofsky overall, but like, also like I'm one of the reasons specifically I wanted to find a place for this, anyways. But one of the reasons I wanted to talk about this most surprised me is because the general work of Mike Flanagan over the last few years has not been something that I've been frankly all that interested in checking out. He's done a lot of TV over the last few years. I forgot his.
Yeah, he did all those like Haunting of Hill House, Haunting of the White House.
I forgot the like Clayface movie that he wrote is coming out this year, co-wrote, which is like Clayface from Batman. Like it's a solo movie. Yeah, because wasn't there a
rumor he was going to be in the new Batman? Was going to be the villain? Is that like in connection with that? Or
I think it's apparently set in that world, but it's going to be. Body horror story about up-and-coming actor whose face is disfigured by a gangster. As a last resort, turns to a scientist, transforms his body into clay.
It better be a real Dr. Euphonious or whatever.
It comes out in October this year. But anyways, but he's done a lot of, well, first off, his movies. He did Oculus some years ago, Hush, Before I Wake, Ouija, Origin of Evil, which I've heard from a lot of people says actually really good. It was like the sequel Ouija movie. And people say, actually, Ouija 2 is really good. I've not seen it, so I don't know.
I heard that.
But then he specifically got into like adapting several Stephen King things, like Gerald's Game, which I always heard was good and haven't seen. And then Dr. Sleep, which is the sequel to The Shining adapted, which I had mixed ideas about the existence of that whole thing.
Yeah.
But then also, as far as TV goes, The Haunting of Hill House, Haunting of Bly Manor, Midnight Mass, The Midnight Club, and then The Fall of the House of Usher, which I know. So there's like this whole Flanagan cult online of people who really like his stuff, especially the horror fans.
Yeah.
So like, and a lot of that I'm like, I don't know. And so just seeing his name with us, I was just like, I don't know. But it honestly made me want to go, okay, well, I love this. I want to maybe check out some of those things.
I remember when The Haunting of Hill House, Fall of the House of Usher came out. I remember I was thinking about reading the story, then watching it, but I just never did. But I think a lot of his stuff seems pretty interesting. He's kind of like the Frank Darabont of his generation as far as his connection to King, obviously, and as far as making King adaptations, so...
Yeah. All right, so this was another one we had from last year as far as categories. Best candidate for a future double feature. So what could be a future episode of Ticket Stubs goes to The Monkey and Begonia.
I'm going to let you take the lead on this because I don't remember what we decided on this.
I'm trying to think.
You either?
Well, they're like we established earlier. Like Begonia is not exactly a horror movie. It's more of like a sci-fi thriller of sorts.
Sure.
And also The Monkey is more explicitly like,
but it's a comedy.
But it's really funny.
No,
also an adaptation of King.
Yes.
Another thing I forgot to mention.
Oh yeah, that was another one. I forgot about that.
Out this year.
Yeah. Yeah, and the thing about this, I've always said this, that I think one of the only people who has ever actually made some real comedy horror movies is Rob Zombie. I think now Osgood Perkins could count himself as far
specifically with the monkey. Yeah, and I think that, like you said, that's a very hard needle to thread.
Because what you have to do is create a tone of focusing on the grotesque and the macabre and the violent and the gore in a way that is comedic. That's what you have to do to make a comedy horror movie, in my mind, is to make you feel bad for laughing. basically.
I think
like
maybe
that.
that's where Begonia comes in with this that we were talking about. I think was just like that. That's also a very dark but also very funny movie. So like, and I think too like there's not as much like mystery with the monkey as far as what's going on. It's pretty clear out early on. Like, okay, this is like a cursed object.
It was a monkey.
Yeah,
I mean, literally,
it was a monkey.
It was a monkey. Also, a twin performance.
Some of the most gruesome,
another twin performance.
Yeah, that's true. Some of the most gruesome kills I can think of in a movie in a while.
Well, specifically that one where the woman catches her hair on fire and runs outside and slams her face into the like point of the mailbox is just like wow. And then the part where the woman opens the door and the shotgun falls and blasts her, and it's like all over him.
Didn't you feel like this movie got like next to no hype and or celebration in the way that Longlegs did less than a year before? And yet it was like I liked it well enough better, like a good amount better than Longlegs. Like, do you think that's just because? Well, do you think that's because this just didn't have the marketing hype behind it in the same way that Longlegs curated for like months and months and months beforehand?
Yes, but also I think that it did have a really good trailer. I mean, and it was a red band trailer.
Do you think people were turned off by how not seriously it took itself?
I think probably, I think that bothers people, the concept of a comedy horror movie. So then they point to movies.
Especially, I know we're beating up on them, but like especially not comedy horror people, but like horror fans. Yeah. They want it to all be taken so super seriously, and like something that kind of is like goofy. Also, it's like they can't handle.
Well, yeah, because you have multiple avenues of that. Either it becomes parody. Yeah. Like those like Lost Skeleton of Cadavra or whatever, those movies they made in the 2000s, which are like, look at this sci-fi movie, this is a parody explicitly, Or it becomes just not funny, or it just doesn't work. I mean, I think when you set out to make a comedy horror movie, it has to be in this vein. And I mean, that makes people uncomfortable from the start, because I mean, when you see a trailer like The Monkey, you're already seeing it and you're like, okay, this is a very mean-spirited movie. Which is weird because you think a lot of people would be into that. And I mean, but everybody that I've talked to who saw the movie loves it. They're like, oh, that was so funny. Everybody always say every time, because it is. I mean, it's hilarious. The stuff with Osgood Perkins getting trampled by the horses in the sleeping bag. Like, that's hilarious. Like, I mean, they open it up and it's just goo. Like, and they have the noise of the horses while it's got his picture. Like,
and then meanwhile, didn't you think, like, I didn't hate Keeper, but it was definitely going more for the long legs. Like, we're going to take ourselves very seriously.
Well, but what was nice about it, though, is it was going in these explicitly, like, Lynchian directions of like, I cannot believe that image exists. Yeah. Like, and true. So it was a little more interesting.
Versus, and then Longlegs was like shockingly conventional by the end as far as like what its revelation was.
Things, I really love the opening of that movie, and I feel like after that it's kind of like whatever. Yeah. But I love the way when it's her's a girl looking up at him and it's shot kind of at a mid-level. That's just like really good blocking. But as far as the rest of the movies, whatever. But, I think this is a...
Begonia we can talk a little bit about, too, because I know that, like, certain people are just, I guess, turned off as a rule by Yorgos Lanthimos. I think he
he also operates in comedy with grotesqueness.
I think, his movies, going back to even The Lobster or, like, even Dogtooth or some of those earlier movies, like, he's, like, more explicitly known for, like, most of my movies are going for, like, a perverse humor, like, more so. But, I think one of the good marketing aspects of this movie too is she or is she not like an alien, and the movie does a really great job of
Save
like
the Green Planet ! So,
but like it does a really good job of like subverting throughout the movie. I'm like, I don't know, I think I know, I don't know, like going back and forth, and then eventually falling on that answer. I do think the movie has a really pretty great ending. However, it is like a stiflingly serious ending as far as like what has happened, and like I think that could turn people off as far as walking away from the feelings that they have.
That reminds me, because I forgot to say this about Dracula, the Radu Jude film. Yeah, is that and this Begonia felt very Godarian to me, because the ending of Begonia felt very Godarian. Of like, yep, everybody's dead. just felt very much like Weekend. Not that everybody dies at the end of Weekend, but like I think the main characters do, or even Pierrot LeFou. I don't exactly remember how Alphaville ended, but that feels kind of like that to me in its own way. And also with Dracula, that felt like an essay movie, like he made with Weekend, or like he even made in his own way with Contempt, or La Chinoise, or even Masculine and Feminine. Like, I love movies that are. That's why I feel like I'm kind of going back and talking about Dracula now, but that's what I forgot to say about it. I feel like we're missing that type of movie now. And, like, yeah, sure, we're kind of getting it in Conor O'Malley YouTube videos, but, like, I wish theatrically released movies, whole packages, were more, like, essayistic shotgun blasts about the moment, like Godard used to be. And I think it's a shame that really nobody, in an American context, I feel like has tried to do that.
To an extent, I mean, he's not American, but Lanthimos making his movies here is obviously, he's, specifically with Begonia, I feel like is gesturing towards that.
Yes, and so that's what I was saying. I like this movie feels kind of like that, while also being explicitly a sci-fi movie. Mm-hmm. Stavros in this movie also is pretty great.
And also, like, his guilt and weird confessional nature of what he's talking to about Jesse Plemons in this movie, in the midst of everything else where Jesse Plemons doesn't even really fundamentally care about any of that because he's consumed with, I've got Emma Stone locked up in my
like
basement.
Val Kilmer in Heat, literally, like, the whole movie, like... because, like, that's what's really sick about the movie, too, is that, like, it's, implying that the Stavros character, like, molested him as a child. And then it's like, is that the only reason why he actually knows the truth, too? Because he's so screwed up by that. And, like, it's just a really unsettling detail in the movie that's like...
I genuinely think that, like, within 20 years, people are going to be like, oh my God, why didn't Begonia win more Academy Awards? That was actually the best movie of the year.
Kaylee said that, I think.
She was a big fan of it, yeah. Also, Jesse Plemons is, a spoiler alert, death in the movie.
Oh my God.
Remember that?
Well, also his cousin's death, where he blew his brains out with that shotgun. He just like sat down and killed himself.
Yeah, that was more sad.
Yeah, that was
versus
like tragic,
what happened with
but it was so
Plemons
shocking in the moment that it was like, wow. But then Plemons literally just like exploded and his head flew out of the light. The head flew out of the light.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because even up to that point, you're still wondering if she's an alien or not.
Yeah,
because
you don't really know.
Because there's the scene where she goes in and finds his, like, where he's tortured all those, like, people he thought were aliens who actually were. Yeah. Spoiler, she is an alien. But
also he's sick.
Right, right. But then you think that she's just like, yep, I'm going to use that as an excuse to make him think that, and then, it's all very well done. So, anyway.
We're personally fans of Lanthimos here. So.
No, he's one of the most interesting filmmakers alive. I think Kinds of Kindness is low-key one of the most underrated movies in this
walking into his movies, you're like, all right, what's he got this time? Like, he's done something.
See, there was a movie that felt like what I'm talking about, where it felt like it wasn't about anything in particular, but it felt like, here's a movie, and it just felt like, oh, okay, and it was about a lot of different things, So yeah, I like that a lot.
So the monkey and Begonia. One day.
It was a monkey. It was a begonia. It was a monk.
It was saving the green planet. All right. Best period detail. Which means like a movie that had obviously period details to it goes to Roofman. Which was shot in North Carolina. Also, Kirsten Dunst, who's obviously Jesse Plemons' wife. Yep. So there's some synergy there. I think for us is, we don't really remember the actual story of it happened, but I know our dad was talking about, he's like, oh yeah, I remember when that whole situation was going on in the Charlotte area.
But also we were alive, and I think what you're getting to is...
It was just like we were alive at that time period, and remember that's what Walmart used to look like, and that's what like... Or Toys R Us. It was
specifically the stuff in McDonald's.
Yes,
was like, oh my gosh, because it's one of those things where you think that's what's nice about a movie like this is you think when you see something like that you think, oh, what I remember is going to be totally lost.
Yeah.
As far as like
There's whole like Instagram nostalgia pages that are dedicated to, and I like a lot of them sharing. This is what this time period looked like specifically.
We're really there with the 90s right now, so in a couple years we're going to go more in that 2000s direction, which is set in the late 90s, but then mostly in the early 2000s. But no, specifically the stuff in the McDonald's, I was just like, holy crap, that's literally my childhood looked like that. I've never seen anything look that much like what I remember my growing up was. So yeah, that was really cool.
Also, it was a proof of life check for us of Derek C. in France. We obviously is filmmaker we like a lot. But
notably, he spent a lot of time in some development hell on some stuff, and I know he wrote Sound of Metal. I know he spent some time obviously making I Know This Much Is True, which is a really underrated TV show, by the way. We quite like Domenico. Hollyhock Avenue. Well, now you want to talk about something that's funny that is tragic. Oh my Lord. Do you think that show's trying to be funny kind of while it's a little bit?
Sometimes, but I think
that's kind of a question about his
like,
whole career, because I feel like all his movies are kind of that way. But no, and also I really love the ending of this, of Roofman. I know we kind of talked about that at the time. It was really great ending. Kind of a forgettable movie in certain ways, but like ultimately a really well done mainstream mid-level movie.
I was just looking really quickly here. I agree with all that. About C. in France says he is currently working on a television series called Muscle for HBO, which he says will be a comedy series with a unique take on, quote, character development. So we'll see what that means.
Is that like talking about acting, I guess? Like
maybe
like the muscle as an acting trope?
Maybe.
Okay.
I don't know.
Anyway.
We'll check in
Channing
on that.
Tatum was pretty good in this, more or less. I know you talked more about that, I think, at the time, but...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Roofman, check it out. I think definitely we're going to be... also Ben Mendelsohn. Can't forget him. Literally, like, from afar at one point in the, like, church sequence, I was like, is that Ben Mendelsohn? And then, of course...
Well, also, oh gosh, what's his name? Emery Cohen shows up in this, too.
Died, yeah.
And Peter Dinklage. I love the whole sequence at the end, the climax of him robbing the Toys R Us, and it's like the Christmas music's playing.
Oh, yeah.
And he has, like, the die pack, and it gets all over him, and then he's, like, falling down the wall. That's all really great sequence. So,
all right, so we always do this every year, and we usually change the actor. Because originally it was Tilda Swinton, then I think it was Willem Dafoe. Basically, actors that are in like at least 3 or more things in any given year. And so this year we picked Michael Cera. The best use of Michael Cera in 2025 goes to
a constant issue.
The Running Man,
Yeah.
which I knew from seeing that trailer. I was like, oh my God, he's going to be so good in this one little bit. I'm sure he's only in the movie. He played his character
Harpo Marx.
Well, spiritually, yes, but
Yes.
Elton Paracus, a rebel who helps Ben. This is, of course...
Who helps bend the rules.
Ben Richards. He's like, this. I think we were a little underwhelmed by the movie itself. Like, as far as like pretty forgettable.
I mean, it's the type of movie that randomly towards the end has like an insert shot of a Lee Pace's gun that says "Fate" on it, and it's just very like, okay.
Yeah.
Like, when you remember that, where
Yeah.
it's like he's not pulling the gun, it's like "Fate." Like,
Yeah.
all of a sudden, it's like, oh please. Like,
but anyways,
Edgar Wright's kind of just low key falling off anyway, so it's just like whatever.
yeah, he fell off for real.
Yeah.
That's
what happens.
And one day, maybe
we'll make a movie that's like not dog-ass. No,
I actually think it's not great, but I think Last Night at Soho's at least trying to do something different.
I haven't seen it. So.
Yeah. But immediately, like I remember, like in the trailer, it looks like he gives like his Harpo Marx moment where he's got his house set up in the event that it's like attacked by the government, and like these like soldiers or agents or whatever like being sent in to try to get the Glenn Powell character, and he's basically like got this whole area set up that he's just setting all these traps and killing these guys. And at one point, he's like got them soaked in water, or no, like
there's like an electric,
and then he uses like a super soaker gun while he's smiling and shooting.
Which is so stupid because if that were real, it would like follow back up the current, wouldn't it? And like shock him to death,
right?
But whatever.
So he was also in the Phoenician Scheme.
That's why I was trying to remember what else he was in. He was really good in that too.
That obviously was gave him more to do.
Yeah, he was. That was a better performance. But we love the Harpo Marx Super Soaker moment.
So do you know that? I guess it'll be this coming year. It's not dated yet, but Michael Cera is actually directing a movie called "Love Is Not the Answer," an absurdist comedy. Where his directorial debut, where he also wrote, starring Pamela Anderson, Steve Coogan. You didn't think those were going to be the first two names, did you? Jamie Dornan. Oh my gosh, Lucas Hedges.
Oh my God, he's alive. He's alive.
Shirley Henderson, and then a bunch of actors. No disrespect to them that don't have Wikipedia pages. So we'll see.
Steve Coogan's going to pull a real. He gets loudly. He gets very loud. Indeed.
I did hear that actually on a podcast a while back that Lucas Hedges was in Sorry Baby, which came out last year. Like that random, Eva Victor, that
movie. Shiva Baby? Is that?
No, that's a separate thing. Actually,
okay. Because she was in that too.
You probably saw the poster for this. Like,
that. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of the. That girl she's really funny online. She was the one that was we're all on drugs, or I'm addicted to drugs.
She had that show this year. I Love L.A. or whatever.
Yeah. No, I was thinking that. Okay, not even. Yeah, no, I heard about that though. I heard that was really good. That Sorry Baby movie.
Anyways,
there was that really good scene with John Carroll Lynch in that. I've heard like having a panic attack.
Yeah,
and him like getting her through it or whatever that. Yeah.
So, anyways, he's coming back into the fold, Lucas Hedges. So that's good. But anyway,
father being the writer of What's Eating Gilbert Grape.
Any other thoughts on Michael Cera and The Running Man or The Running Man
whatsoever?
In general?
No. Welcome to The Running Man, which didn't even happen in the movie.
Yeah. Welcome to Disclosure Day.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of some quotes of him from Euphoria. Well, I said this in a podcast, but Running Man is stone cold crackhead. Like, you're playing pool with Minnesota Fats.
Playing pool with the Running Man.
You're trying to go eat at Fats.
Now, speaking of Fats, another dining establishment, Cracker Barrel.
Yes.
Right?
This is our new favorite thing.
This was actually hard to
Yes, it was.
We'll talk about that whole thing. Best Cracker Barrel performance of the year. Best Cracker Barrel performance of the year. The winner is Penn Jillette as Hoff, a territorial farmer in New Jersey, and Marty Supreme, which I specifically copied and pasted from the Wikipedia page.
Yes.
So,
you know what's funny is it makes it sound like in New Jersey, in Marty Supreme, like Marty Supreme is the country New Jersey is from.
I mean, maybe. Yeah. But I think, wouldn't you agree? I think we should just say people what the hell? Best Cracker Barrel. Basically,
this came from that article that was written.
It's a profile of Glenn Powell before Twisters.
Was it for Variety?
I think it's New York Times. New York Times profile.
Okay, I thought said he went full Cracker Barrel.
Yeah, he went full Cracker Barrel. But so that came out. It's hard to believe. I guess 2024 now.
Yeah,
like Twisters.
2024,
Kevin Bacon for Maxine won this last year, and so I guess we should say this is to us Cracker Barrel performance is like
Gator Bodine.
Southern. When I say accent, I'm not just talking about the accent literally, but like Southern and or rural accented, like over the top performance. I guess right. And so
that could be from anywhere.
I think we immediately, when we sat down and thought of that, like we immediately pointed at Kevin Bacon from Maxine. It was like that's clear and obvious.
I'm a ball lost in the tall weeds today.
This year was a litlittle harder because there was nothing. We were like looking at all the movies and we were like, there's nothing that really is just immediately leaping out. However, Penn Jillette as Hoff, a territorial farmer in New Jersey, and Marty Supreme was like, well.
I never already take some characters from The Bride probably this year.
Oh yeah, The Bride will be.
It's Cracker Barrel movie. I mean,
The Bride will be winning multiple Harry Deans next year. We'll talk about that at a future date. But Just like it's not the South, so let's just put a slight asterisk on that. But like the idea of just Penn Jillette is this random farmer who then gets in a shootout with Abel Ferrara also.
Over a dog. That is probably neither of theirs, ultimately.
That like
because it's Abel Ferrara's dog, but that's probably not
and
his
I think
dog.
like obviously one of the joys of Safdie Brothers movies is like what random person are they going to throw in this random scene and like you create this whole thing with, and Penn Jillette was definitely I mean Abel Ferrara's already was in Long Legs, not Long Legs. That other
Daddy Long
Legs, yeah. And so like he's been, and also like I recently
You've heard of Long Legs now, Daddy Long Legs.
the prequel. What if Abel Ferrara is like the father of Nicolas Cage's character in Long
Legs? And that's just never explained. But
I've a while back heard Josh Safdie on a podcast talking about working with Abel Ferrara and getting to know him, and said that like while they were making that movie, he was just like straight up off the wagon, like drunk all the time.
Oh, with Long Legs.
Daddy
Long Legs. Sorry,
and that like he was like stealing stuff from members of the crew so he could go buy liquor and stuff, and like he was actually. Yeah, he said several times, "I've never worked with him sober before, so this was a really interesting experience." And he's like, "It was a much nicer guy to work with now than he was like back when I did that." But
I watched that interview that he did with Willem Dafoe when he made Pasolini. It was on the Blu-ray, and he's so all over the place in that. He's like, "Yeah, we were making the movie, and like, if an S happened, and it's like." But yeah, he was sober then, I could tell, but he was still like all over the place. So
you've seen those clips of him
on Conan.
But I think Conan said he was the worst guest he ever had. I think.
Yeah, and then Willem Dafoe did that impression of him. He's like, like sitting there like that. Yeah, but Willem Dafoe's worked with him quite a bit actually here and there.
But like, have you ever heard like some of his audio commentary from King of New York? I think it is. It's like some of the stuff he says in that. Just like wow.
Yeah. But no, in that he was talking about like this is real specific, but in the Pasolini thing, he was talking about like there's a scene where like the mother is so the mother in the movie I think was an actress that actually Pasolini worked with years ago that's playing his mother, and she was like getting upset with him being in the scene looking like him. Yeah, and he was like. But stop effing crying, honey, because you're going to be doing it a lot. Like, it's just like effing calm down or whatever, like, or something like that. I don't really, but yeah. Anyway,
what to say about Penn Jillette?
Well, Penn Jillette is an interesting dude because he's been around forever, and he shows up in the most random places you never expect, and this was definitely one of them. What does he have to gain in keeping that dog?
That's what just thinking. Like I understand, like what I'm sure obviously Ferrara's character was like using it for dog fights and like obviously had a financial but like what's he care about this dog that's been left there? It's probably just so it's honestly one of those dumb things like he can hold over somebody's head. No, that's my dog.
Yeah,
like
I don't know. And then, like, but see, I think that's what's great about it is that's such a that feels so real. That somebody would be so stupid about that. Yeah. Like that feels realistic. So it's just like unknown.
I think like this might be the last time we ever mentioned.
He like totally took out that one guy that was this effing guy. He like blasted
This
him.
might be the last time we touch on Marty Supreme. Really. I think that to me that should have been the clear winner for best original screenplay. Because I think that is an immaculately written film in terms of like obviously the dialogue, which you also know that they're probably improvising stuff in the middle of the movie while they're shooting it. But as far as the story design and structure and how the Safdies, their movies always do this great job of they feel like the canvas is unlimited. And then over the course of the movie, it's like the walls are literally closing in on the characters and the possibilities of escape are just like slowly. And then eventually it's like your path of success is like the margin of error is like this. Yeah. And they, obviously, Josh Safdie did this independent of Benny Safdie. Another movie we did not see, we should say.
No, I did see Smashing
Machine. Oh, you did? Yeah. Okay, I forgot.
Which was actually surprisingly good.
I feel like it got short shrift naturally versus Marty Supreme.
No, and it obviously wasn't as good, but I did think The Rock actually was really quite good in that. Yeah. And Emily Blunt was good.
But don't you know what I mean? Like, I
Yes.
don't know how if
Yes.
that movie exactly had that same function. I know it was
No,
probably something a little
it-
different.
no,
but as
it-
far as like
right.
Josh Safdie stuff, this idea that the walls are closing in, and Marty as a character like feels like, no, I can do this, I can do that, but like ultimately the opportunities are shrinking for
Interestingly,
success.
that movie's more about he figures himself out, and then Emily Blunt, the walls are closing in on her randomly, and it's like kind of different. Randomly great. Another great use of music was Jungle Land in that scene in the Bruce Springsteen song, which is one of his best songs anyway. Really great use of that in like a total like marital breakdown scene. Really well done, actually. And also there's a great moment in that movie where he's like addicted to painkillers, and he's talking to this Japanese doctor over in Japan where he was fighting at, and he's like, no, I can have that, thank you.
I've seen that some scenes of The Rock from that movie.
Right.
He's got a very particular like performance he's doing in that, where he's like kind of seems like a nice guy, but he's also like really massive and obviously can
he's
crush
nice the whole
anybody
time,
with like
pretty much. But
that nice forcefulness of
but he's like, no, thank you.
Yeah,
I need it now. Thank you.
Yeah,
that's the way he talks all the time. No, because
and Levi's also obsessed with some deleted scenes from that movie, which are also really good.
Hi, can I have a double cheeseburger with medium fries and his accent? And that's so weird because that's actually what that guy does sound like. So, Mark Kerr. That movie also had a lot of actual fighters in it too.
Yeah.
That Baz Rutten, remember him? Mm-hmm. He plays himself in the movie actually.
Yeah.
But he's like a trainer. He's like the trainer, but then he is playing himself, Baz Rutten. But which I always think of him in Grand Theft Auto 4,
right?
Where he's like on the Men's Room TV show or whatever.
Yeah,
it's hilarious. But anyway,
all right. So best comedy. Not a lot of big obvious choices for this one, but one I think kind of immediately did come to mind for us. The best comedy goes to Friendship, which I think also like premiered at some festivals in 2024, but it got a wider release in.
Great trailer.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, the whole Tim Robinson thing, he had a big year this year because he had that, and then he had the Chair Company.
Which we're both big fans of him, and I've still not seen the Chair Company.
I've seen almost all of it. All I'll say about that show really right now is that you think you've seen the craziest thing. It just I don't even know how they keep upping it. It's just insane. Like every time.
Jim Downey also.
He's on that. He's really funny in that, where there's this whole sequence where this whole part where he's got these bubbles, a bubble wand that he blows through on his around his neck, and he gets mad and rips it, and then he's like, "Oh, you hurt my neck," and he's showing it to the HR person.
Yeah.
Oh my god, But anyway,
so Friendship was. I'll just read from Wikipedia briefly here. Is directed by and written by Andrew DeYoung, who I haven't really seen his name around much before. Said he's worked on several comedy shows: Shrill, Pen 15, Our Flag Means Death, and The Chair Company also. So he's involved with that. This is his directorial debut, feature films. Film follows Craig, a socially awkward, that's putting it lightly, marketing executive, and his increasingly fraught bond with his new neighbor, Austin, a local TV meteorologist, and it's Tim Robinson and Paul Rudd, and then also Robinson's wife's Kate Mara.
Yeah. I forgot she was in that. Yeah.
And also mentions Jack Dylan Grazer being in this too.
He's the son. Yeah.
I think, if you're down for Robinson's thing, then you'll be into this.
Connor O'Malley also.
Connor O'Malley. It's very.
You should be dead, you psych. Who are you?
Who are you? And so I think if you already know if you're going to like this or not, probably. I think there's, and I personally like him a lot, but I could see somebody looking at him going, "This guy's ridiculous."
I talked to our Uncle Terry about him. He was talking about the Chair Company, and he was like, "Is he like that all the time?" I was like, "Yeah, basically." He's like, "I don't get it." I was like, "Well, that's the way it is." But he said he watched it all though.
Yeah.
So it's one of those.
Maybe
like,
he kept wondering, is he going to change?
right,
is he going to be different?
But I guess it's one of those like, love me or hate me, you watched, like, you know. So
I think I saw like some people talking about this was semi-related to the Naked Gun conversation about like a certain level of mainstream comedies not really being around, and this feeling like a modern representation of comedy. And people's like, well, it's not like always laugh out loud funny. It's more of like sometimes the cringe or sometimes like the uncomfortableness of the situations being funny and like that feeling like, oh, it's not like what things used to be or whatever. And as far as like more laugh out loud kind of humor, but I feel like this feels like its own way, like a very sad yet hilarious representation of modern life in so many ways. Like the whole idea of Robinson's character like licking that one frog or whatever it does, and he trips, and then he like his trip is imagining like
Going
Paul
to
Rudd's
Subway.
character like working at Subway, and it's just like nothing unpleasant happens, but then
Right.
that's all, and then he wakes up and he's like, that was it, like, and he pays like I don't remember how much money
to lick the
to
frog.
do that, but any other thoughts on Friendship?
No, it was really.
It would probably make the lower part of my top 10. I would
It's
think
just out of
overall.
mine. I think it's aged a little less than I would have thought.
No,
like
good,
over
yeah.
time, I mean, but it's still good. But yeah, I mean, it's just kind of like, you know.
Yeah.
It was really funny at the time. I had a really good time watching it. So I think that's part of it, though. I think it wasn't as laugh out loud funny as I thought it would be, even. So maybe that's part of it. I don't know, but
Sure. All right, so best one love. You want to explain what this
we're just
category
gonna
is?
have to keep. Well, I don't have to explain anything. First of all, one love, peace.
Because
listen,
there is part of it that's like, why are we doing this again? But I'm like,
because
Andy, you got to keep
has
it going.
To happen. Okay, so for our but to justify, I guess, is it's basically like we're thinking of it as like movies that are about like it's about life. This is about peace. This is about love. Like
yeah, and that can take a lot of different forms.
Right, so-
and I think some people think also would it also be like the obvious music biopic from that
No.
year? And it's like, it could be, but not necessarily. Like, you know,
But best One Love last year was One Love, of course. But this year,
the best one love goes to a very different kind of movie, Train Dreams,
Yeah.
but also shares a lot of those same key themes, I guess you could say. I know you've read the books or the novella, so you could talk about this a little bit, but this came out through Netflix, and I think this was a Sundance movie back like in early 2025
yeah,
that got really great reviews, and I really liked it a lot myself.
I was a little more lukewarm on it, but still liked it.
Yeah, Joel Edgerton is the lead, and I think he was like the person just outside a lot of the best actor races as far as being a nominee, like because I think he had like won some.
Did he get nominated?
No, he was like I said, he was
he
like
did,
with that
yeah.
sixth slot.
I was going to say
like,
because I didn't see him at the
like
Oscars,
it was going to be him or Ethan Hawke in that fifth slot as best actor probably. So he's an actor that's grown on me a lot over the years. I like him more and more as he ages. This also features performances by Felicity Jones, Clifton Collins Jr. Also in this.
William H. Macy's in it.
Paul Schneider, Carrie Condon, William H. Macy, and then I immediately was like, "Oh, is that Will Patton doing the narration?" And it was.
Will Patton doing the narration of the movie.
I thought like the last probably the last 15 to 20 minutes of this movie, I thought was my favorite part, and because I really thought at the very end,
I'm just kidding.
like the Carrie Condon was going to get forced on him as like a final love interest in the movie, and that's not exactly what happens, which I appreciated. But just that idea of also like a big part of this movie is like early 20th century life of like how technology was like slowly changing life in these subtle and then in other times big ways, and the simplicity of him being able to like fly over this land in a biplane and how that kind of didn't exactly change his life. Exactly, I did say that was like one of the most like I don't know if you use the word happy, but like contented
book,
moments
too,
he had, like was just seeing this world that he had always seen via trains at like the most extreme end of being like above the clouds or in the clouds, so to speak. And I just thought that was a really beautiful little way to end the movie. And it is something that, again, I think people like could like think takes itself just a little too seriously, is almost pretentious. And I've heard people say it's even like Malik light or Malik, and I don't quite agree with that, but I understand people saying that, too, at the same time. This was directed by a guy by the name of Clint Bentley, who he also co-wrote this with Greg Quedar, I believe is how you say his name, or Quedar. He wrote Sing Sing from a few years ago.
Yeah.
And so he's known for
the Coleman Domingo movie,
Yes.
Yeah.
And so, anyways, like, not a whole lot to remark on it. Best One Love of the year. It's just...
Yeah, I mean, and I don't want to be the guy to... Because I like the movie, more or less, but the book was... I mean, I hate to be that type of person who's like, it's unadaptable, or... Because anything can be adapted. It's just like... But to me, the genius of...
unadaptable.
Right. The genius of the book was kind of something that the movie couldn't exactly touch, which is a lot more about that, like, what is a life, actually, literally, and, like, somebody who ultimately lived a pretty lonely existence, and kind of reading that in prose just feels differently than seeing it in movies. This is one of those things. But it was a good enough version
Best
of
One
it.
Love.
Yeah.
All right. Next up is the best blockbuster of 2025 goes to a tie, like they had at the Oscars. Yeah, they had a tie this year.
Yeah,
for,
that was kind of the
shorts. I think,
that kind of was forgettable in the midst of Kumail Nanjiani's Schindler's List joke. So,
and I love his his whole joke was like about we need to make movies shorter, and he was like going through all these famous movies and like finding these new titles like One Battle. You get one. It's just I thought that was funny.
But then Schindler's List Post-it, or Schindler's Post-it note, or whatever. And then there's some backlash about that. So which I kind of agree with and kind of don't. But
I get it, but come on, are we gonna be offended by everything all the time? Offended by everything all the time, like everything everywhere all at once. Offended everywhere all the time.
To me, I usually. Just personally, usually like anything regarding the Holocaust or 9/11, I'm kind of just like done with that.
I get it, but
I mean,
life's too short.
Yeah. That it was kind of immediately funny in the moment, so that's fine. But.
Anyways, best blockbuster tie goes to Superman and F1. These
so
movies,
the ice cream and the QWERTY key, right?
I think growing up, and still in many ways,
or in the words of Bruce Springsteen, growing up
as a Superman fan.
As an F1.
I think one of the weirdest things to happen is like, oh man, I feel like they finally got the character right in so long, and that was good, and then walking away, and within a week being like, okay, that's fine. I mean, it's not fine, it's whatever, and it was good. And I liked that it like jumped around a lot, and the plot was kind of messy and just it felt like a comic book. It was like
a superhero, a Superman movie. Yeah.
So I really liked that about it. But also like ultimately unremarkable. And there is a part of me that's like, if I would have been like 10 years younger and seen this, it would have meant even more. But just to be 32 at the moment and being like, okay, yeah, it's good. Yeah, and moving on with my life.
Yeah.
F1 was obviously, I think race car movies, like, they're a sport that can adapt fairly well to sports movies very generally.
Yeah, I feel like they're the best sports movies, usually racing movies.
Boxing also makes for a lot of great ones, but
baseball.
Yeah, and I think that's another one that I had a lot of fun watching in the moment, and then don't really think much about after.
When Conan said about that, he was like, "It's a race car movie about making the car faster."
Oh yeah,
or like try to find out how to win by driving faster or whatever. I kind of was thinking, I was like, did you notice he didn't show up? Brad
Pitt didn't, yeah.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah, because
obviously that was the movie that was least likely to win. So yeah, whatever. But did Superman get any nominations at all?
I don't think so.
I didn't think so either, but I couldn't remember.
Because I think it was Kerry Condon and then Damson Idris, the British actor. I think he was. They were the two actors that were there.
Right.
Did you hear the Joseph Kosinski related news? That the new Miami Vice movie he's going to make with Michael B. Jordan and Austin Butler, that apparently Tom Cruise is maybe going to be the villain of that. That just sounds like, oh, okay. Tom Cruise being like a villain.
That and Digger now. That movie looks.
That's going to be the movie to circle, and who knows what's going to happen with that.
The trailer is so insane. I don't even know. Yeah.
What do you think these two movies though suggest about blockbuster cinema?
Yeah, that's the thing is I really did like both of these in the moment, and then haven't really thought much more about them. I mean, I think Superman's the better of the two, probably. And I had a little, but I don't know. I might have enjoyed watching F1.
F1 understands the value of just put Brad Pitt in the center of the frame, and the rest kind of works itself out. Right. Generally speaking, but also Joseph Kosinski, this is his first. I guess his first movie since Top Gun Maverick. Also, he really knows. And I think he's gotten
his first
a little
movie since the Dolby Atmos ad.
Yeah. I just want to see that be brought back just for no reason, just now, just for something else. But I think he knows how to use movie stars really well, like with Top Gun Maverick, with this and then also this movie gave birth to the meme of Javier Bardem celebrating with the fireworks going off behind him and all that.
I was going to say I love Bardem in this movie. I love him in everything, but I thought he was really
especially
good.
Especially the team owner.
And, he's really we need to make it go faster.
Yeah.
There was that whole joke years ago where he was like, Yak Sparrow, his accent.
Yeah. Do you think this year of blockbuster movies that fell between maybe the Dune movies coming out and then there's no Christopher Nolan movie that came out in 2025.
Yeah, it wasn't a good year for blockbusters. Well, honestly, a lot of the blockbusters, those movies we mentioned earlier, which were a lot of kids' movies. I mean, Minecraft. And what was funny was when I went to go see, I went to go see Sinners, and I ran into my friend Fred Dula, who's a former teacher I worked with. And then we went later that week and saw Warfare, literally right after that. I'd already seen it, but saw it again. That's another movie that we didn't mention at all that I quite liked a lot, but I know everybody's whatever about.
Everybody's at the Bone Temple now, celebrating it to
whatever. Yeah. But anyway, that he was going with his kids to see Minecraft at the time, so that's what was funny is a lot of the movies I was seeing when some of the biggest movies were out were Sinners and Warfare. So, so we had a bad blockbuster year, ultimately, is what I'm saying. A lot of the big
I think it was because, some of the big filmmakers were, just between movies in 2025. Right. But then, also, we'll just go ahead and, we can go ahead and actually, I had this 2 down, but we can go ahead and do it, because I think it should be mentioned alongside this, is disposable action movie we had the most fun with. And the winner of disposable action movie we had the most fun with goes to Avatar, Fire and Ash.
It's crazy to think of, and I agree, because we agreed on this.
The movie also, by the way, only grossed $1.4 billion.
That's
a little down, which is crazy to say that, but it actually, that does mean something.
Well, if Edie Falco doesn't remember making the movie, then I don't know what the point is, No, but it feels weird saying this was disposable.
Because it's clear, so much time and effort went into making
also
these
because
movies.
of all the hype that went into the first movie, then how long it took to get the second movie made, and that was so high, and now it just felt like, another Avatar movie's coming out, but it's just naturally not going to feel right. And the movie was good. I thought Una Chaplin was really good in it, actually, as a villain.
I was so pleasantly shocked and surprised when I was like, "Oh man, the Chaplin dynasty is still kicking." With Charlie Chaplin's granddaughter was in
Charlie Kirk's granddaughter.
We do, and on this podcast, we do not carry the flame.
No, we do not.
But the third highest grossing movie of 2025, a Chaplin's in it. You know what I mean? That's weird. That's kind of strange. But
the granddaughter of Charlie Chaplin's I
think Geraldine Chaplin's still alive. I think.
Yeah. Her moment.
Yeah.
And Remember My Name. what a movie.
But like I've heard like anecdotally, like, or in the ether, that like people who have read all the like scripts for the 5 Avatar movies said that like 4 and 5 like go different places,
Right.
and it's not like 2 and 3
yeah.
kind of do overlap and feel like they're one movie. Almost.
I mean, this was the Lion King 2.5 of these movies, where 1.5, well, 2.5 in this case, but it feels like it's like, okay, we're kind of, because I think they said, like you said, anecdotally, that this script, I think, was kind of like parts of the script for the second movie they just didn't really do anything with. So I mean, it literally like repeats the ending. Mm-hmm. Has the Australian guy come back, and then he dies soundly dealt with.
Yeah, well, I mean, I thought he was last time, but he's definitely this time.
Oh yeah, well,
except nobody's dead in this franchise,
dies. So yeah,
there's always an out they can do.
Yeah, but I guess the only people that like are definitively dead are like some of the tribal leaders from the first movie that were killed.
Yes.
Like,
but even then they live beyond. And
but that's like in the spirit.
But I'm just saying they have opportunities
to use their characters, to use their consciousnesses. Yeah, but I mean, yeah. Anyway, yeah, it was a good movie. I mean, it was great action. As always, I thought that I did think that Stephen Lang, as always, was really good. I did think the stuff they were doing with Spider was pretty creative about him.
Yes, that was the most interesting new like lore that the movie developed.
So yeah, ultimately it was a good movie. It just felt very like, okay, you know.
And again, it just feels like, I think like we talked about this, I think too, is like part 2 benefited from how far away it was from part 1.
Yeah.
It was what, a 13-year difference.
Yeah.
And this was like, what, 3-year difference? So, like, it's just naturally, like, it doesn't feel quite as special.
Right.
And then Cameron has, like, kind of hint and winked and, like, shrugged about, yeah, if I do another one. And it's like, I think, and people are speculating that is, like, more about him negotiating in public with Disney about like the resources or money he's going to need to finish the last 2, and it's like more of like, I don't know, but like actually he's just going to finish it off.
Well, I thought they were made.
Well, they're at least partially made. I think they still have things to do with them.
Well, of course, but
yeah,
okay, whatever.
I think in general, like
he's play. You want to play your little games, like you know.
I think if we're thinking of the Avatar series, is either like think of it in terms of either a season of television or 5 seasons of a show. It's like this is the like, we gotta tread a little bit before from where we started, and then eventually where it's going to end. You know, so I think this is just like was the treading water, no pun intended, phase of the franchise. So but the thing is, like, there are sequences in these movies. You can be as roll your eyes. Why don't you make movies with real people? And I say all these things. I remember when he made Terminator 2, and maybe when he made Titanic. There are sequences in these movies though that take your breath away. Like how I know they created this in a computer, but like how did they do that? Like this is just some of the most incredible images I've ever seen. So
yeah.
And I will say, like every time you start watching these movies, especially on theater, like I have to adjust to how quick everything's moving. Because of the frame rate.
You have to adjust to the world.
Yeah.
Your consciousness is in flux. Yeah, whatever. Is Giovanni Ribisi ever going to die in these movies, by the way? He's so annoying.
I guess was he in the second one all that much?
I feel like he was in this one more, at least, than the second one. About the amount he was in the first one. But
I did love when Quaritch gave his son a burger. He brought his son a burger. Remember that when he's like in prison, and how big he looks, but he's still wearing like a hoodie.
Oh
it's like there are certain moments where you really just like how absurd the scale and size of these things.
Well,
are.
Another thing randomly to bring up, they came up with that movie Hoppers just a while back, which is literally Avatar, but about beavers.
Yeah,
I've heard it's really good though.
A lot of people saying it's a return to form.
Yeah, so I don't know, but anyway, and then there's that great moment, of course, where he's like, "Well, this is awkward." Yeah. In the movie, which is funny. Just
ain't it a bit? And he jumps off.
And it's like, well,
yeah. All right. So speaking of long things, but in this case, good or great, best long 2-part HBO documentary, and I didn't get a chance to see this. Levi did. I really wanted to. I still haven't got around to it yet. The winner for best long 2-part HBO documentary goes to
Pee-wee as himself,
which is all about Paul Rubens.
Yeah. I honestly don't have a lot to say about this because it speaks for itself. I think what was notable about this was really, honestly, him coming out
because that was something that had been really speculated about, but he never had formally really.
And he never really gave a lot of interviews about himself. So, I mean, this was like. And what was great about this whole documentary was that he was trying to kind of run the thing.
That's what I've heard.
And the director was like not willing to really give it all the way over to him and was being respectful, but was like, no, I mean, I'm going to do what I want to do.
And I've seen this little snippets where he's almost combative about what they're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the documentary of them arguing.
And then he died
while they were kind of making it, But they were more or less, I think, pretty close to being done with what they wanted. It reminded me a lot of the McMahon documentary, but like you leave it feeling a lot better.
It's more of a gentle
story. I mean, even
way.
with somebody who's like trying to control it.
He's if anything he did, he's not Vince McMahon.
No, but also like he's not
inherently
being evil while trying to control it. I mean, he's being kind of combative and being kind of a jerk, but I think he got so used to having to control his image for his whole life that naturally
he couldn't give that up.
No. So, I mean, I don't really have anything to say about it other than
obviously we're both big fans of Pee Wee Herman.
And I mean, my favorite movie is Pee-wee's Big Adventure, so...
was Tim Burton in the documentary at all? Or did they talk about him much?
They did a little, but he wasn't in it.
Okay. They have many other talking heads in it? Or is it mostly him?
Some, but it was mostly him. I mean, there were some here and there, but... ultimately, it was just really great to
talk about Phil Hartman much.
Some, yeah. It talked about them two, and then oh gosh, what's his name? That guy who was Zombie, the genie.
Oh,
they were all really good friends. John something, I can't remember his name now.
Lawrence Fishburne, was he in any of it?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
but anyway, yeah. I mean It was about everything. I mean, it was about, like, there was so much of it that was about stuff I'd never known about, like his childhood and when he was in college and, like, all that stuff, even before he started. And it was talking about that the Pee-wee character was, like, obviously the last character he ever arrived at. He did all this other kind of stuff before that. He randomly did this, like, Native American thing that was, you would look at now. I think he admitted, he was like, yeah, now that's, like, not good. He said it about himself. He's like, I wouldn't do that now. He's like, but that was honestly the thing it looked like he was gonna run wild with, and then the Pee Wee thing came along, and he obviously did that. What I loved about this, because there's so many of these documentaries, it literally was the spirit of.
He died back in 2023. I knew it was a few years.
It was literally the spirit of, like, you know, the creative struggle between him and the director, and like that always makes better art. So I thought that was what was.
I felt like it looked like on par, maybe even better than the
George Harrison one.
No, the one about Jim Carrey and making a man on the moon.
It was better than that, I think.
Jim and Andy, I liked that a lot. But
that was good, but I like this better. Well, it's also I care more about this.
Yeah,
so.
sure.
But yeah, so yeah.
Rest in peace, Paul Rubens. All right, so the next one is our eye roll of the year, which I guess we could agree, like, for both of us, this is almost code for, like, most overrated, maybe, or, like, to some extent.
Or, like, I don't get it, or, oh, okay, people are talking about that still, or whatever.
Yeah. I'll go first here. My eye roll of the year in 2025 goes to one of the big hits of the year in Weapons. I think this was the long legs of 2025 to me, in the sense that I feel like people were more so responding to the marketing campaign of this and like the hype, as opposed to what the movie actually was. And weirdly, there's part of me that, like, a good chunk of me that actually, like, likes and respects that this movie did well, because it was an original movie.
Yeah.
And so, like, that's undeniably a good thing. And then it was like a movie that was just kind of even more casually than a lot of other movies, kind of in the culture. I feel like I had an above average amount of conversations with people about it. And so, like, that alone, I'm grateful for, weirdly, with the movie. I feel like Zach Kreger, to me, I've already sussed him out and figured him out. I'm like, I don't think you're all the hype that Barbarian came out a few years ago, and I like that fine enough, but like, and people are, oh, he's just like, I know he's part of the Whitest Kid You Know comedy troupe or whatever. And his movies are not exactly horror comedies, but there is like this comedy element that his movies are definitely like trying to like skirt with, I would say. I think this was a movie that ultimately wanted to create as much smoke as possible before getting to the door at the end of the hallway, literally and figuratively, that we all knew that we had to get to eventually, which was ultimately like in this movie, of course, all these classroom students except one, asterisk, disappeared.
The trailers did good at hiding that.
They did. No, they did, yeah. And
because, you start to automatically be like, oh, well, okay, there's something going on with this kid.
But like the movie does a lot of smoke and mirrors, making you look elsewhere from before asking the obvious question. Like, yeah, but like, what? Of course, it has something to do with the kid.
Yeah, I don't know why would he not? I don't know why the kids aren't. I don't know why the cops aren't going and banging the door down. Yeah, and the parents being there and being like, what is going on?
Yeah, the movie does a good enough job of like trying to like look over here. It's everything. Right. Nothing is effed. Like you know, like, but ultimately it's like, of course that's what it is. Now it's weirdly like, I don't like that. Ultimately, what all happens with the Amy Madigan character, in terms of like it turns out that she was a witch and like she had this control over these kids,
which she's using that to extend her life force or whatever.
Yes. But like some of the iconography and imagery with her was good or strong. Some specific jump scares with her I'm still thinking about. Like,
there's that great one where in the dream that Josh Brolin's in, and then he wakes up and he's like, what the F? It's like really funny.
Yeah. I thought he generally was good in the movie too.
Yeah, he's really good.
But like, and the jump scare of like her in the woods, like you just see this like red hair, and I remember thinking, "Oh my god, what is that?" And then like, of course, where she's on like the ceiling, like too. So there's some like jump scares that I remember really well, and I'm like, "Oh, that was pretty good." But like,
how is she showing up in their dreams though? You know what I mean? Yeah,
she's a witch, whatever.
I don't know.
I will say this, and this is more. I don't know if it's a criticism of myself or like something I should just say or admit. Like, I sometimes have problems with like horror stories that are like attaching these very supernatural aspects to like very modern worlds. Sure. Or I have like a little like a disconnect. Sometimes that just doesn't make sense to me. Like sometimes like, especially things using modern technology, like these ancient forces or evils using modern technology. I know that's like, well, they could do that hypothetically, but I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, no, but those things were made foolproof.
How does this movie do that though?
Well, I guess like I'm trying to remember how I was thinking about that with that.
Well, her being in the dreams is dumb, yeah, but
there was something else with that.
I don't remember. All she does is use the like sticks and all that.
Oh, I guess just like that. We have all these cameras set up, and like that, there's not more of an immediate understanding. It's like the movie paints it all in this like, and it evocatively. I'd say the first act of this movie is actually pretty good. Of how it like the whole opening bit and how it sets it up, but like ultimately I'm like, okay, we're gonna get to the bottom of this mystery through modern technology quicker than the movies. And I know you can just say, well, suspend your disbelief.
Yeah,
and I'm actually willing to hear that and say, yeah, okay, sure, I'm willing to do that. But I just ultimately thought this movie was, and having said all this, I still would give the movie 3 out of 5 stars. Like I didn't like think it was bad, but I just like wished it would have. Oh, this is another just thing with horror movies in general. Horror movies just feel like they have to over-explain the ins and the outs. It's like very few actually. The modern ones like look into the abyss and like The Shining. It says like we don't know exactly how it all happened, but like there's these greater forces at work that we can't understand. And I feel like something like Hereditary, which obviously Ari Aster's grown on us more and more over the years, but like I thought that was a movie that had really great 2.5 acts.
Yeah.
And then the third act's like, oh, actually it was just it's like this coven of witches, and like and that's another big thing actually. Witchcraft is in a lot of horror movies, cults and witchcraft, some combination of those. Midsummer also
I've been
too.
Complaining about that for a long time.
But anyways, like I just thought it ended in a little bit more of a overly conventional place than I would have liked, even though I thought like the first act, say, was really good. Also, last thing, the Josh Brolin dream, where he's like, he sees the assault rifle.
The gun, yeah, and the time on the gun.
The gun and the time in his dream. And then, this is kind of an extra textual thing, but I think it still has something to do with the movie. It's like Zach Cregger's like, I don't want to say what that means.
Yeah.
I'm going to let people decide. It's like, we all know the central metaphor of this entire thing is school shootings. Like, I think that's, to me, that's undeniable. It's like, that's what this whole metaphor that this movie's using, and I think that's a good idea to, like, explore.
Well, I also think it's very much about something else, too, but that is definitely a major, that's like one of the big things about it.
To me, the big metaphor of school shootings, and like, and so you don't just throw wet imagery like that in a movie and then, well, I don't know, I'll let you just, it's like, no, come on, like, we know that's what this is. And if it really were wanting
then what
to
he should have
be,
said was, I feel like that's obvious and I don't feel like I need to say anything about that, rather than be coy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think the movie, I would have maybe give the movie another half a star if it didn't even have that image of the gun in the movie. Like, I thought that just to me was so like
weird.
heavy-handed and weird, and like, and also like, if it was really a metaphor for school shootings, we would have never seen these kids ever again.
Right.
Because the whole point of a school shooting, sadly and unfortunately, is no, they're dead. They're not coming back. Like, as far as on this earth. So like, and the movie did end on this like ellipses of like, well, they were found, but like it took a while. It's like, yeah, but they're not dead.
Yeah,
their blood is not like stained on the friggin' floors of the schools they were in. You know, so like, no, that's part of that really randomly makes me mad. I'm just like, what are you doing with what you're trying to communicate there? I think that's really muddled. Even though, like I said, overall, like, and all right, true. Last thing. It's like it's Magnolia, but a horror. It's like, shut up. You're going to compare Paul Thomas Anderson's Magnolia to this movie because it has little vignettes or no, stop it. Sit down, shut up, quit ruining my life. To quote our father, not in genuinely saying that to us, but is a joke. Weapons, directed by Zach Cregger. All right, you can respond to any of that or move on to yours. Either one.
I love Weapons. I think it's great. I think a lot of the criticisms you're saying are true. I think the gun thing that complicates a lot of things, and with him acting weird about it is stupid. And I don't, now when I say, I wouldn't compare it to Magnolia. Let me go ahead and say that. But I do like the structure of the movie quite a bit. But I don't think that should just be like, oh, that makes it immediately great. It's like, well, I like that about it, but there's plenty of movies that do that. You know what I mean?
Well, to me, that ultimately is the smoke that is distracting us from, but what about the boy? What about the boy who's not going that's like trying to distract us as long as it can before it ultimately it feels the need to answer that question.
Right. The only two things I feel, and I'll agree with you on, all the Amy Madigan stuff, you can take or leave, I don't care. There's two main things about the movie that I really love, and what I think overall, what I like about the movie. I just generally like the movie, but also things that I really loved about it were, number one, the movie is about school shootings very definitively, but it's also about, and I wrote about this when I wrote my review in the words of Gore Vidal. I made my case very carefully.
The movie needs more Gore Vidal.
Yeah.
To be honest. A la him and Brendan Fraser and Danny DeVito scene. Look it up. It happened.
Yes.
But it happened, as Magnolia told us.
In the words of Raymond Carver in the short story Neighbors, anything can happen. Or anything could happen, whatever. But no, is that it's really also about what are our teachers doing to our children.
Yeah.
Because so much of the movie becomes about pointing the... I mean, it's understandably, but it's like, what are you doing to our kids? And to me, I mean, and I know
that did feel very modern.
Maybe you connected to that or not, I don't know, but as a teacher, that connected to me.
Yeah.
And that meant a lot to me to see a movie go, not that I feel like, oh, I've been seen, I don't care. But I like that a movie was at least reckoning with that idea of like education being under attack.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
And somebody that actually cares about their job is seen as unorthodox. I mean, I feel that every day. So that's something that I was immediately like, oh, wow, this movie's actually about that. And I wasn't expecting that. And also, so that's like, I think that's really what the movie's about, even more than... And then it uses school shooting as another kind of like, I think wrongly, as another little flavor to throw into the movie, which I agree with your criticism of that. Yeah, the gun thing, the more I think about that, that does just get dumber and dumber, because I'm just like, why is that? Why is that here? I mean, it's obvious enough what it's supposed to be about, with that part too. But I think that the ending of this movie, of the climax, which, spoiler, has all the children chasing her and ripping her apart, I think we only get truly, in the horror genre, or movie genres in general, but especially horror, we only truly get truly transformational imagery every so many years, every so many generations, once in so many generations, I feel like. And I feel like that whole sequence was, to me, so shocking and so unexpected to see that was, I mean, it was literally replicated in the Oscars.
And it was an important piece of catharsis.
Right.
I think by the end of that movie.
Because I love any movie that, I say this all the time with Heaven's Gate, I love any movie that makes me so angry and then delivers on a catharsis like that. And like, that movies can uniquely do that where other works of art cannot. Just by nature of the time. Books can in their own way, but that was just really, and it's all pretty close to transcendence for me. To see that in a movie just felt very groundbreaking in its own way. Just the image of it and the visceralness of it. So yeah, it's not a flawless movie, but I hate to report that I'm agreeing with the matting crowd on that one. I'm kind of just like, yep. This is
and
great.
like I said, I'm weirdly like happy that it was successful because I don't really like Zach Krager. I don't hate him. Like that makes it sound like it's personal. I'm not totally convinced by him yet, but
I quite like Barbarian too, by the way. So, but whatever. I like this better.
I think on a technical level, I would probably like Barbarian a little better. But like the scope of what this is trying to be, I like better or respect more, I guess.
Barbarian had some really shocking moments in it that was like.
We also had a huge like halfway through the movie pivot,
right?
Which he's like, I think he's good at doing that, but I think that distracts from him really understanding what the stories of his movies are.
Yeah, and he's trying to do kind of like he's trying to do Psycho.
Yeah,
is what, very Hitchcock.
But anyways, like I don't really like either one of these movies all that much, but I'm like glad that he's trying and doing something. He's trying to do something different. So I'm like, okay, like you keep doing that, but I
can respect that if it's at least understood he's trying something else.
And so, not quite my cup of tea, but I'm glad that it was a hit and that it was like he's going to keep doing some stuff.
Sure.
Epilogue to that. I keep hearing like, "Oh, Jordan Peele was so mad he didn't get the buy." It's like, no, you're okay, Jordan. Like, all three of your movies are way better than what he's done so far. So I don't know why you're. I think he knew that he probably understood that he smelled the. Well, he probably liked the concept too, but like, he smelled, oh, this could be a hit, like for Monkey Paw, and this could be successful, and
Oh yeah,
I
mean, Jordan Peele's better than Zach Krager. There's no doubt about that. So. Yeah.
But anyways, I'm just like kind of think that's a funny thing people like to bring up, but I'm like, okay.
And they're like, man, he really lost out.
Now I thought I had bad feelings towards the movie. Now this next one for Levi, let me cue up our. This has been like an ongoing battle of sorts between Levi and our cousin.
Well, it's
Philip.
pretty one-sided because I'm not interested in doing it.
So Levi's eye roll of the year goes to
28 Years Later.
Which is, of course, the sequel to 28 Days and 28 Weeks. Well,
yes.
So 28 Weeks is kind of like, you can kind of decide whether you want to care about it or not in the canon almost, right?
Well, you can do that with any of these, really.
Sure.
Well, no, because now 28 years later, The Bone Temple, which is better, by the way, and I'll talk briefly about that here in a bit, but that does definitively bring the Cillian Murphy character back into the movie, so that it is technically tied to that, all this.
Okay.
So you could easily, yes, just...
But this is not a movie that, like, really, it was a
28
series that before this revolves heavily on...
No, I mean, it's like the Romero zombie movies.
So what about 28 Years Later did you not...
I think this is one of the most fraudulent movies I've ever seen. And I'm a relative, from what I understand, because I've seen only a few of his movies, but I would say I'm a relative Danny Boyle fan. This sounds so random to say, but I've only not watched more of his movies because I know he'll just be one of my favorite-ish directors.
I personally really like the Trainspotting movies and Steve Jobs.
And I really want to go through a lot of his stuff. But yeah, I can't even, I wrote about it at the time and when I watched it, because I watched it back, because I watched the first two movies, and I like those actually pretty good, 28 Years Later, 28 Days Later and 28 Weeks Later, I like those. They're pretty good. 28 Weeks Later is actually randomly kind of underrated, but whatever, who cares? But with this, it just felt very like there was so much hype with it, and what it was supposed to be. And I don't know, it felt like it was very much influenced by The Last of Us, which in and of itself had been influenced by 28 Years Later and everything else. But like it felt like it was trying to be that kind of thing after all that. And I'm a big Last of Us fan, so obviously I'm going to side with that. But it just never meant a damn. It just nothing about it means anything to me. It just is very empty movie, soulless movie, just a shell of a walking.
Now, see, the great irony is, the last few years of Alex Goddard movies have been divisive Alex Garland, excuse me, have been like really divisive. And there's a lot of people that actually have not quite liked some of those movies, and you really liked. Civil War and Warfare.
Yeah, and even back to Annihilation, which some people feel weird about too.
And then like all of a
men I didn't like, and then I respected.
All of a sudden, like all those same people who generally didn't like that really have responded to these new 28 Years Later movies, then you've went the other way.
Yeah, well, and I don't want to be insulting, but that shows you the difference between a stupid person and a person of relative intelligence.
I thought I was being harsh about weapons.
It's just it's literally like whatever the good thing is, people are not going to like. Whatever the bad thing is, people are going to like. It's that simple.
Yeah.
It's because people have bad taste. It just literally doesn't mean anything. And you saw the movie 28 Years Later, and it's the only one of them you've seen. And that's a shame because now you're probably going to want to ignore the other ones and just be like, whatever. And those are actually kind of worth watching. So
I'm going to ignore the past and the future.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to keep walking.
But
I will one day see 28 Days Later at least.
Yeah, and 28 Weeks Later is good too. But you could skip it though if so desired. But anyway, with this movie though, 28 Days Later. Or 28 Years Later. It's so hard to keep track of all this. 28 Years Later. It's just so fraudulent because it's like, it has that whole sequence where like, the mom's dead and then they like put her skull on top of the bone temple. And it's like, this is a ceremony. Yeah. And it's like, and I'm just like, I never cared about any of this. This doesn't mean anything to me. Like, I think that kid, Alfie Williams, I think is his name. I think he's really good in the movie. He does a pretty good child performance.
He also in 28.
Yeah, and he's not as good in that, but that movie's better, so I don't know. But yeah, it just felt very pointless. Like I just was I don't get what this is trying to be about. I don't really care. And it was it was a lot about like coming of age, literally, through like ritual and in these like, darker circumstances and whatever. But like, it just felt like what you said about weapons, a lot of smoke and mirrors and just a whole lot of nothing at the center, which was all even further complicated. And this kind of goes into Bone Temple too, but I'll talk about that briefly. All the stuff with Jack O'Connell in the movie.
Which a lot of people got really excited about. Oh, it's a reference to whoever.
British, name just left me. Oh gosh, Jimmy Savile.
Yes.
And it was like, yeah, it's like a reference to Jimmy Savile, and I'm like, why?
Yeah, Jimmy Crystal is the O'Connell character's name,
and he's only at the very end of the movie. I mean, it was very much to me that felt a lot like a Split ending. You know, like the ending of Split, where it was like, oh, this is going to be a thing. Oh, but the movie's over now, though. It's like, what? Like, that's just not a complete experience.
Yeah.
But that is literally the goofiest thing ever, is the end of that movie where they all jump down and they're fighting or whatever. It's literally so stupid. Like, and I don't know, is it just me, or is like using the Jimmy Savile thing as a joke kind of screwed up and disgusting? Don't you find?
I think they're trying to like make connections. But one could say that it's gross to use that as an analog.
Yeah, that's all. It's all excuses just to be weird. I mean, that's all it is. And you know what's funny is that is more of a part of the second movie, and yet it didn't make me as mad. I guess because the characters are actually made into characters or whatever. But also,
the whole ending of that 28 years later is so like abrupt and strange.
No, that's what makes it worse.
It turns into like I think somebody says like a Power Rangers episode all of a sudden. Yeah, and it's like what the
awful.
hell?
That's
like,
so stupid. Like, how could you end a movie seriously like that? And you take yourself seriously as a filmmaker.
By the way, I was just doing some looking. You know what? The next Danny Boyle movie is. It's called Ink. It's about Rupert Murdoch. Can you guess who Rupert Murdoch is being played by?
Russell Crowe.
Not a bad guess. That would make sense, actually. It's Guy Pearce.
God, okay. In the words
his brutalist performance, like,
James Rolfe once said it about his performance in Prometheus. Why don't you get an old man to play an old man? Like, I mean, it's real dumb, though, is in Alien Covenant, where they bring him back younger. And I'm like,
to me, one of the truly funniest moments in the history of cinema is in Prometheus, where like old Guy Pearce is like walking up. He
finally sees the space jockey, and it just looks at him and
immediately slams his
like F you.
That's like nature doesn't care about your feelings, kind of like.
But anyway, what I did like about the Bone Temple, though, to me, what worked better about that was that it was not taking itself as seriously. Number one, because you can't do the things in that movie that it does and take itself seriously, whereas 28 years later was like, no, but this is like something, though. And it's like, no, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
And I really love the ending of 28 years later, the Bone Temple, like that, with bringing Cillian Murphy back, actually, and like him teaching his daughter. This is kind of a spoiler, but you don't care, and I'm sure nobody else does. Where he's shown teaching his daughter about like World War II and fascism and democracy and stuff, and then those characters are running down the hill with all the zombies chasing them, and she says, "Are we going to help them?" And he sits there for a second and thinks, and he says, "Of course we are," and just immediately, and they say, "Go get the weapons, let's go." And that is like randomly such a great moment in a movie to say, this is what true living up to your ideals looks like in a movie. That's just so random, but like that really touched me in a certain way that was like so organic that felt like, oh wow, that's a pretty awesome movie moment, with a lot of like Jimmy Crystal, like, and all the stupid.
Well, we should have probably created some like Jack O'Connell category this year, because he was two memorable villains, a very small role ultimately in 28 years later, but two very memorable villains in this year. Did you notice? And by the way, like when they did the dance at the Oscars, like he randomly had a cameo in that where he's like trying to walk on stage or get in, and
they had
like,
the other two with them too. Yeah. Those other actors, it was weird.
I was just like, I kind of forgot about that till just now, but.
The Rocky Road to Dublin.
Yeah.
Imagine that being your jam, like you're like, this is what I have to contribute to the aux chord, like.
Yeah, so like anyway. I saw 28 years later. Yeah. I don't actually have a lot to say about it. I thought it was overall well made.
Yeah, because that's
like
what's
some of the
aggravating.
sequences, like Danny Boyle's like, I'm putting my elbow into this, like we're just like really intense in the way that he likes.
No,
to
there
do
was that
his
one
stuff.
thing where it was like, and I think that's what I struggled with is that it was taking it so seriously, and then it was like, let's do the Power Rangers with Jimmy Seville. It's just like, what the hell is this? Like,
yeah,
and then it's like, Aaron Taylor Johnson's going to teach his child how to be a man.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't care. Like, it just doesn't mean anything to me. Like,
yeah.
and. Yeah, there was that really great like behind the scenes picture of like when some of the stuff of the infected running, and they had that like literally that apparatus that had like 20 cameras on it.
Yeah.
And it was like going like that, and I mean it literally looks like crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, because that's what I love about Danny Boyle's stuff is he's always on the cutting edge of like, let's do this, let's do this, let's do this, like, and that's frustrating when the movie's so.
So like our cousin Philip, like I went with him. I went and visited him in Durham. Visited the wonderful Carolina Theater in Durham. And they were having like, it's very kind of funny to. It was like a mystery films.
Yeah.
Programming of all these various mysteries or thrillers, mostly like thrillers from the 80s and 90s. And anyways, like one of the movies they were going to show was, I want to pull up the name of it because I can't quite remember. It was this TV film that John Carpenter
made about Elvis.
No, not that.
Yeah,
no, like
called Elvis. The movie. I don't know. Santa Claus movie.
Someone's Watching Me, I think's the name of it. Yeah.
It's how I feel like.
The movie he made
Somebody's
immediately
watching me.
Prior to Halloween.
Yes.
But then it came out like,
so it was like after Dark Star.
Yeah.
And Assault on Precinct 13.
Yeah, but anyways, I think like this movie does exist like as I think Scream Factory put out a Blu-ray of it, but like it's kind of on the more obscure side. And I was like, oh, I want to see. It was at this time, and Philip's like, yeah, I've seen it. I want to show you 28 years later, like instead, because I really liked it. And I was like, okay. And so I just went and did that when I actually wanted to see that. So that's like, to me, every time I see 28 years later, I'm like, there's still this one John Carpenter movie. And I'm not like super hyped to see it, but I was just like, had an opportunity to maybe see it, and it didn't happen because of 28 years later.
Yeah.
But
Another thing about the Bone Temple that was really good was it had more Ray Fiennes in it, and there's that sequence where he like plays the devil. I'm sure you've heard about it.
I've seen, I think,
where he's like basically playing an Iron Maiden record, and is like the people come in, they're all like devil worshippers or whatever, and he's like, you need to act like you're Satan so that I won't look like an idiot or whatever. Basically, and he's like, okay, and he's like acting all correct.
I've seen
it's
on
pretty
the poster.
great. It is pretty great. Yeah. Because at first I was like, who's that guy? And
Yeah.
it was him the whole time, but. It is pretty great, I gotta say. That's a great sequence. But
okay, yeah.
You should go watch that just at least once.
I'll go and watch all these movies.
You'll
at
roll
some
your
point.
eyes about it, but you'll laugh at the same. You'll be like, yeah, "This is pretty funny," but yeah, like.
All right, quote of the year, self-explanatory.
Will the quote itself be self-explanatory?
So we mentioned this movie earlier, The Naked Gun, which I was kind of like rolling my eyes at overall. I still overall gave it like 3 out of 5 stars, so it was still fine enough. But there's this scene in the movie of like Liam Neeson and Danny Houston, who's very underratedly great comic performance in it. Both of them good. I keep forgetting about like the chili dog stuff with Liam Neeson.
I was
in
watching that
movie.
again
It's
the
like,
other day, and then they had oh gosh, who was the rapper that was in that scene?
Was it Busta Rhymes?
Yeah, Busta Rhymes. He was like, "Don't do it!"
Yeah.
Like even he was saying, like, "Don't do it!" Like, yeah, yeah.
And so like they're like,
he's like another chili dog.
Yeah, but Danny Houston makes it for a great villain. Danny Houston's always great, anyways.
Yeah,
and I know you're a fan of the show
Magic City.
Magic City,
Well,
which he was in.
I don't know if fan is the word. I'm obsessed with it. I don't know. I'm a fan, but not in like a celebratory way.
I'm a prisoner to its charms.
I'm a prisoner to it. Yeah.
But anyways,
but what about Butterball in that?
I don't remember how they got around to like talking about whatever they're talking about in the movie, but they have a back and forth.
We get to play. We play Black Eyed Peas because we play the line or the lyric, it just got retarded in here
Yeah.
or whatever. Like, and then they're talking about some people don't like the Black Eyed Peas. They're fools, I know.
Yeah,
like,
and then they're talking about their shared fandom of the Black Eyed
Right.
Peas, and he says, "I will never forget Fergie," and then the Duchess.
The Duchess. Yeah, because they're talking about like Will.I.am, Apple, T-App.
Yeah. And just these like two middle-aged white men, like, oh, I love the Black Eyed Peas. It was just so like unexpected and funny.
And then of course there's the scene, which is probably my favorite scene in the whole movie, other than the snowman sequence. Mm-hmm.
Which was like thankfully not in the trailers at all. They
Yeah.
saved that for the movie.
But the scene where he's got all the people in the room, they're always like rich white guys or whatever. He's like, we're gonna be bad guys, basically.
Yeah.
He's like, this country or whatever, and he's like, the USA.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Like, and then he's like, but then they're talking about like fish people. What? Fish people, gills on their necks. He's like, I don't think that's what we're talking about. He's like, no, not fish people, ungrateful people.
Yeah.
People who blah 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 tried to get into that room or whatever.
Yeah.
And he's like, crab hands.
Yeah.
And then he's like, starts showing the picture like, this is a crab hand person. This guy, I've met him. Which, let me just say, became a joke in my second block class currently, where we'll say like, I've met him. Like, so anyway.
So actually, Naked Gun was
pretty
good.
funny.
It was fine.
I did. My favorite joke in the whole movie though is when they have the like electric car and he drags the wall away and he's like, this place is falling apart. And like, and he's the one who did it, obviously. But yeah. So anyway,
all right. So while we mentioned some like overrated movies, these are movies that were like
they were actively bad.
Actively bad. Filet of Fish, movie of the year. My choice goes to a movie that like felt like immediately was going to be on a lot of these lists at the end of the year.
For good?
Not in a good way, yeah. No, like, worst movie of the year or whatever. It came out back in May. Hurry Up Tomorrow, which I was like, hurry up the end of this movie. Like, get here already.
It really, I got to say this about this movie before you talk about it. It was not a good intro to the weekend. I can go ahead and tell you.
Well, he already had Uncut Gems. Like,
but like he
had the Super Bowl.
That's not, but that's not really him. Well, yeah, but I mean, like as far as somebody who was like, maybe I would like to maybe listen to his stuff. I felt like, no thanks.
Yeah, his music's actually for like pop music, not all that bad. I don't think. But this film is made even worse by the fact that one of our guys we like a lot, one of our first podcasts we did about Waves, Trey Edward Schultz was back to direct this, and no, didn't work out. Okay,
Well, see what the problem with the movie is that when it said it's most Trey Edward Schultz combined with Jenna Ortega, the movie kind of has something going on.
Yeah,
but then Abel Tesfaye's in the rest of it, and he's awful.
Which is the Weekend,
right,
by the way.
And he's on the level of Hayden Christensen level bad as an actor.
In the film, he plays Tesfaye, struggling with depression and insomnia, gets pulled into an existential odyssey by a mysterious
That's not really how
hand.
I describe it, but okay. Barry Kagan's in this too, I forgot.
By the way, it says it received negative reviews, was widely described as a vanity project, and bombed at the box office.
Yeah, it's like anything else.
You know what it grossed worldwide?
$5,000. I don't know.
Not quite that low. 7.8 million. That's worldwide numbers. So somebody as big as him,
Does
you
it say
thought
how
it would
much
have
it was made for?
listed on Wikipedia as 15 million. So it's like they made less than half.
Well, yeah, and it had to had some
marketing
advertising
budget,
budget that was outside of that.
So I've generally heard that a film's marketing budget is the same, loosely the same as what its production budget was. So it's like double, really. So,
Apple T app.
Just like, it's not even like, because there's certain bad movies that like, they're trying something new and different and it fails, but it's like, it was interesting to watch. Like,
and then there's the movies you just want to be like, shut up.
Just shut up.
Shut the F up. Shut up. What are you doing? What the F are you doing?
I was like, was he talking to himself, like, in the mirror? Like, I don't know,
Shut up.
But, like, somebody who really loves, like, some of Trey Edward Schultz's movies, that
Yeah.
was just a really big disappointment. Because I remember we had been wondering, like, what's going on with him? He hasn't made anything in a while. Because It Comes at Night in Waves were, like, so really... And not to say it's over for him. I mean,
Well, this is pretty close.
Um,
I mean, I can't think of a way back in after this.
But like all of a sudden, like Trey Edward Schultz today, he's like, "Oh, new film podcast." Let me just, and he gets into hour.
No, I'm a big fan. Listen,
and he's like, "Oh wow, they just
listen.
crucified me."
Listen. Hour 4, that's hilarious. What's in store now that we are in hour 4? No one gets that. Anyway,
somehow longer than the Academy Award ceremony.
Well, we're better, so I mean, but no, like I know we're Trey Edward Schultz fans. I mean, Waves as a movie has meant so much more to me than, I mean, we did it on a podcast and I talked about it, but I mean, that movie means so much to me. So obviously we're fans, but we've been doing this show 5 years. You believe that?
It's crazy.
Anyway, good thing we did so many episodes at the beginning because it's been a little bit of some slim pickings action, knocking on heaven's door, written for his death kind of thing. But yeah, anyway, yeah, I don't think I even disliked it as much as you did, because to me it was so fascinatingly a mess that I kind of enjoyed it a little more than I should have, because I was just like, wow, this is something else. Like, but
it shares a weird
bad.
connection with the recent Charlie XCX movie, The Moment.
But that was genuinely funny.
It was,
yeah.
and I think didn't take itself so seriously yet again. Like, it was like almost
it was kind of self-referentially
satire.
about itself, because
Yeah.
it was about the making of music movies. And
I think the concept of what Hurry Up Tomorrow is trying to go for could have potentially worked, but it just was awful.
yeah, well,
but in a way that was frankly forgettable. Like,
yeah, I mean, I don't
just,
think about it a whole lot, but it's weird because like it's not that long, I don't think, but also I'm kind of like don't really remember much of what happened in it.
Just shut up.
Like, shut up.
105 minutes.
Yeah, like it doesn't.
So at least it doesn't overstay its welcome.
No, but at the same time, like I remember less than it felt like. There, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I feel like I don't. It feels like it was like 30 minutes long.
Mm-hmm.
But that's like not in a good way though, because I'm like thinking, well, what else happened in the movie? I don't even remember. Like I know there was like a lot of those long dream sequences or whatever. I don't know. Which, you know, all of this is kind of coming out of like all those like, you know, those like Beyonce movies that she made, or like
Lemonade,
or that Circus World that was it Travis Scott made that. That like Gaspar Noé, Nicholas Winding Refn worked on. It's called Circus Maximus.
I don't know if I've heard of this.
You heard of that? That means Circus Maximus. That should come
2023.
Yeah. Is that Travis Scott?
Oh, okay. You ready for all the names of the people
Yeah.
who directed this? Travis Scott, Harmony Korine, Gaspar Noé, Nicholas Winding Refn, Vladimir Johansson, all capital letters, Canada, Andrew Dosunmu, and Cahill Joseph.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's a musical anthology. I think I barely heard of this.
It's all on YouTube. I just haven't watched it.
It sounds kind
But
of
no,
interesting.
I've had it on my list a long time. I just ain't got around to it. But yeah. Anyway, yeah.
Rick
So-
Rubin's in it.
Oh, okay. So everybody's just trying to do versions of that now, and it seems like Charlie XCX at least got it right to be like, I'm going to make it about this though, and
then
it's
like
kind of a mockumentary. I mean, it's
what's
very
interesting is somebody like Taylor Swift says, "I'm just going to do a big, massive concert movie."
no, because
You know
she's
what
an
I mean?
egotistical, crazy person. So she's going to make a movie that makes her look good. Tess Faye at least had the balls to say, I'll try to do something that's kind of trying to explore myself. Now, is it incredibly
Instead,
egotistical?
he
Yes.
indulged himself.
Right, but like you know what I mean. It's
Yeah.
still trying something else
Yeah,
at least,
sure.
but whatever. And then The Moment is very definitively like making fun of itself, like kind of so you know.
All right, Levi's choice for
Mine's gonna be a lot
movie of the
shorter.
year is what, Levi?
Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning. I'm gonna say more than this, but I'm gonna start with my review. Don't worry, it wasn't long.
It's come out back in May,
Yep.
like around Memorial
Not
Day.
all that good, but no skin off my nuts. There comes a time in every person's life when you start to really think about the way you think about movies.
Oh, really?
Okay. Yeah, this movie didn't inspire that, but I will. But I will say this until now, and it's a movie I've thought literally nothing about. You know why? Because it literally means nothing to anyone. This is like one of the most. Literally at the end, I was like, "Where did that 2.5 hours go? What did I sit through?
10 minutes short of 3 hours.
Oh, excuse me. See, I don't know. Literally nothing as a movie. Basically, is what
which
this
is an out and out failure because of what it's trying to do and be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was that whole sequence where he was like in the sub and everything. That was the point where I was sitting there and I was like looking at the watch and I was like Palm Clementif's on screen and I don't care because looking respectfully, and I'm just like, and even Katie O'Brien was in the movie too, also looking respectfully. Mm-hmm. That was the most excited I was watching the movie. I'll say that. I was like, "Oh, she's in this." Literally one of the most worthless movies ever made. Frankly, I mean, it's not even like remarkably bad. It's just like, no, this doesn't mean anything at all.
I think I'm personally, anyways, generally a fan of Christopher McQuarrie.
Yeah,
but this was like Sam Mendes with Spectre. Coming after Skyfall, he stayed a movie too long.
Yeah.
And McQuarrie, he stayed how many of these did he do?
He did since Rogue Nation.
Rogue Nation was really good.
Yeah.
Fallout.
Yep.
Very good.
That's even better. Huh?
Yeah, those two are probably the best two movies of the
two.
franchise.
Yeah.
And then
these.
The first one was, I remember getting a sneaking suspicion. I was like,
I did really like that one at the time. Mm-hmm. I know you saw that up in Winchester, right? Because you were going to your Gettysburg trip, and I saw that with Mom and Dad, and we all really liked it. Now, I still do like it quite a bit, but if I went back and watched it now with this, I would be like,
I will say one thing that I think I did. I wanted to rewatch all the movies.
Yes.
Before this came out. I generally don't think that's a good idea because, you literally get, stuck in, this is the narrative beat. It's like you see,
It's like if you did the James Bond movies before a new James Bond movie.
Yeah, that's just... I think watching the works of a director are much better to do with that regard than, a single franchise because...
It's a vibe and an aesthetic, not a literal, plot does this, plot does that.
And I've been on this corner for a long time that, Cruise needs to, and it seems like he's finally getting ready to do some other things outside of just this franchise.
Being a villain in a Miami Vice movie.
Yeah. And he's going to be working with Joseph Kosinski, one of his guys, so I know that they're going to cook up some...
One of his, buddies.
All that also with Digger coming out this year. So he looks like he's finally...
Like me. He's a digger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so I feel like he's finally getting ready to do some different things, which we've all been wanting to see for a while. But the plot of this movie is literally insane. Also, if you were to write down what's literally going on and what
the only real thing I remember is that they have to specifically put something into something right when the thing goes through the server.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But just but in the moment, I was like, this is total nonsense. And we use the Marvel and the MCU movies as pinatas and punching bags, justifiably so a lot of the time. And there was a period where this was your thinking man's action franchise, the Mission Impossible movies, and it lost it the last two movies as far as that title. I don't know if anything holds that now because it certainly is not John Wick or anything like that. But and also, even from the very beginning, the first Mission Impossible movie that was come out right around the time GoldenEye did, it was the alternative to James Bond, and it was okay, well, something different, and
Well, it was Brian De Palma taking it in a direction of
and it's it's had good days and bad days. I think ultimately it's they need to go back to different directors and fundamentally different.
I mean,
I keep this going.
Right.
I don't think fundamentally
I think
even what can they do anymore with these movies with Cruise at the helm of them?
Yeah, I think mainly, one of the only things that really works, that has worked with that, is the Harry Potter movies. That it was like, I think it was better to just go with like David Yates and and then just switch up the cinematographers, like having Bruno Del Banal come in and do Half-Blood Prince, which is the best one. I felt like that worked better because that was all set out. It was all definitively one story, and it was, and the books were written, and it's whatever. That makes sense. But when you're like, okay, now we're going to do this kind of different story, but I'm just going to keep making it. It's like, well, that was kind of what was nice about Bond movies that were good, is that they are all directed by the same people. Weren't all written by the same people. So,
and like, these have not been the only things Cruise has been doing since like the first one. But I'd say more so in the second half of the series than the first half.
Yeah, really since Ghost Protocol.
But we've had 2 entire Bond runs over that length of time. Yeah. Between Pierce Brosnan and then Daniel Craig.
Been on a God run, yeah.
Yeah. So I think, this is semi-connected. I think they're like, the right thing's happening with like, let's not get a Bond movie in a while. Like, let that germinate just because we all know
about wanting to do a TV show.
We all know it's going to happen eventually again.
Yeah.
But like, let the time go for a while, and then we'll get.
Because they barely ever have done that anyway with Bond.
Has it been totally confirmed that Denis Villeneuve is doing that after Dune 3? I think that was like
what, the TV show?
No, like a movie.
Oh,
I think that's been talked about. I think he's talked about it too.
I would be into that.
Yeah,
that'd be something different. Make everything look like it's shot inside a friggin' sandstorm all the time.
All right. I was not quite as negative as Levi, but I was very
what's funny is my
underwhelmed.
negativity is like more just towards how nothing it is. Yeah. It's not even that. It's like it makes me more mad that it's so nothing.
Yeah.
Than that it's even bad. Yeah. Like whatever.
All right.
Like, oh, he's in a plane. Well, I could be in my car driving away, but
his performance of the year.
Yeah, we're getting towards the end here, folks.
Goes to Joaquin Phoenix as Sheriff Joe Cross in Eddington, which Levi dressed up as
for whatever Christmas, I go for is Christmas, Halloween.
Halloween this year, yeah.
Has to be the best performance. No. Well, I'm already thinking about going as Frank from The Bride this year.
Oh, really?
And specifically wearing the like bandana over the mouth and the like 3D glasses, because there's the scene, where he's like sitting down and like. I'm thinking about doing that. And like,
I just want to say real quick, this is going to be a pro Bride podcast, so we're not going to get into The Bride right now, but eventually we will. Don't worry.
You know what I keep thinking of is the shot of Annette Bening when they're shooting him up at the end, and it cuts to her and she's like, it's like in slow mo. Yeah, but anyway, Joaquin Phoenix.
I think I said this earlier with Sean Penn as Lockjaw in One Battle, but like immediately iconic film character. I think weirdly Joaquin Phoenix, not really as an actor, but like his persona and how he's understood by the public, kind of suffered from Joker a little bit, where it's like the fact that he won a friggin' Oscar for Joker is always going to be like, of course he deserves Oscars for plenty of other movies he's been in, and it's like, why that one? Like, why? Like, and like, I think deep down the Academy knows like, we shouldn't have done that, so they're going to not nominate him now for like probably a while, like for movies that he should deserve attention for or whatever. There are so many people that I think didn't like this movie tied to this character's actions and thought, endorsement is depiction, or depiction is endorsement or whatever. And it's like,
endorsement is depiction.
And I think like this is like, like to compare him with Travis Bickle might be an easy thing to do, but like this guy who has this authority yet feels powerless, has all these connections yet feels disaffected. Like that's almost a more like public relations, like savvy version of Travis Bickle.
Yeah,
and Phoenix just like, I feel like we all know this, but like we get caught up with other actors and things. He's one of our truly greatest actors, modern actors, obviously, and And he's one of those few actors that even if I like don't love the director he's working with, I'm like, oh well, he's doing this movie, so like it doesn't mean I'm absolutely guaranteed to see it immediately, but like it's
Except
on
for Todd
my
Haynes, apparently.
yeah, that's the whole thing. But just like immediately memorable character, brilliant performance, and also like a character that like I think the scary thing, the thing that people didn't want to reckon with Eddington, or why they might not have liked it, was that like evil or good, and he was definitely more in the evil category. It's like he was who we were chained up to the whole movie, and it's like, well, whatever all happens in the third act, like of course we want him to succeed in that encounter because he's our lead character.
Yeah. Especially against the forces he's been put up against.
Yeah, and like I know people might roll their eyes and like say, "Oh, it's a little blasé or whatever," but like to call that movie a western or whatever. But like he is like a weirdly traditional classic western anti-hero who's like has these odds that are against him.
That's
that
one
just
of the
seem,
best moments in the movie is the opening when he gets in the fight with Clifton Collins Jr. and then he has to walk out of the bar, and it's just that shot of him walking down the street towards his truck. And there's like literally a Western theme playing. I mean, that's literally like.
Yeah.
I mean, that's almost like the end of another movie, is what it's like implying, and it's like, oh well, this is the beginning of his downturn. No, I mean it's like what we said about Penn. This is a very, and I think Phoenix always does this, but it's a very selfless kind of vulnerable performance. I mean, and it's one that is unafraid. Excuse me. Sounds like I'm getting choked up. I'm just coughing. And I apologize, by the way. I've had a cold, so if it sounded like I have a cold, I have a cold. But it felt very real because it was like you said, it's very rare you get like he's the main character and like he's not good.
Yeah.
Like, there's very, I mean,
and yet many of the forces who oppose him are like even worse.
Right.
So it's like not to justify him, but it's like, well, and then also his confusion.
Yeah.
Of everything going on,
and that he does really love his wife and want a child.
I think one of the scenes I most think about this entire year of all the movies is the scene where he's waiting for his wife to come back home, and she shows up with the Austin Butler character, and then these two other people who were like at a rally or talk that he had been given. And I think that's random, and then also the mother-in-law, who's like this other force in the movie too, very confusingly. But that like just watching Phoenix in that scene of like him trying to like, who am I supposed to be paying attention to here?
Also,
what are all they talking about?
Woken up
like,
by this arrival, so he's kind of still like, what?
Yeah, and just like all this like there's the like a veil that's being kind of opened ever so briefly, and they're all looking into it, and he's like, what is going on? And like I don't totally understand, and obviously like the connections that Emma Stone's character, who I kind of like, of all the other brilliant things in cinema in 2025, Emma Stone and obviously Begonia and that role in Eddington, but like how she's obviously connecting because she's been abused by her own father, and then like, you know, as the movie unfurls, like we start to understand how Phoenix and then the mother-in-law character like connect to that, maybe abuse. And then
the mother-in-law's like,
and then the lie that Pedro Pascal's character had something to do with her being sexually assaulted or raped or whatever. It's just it's very messy, but in a very like well done, masterful way.
Feels real.
Yeah, and like
how all of that is informing people's political opinions and decisions.
Yes,
because it's all based on fears and/or obfuscations of truth that don't.
How can all that not be nominated for and a win for best original screenplay?
Yeah, I don't know.
How's that? I don't even understand. Like, anyways, I guess Astor has yet to receive any Academy Award nominations. I guess
I never thought about that. Yeah, I guess
in 4 movies now, he's not. I don't think received any. He really is the new David Lynch, and the idea that he'll never be honored by the Academy in a fundamental way, I guess. But
then they'll have to come back and be like, oh yeah, I was a dumbass. Yeah.
But anyways, also just like another scene I think about all the time is like. Where he hosts like a impromptu press conference in like a restaurant,
part Greek, part Mexican restaurant,
where he's like, Yeah, just
That's Predator.
outright making up,
Yeah.
of course, and like taking these accusations that have existed at the margins and like blowing it up
And
totally.
then his wife having to be like, "Yeah, that's not what happened, by the way." It's just yeah, but yeah, and he's like, and he's off to the races.
Yeah.
Like, and then he's like, "Oh, I'm glad everybody's here," and they're like literally having riots in his own streets.
And then also where he's like, Antifa, you want some? Come get some. Basically,
Yeah.
his like press conference later in the movie, and then literally the shot of the
of
plane, like it's a character, like
Yeah.
they heard Joe Cross, so they're coming to kill
Yeah.
him. Like, I mean, the whole movie is, like I said, to me, it's the best film of the year. But just like Phoenix as a avatar for like the entire movie through his performance is just like he's terrific. And also even just very different from the Beau is Afraid character, while also feeling powerless in other ways, but also having more agency even than Beau has in that as far as Ari Aster.
I mean, because Beau in that movie, his favorite phrase is "What?"
It seems like specifically like, and I'm sure he'll work with both Anderson and Aster again, but it's kind of funny to see Phoenix like. He'd go through these 2 movie runs, at least with both of these
God
directors,
where
they're like they kick him around for 2 whole movies, and then
Right.
they're like, all right, we're moved on. Like I don't know what it's not. That's what Aster's next film is, but like the idea of like we'll kick you around. It's like all right, anyways, we're like I did what I need to with you, and then we'll move on and do something else.
Well, last thing we'll say about Eddington, I guess, is that doesn't it say something that when the going gets good, everybody starts turning away from Aster because they're like, "Oh, he's not making the things I want him to make," which is like movies about cults.
Yeah,
it's like, oh my god. Even though both of these other movies are also about conspiracy and cult behavior, but they're actually about conspiracy and cult behavior, not just like, there's a cult going on. Or whatever.
I think fundamentally, Beau is Afraid, even more so as far as cults, like specifically. But yeah. All right, so
last two
we're here nearing the home stretch. Filmmaker of the year for me goes to an old friend of one-sided relationship, Steven Soderbergh.
Yeah, he's like, who are you?
I'll
make a movie about you.
Don't call my house.
I'll make
again.
a movie about you with a GoPro.
Yeah.
that is the best looking thing you've ever seen.
And with Presence and Black Bag. Now, Presence is in my, like, I know, like, very early on I said this is my favorite movie of the year. It's, like, moved down a little bit, but it would still be in the top 5.
Well, I mean, it was, like,
me.
very early in the year or something.
Yeah. I think also one of the most underrated movies of last year also.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah.
And that was another one that came out, like, at the Sundance of the beginning of, like, 24. And then it didn't come out until early 25. And anyways. And then also Black Bag, which I thought was pretty good, but I didn't like quite as much as Presence, but it was good. You know, he's been somebody who we've talked about before, like, he's made so many movies. I almost think of him as one of our grand, like he's the Doc Brown. He's in the lab. He's always like making some crazy experiment, and he will
He's
spend.
like Daniel Roebuck in the trailer for The Munsters. You got to see what I cooked up down in the lab.
But he's like he's. I don't want to say waste time, but like he's made a lot. He's just done a lot of stuff, so much so that it feels like he's just like I'm going to do a movie and do this. I got this specific thing I want to do with this movie, so I'm going to try this out, or I want to work with this person. And so he's just made so many things. And I felt like all that time in the lab finally culminated with, like, to me, a genuinely brilliant, like, perspective on first-person cinema, first-person filmmaking with Presence.
And horror movie and...
like, not being a horror movie, but kind of being, you know what I mean, holding, like, a weird relationship to that. It's a horror movie the same way a Ghost Story is, like the David Lowery movie. But...
suspense more than
so I really love Presence a lot. I think it's underrated. Really Black Bag again I liked. I think it was starting to be a little overrated by people. But I think Michael Fassbender is actually also one of our great actors, and he did a really great performance in that. And then also him and Cate Blanchett like played off each other.
There's that
really well.
one line reading that guy. Oh gosh, I can't remember his name. He played Orson Welles in Mank.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Burke. Tom Burke? I think Tom Burke. Yeah, because he was in Furiosa as the, like, basically...
Yes, Tom Burke.
It was the basically, like, erstwhile Mel Gibson.
Mel Gibson, yeah.
there's that one great line reading he has in the movie where he's like, "Get help!" Like, it's like, really funny. But
it was a perfectly fine movie.
Yeah, what I liked about that movie, and that randomly had the guy who was the pop star in Lurker was one of the guys in that. I think was also in that, but that movie was really good about being about like marital troubles with spies. Like it's just something that's kind of like you make you roll your eyes, but it also is pretty interesting as an idea. So
sure. And Levi, your Filmmaker of the Year goes to.
I love watching that drum logo, by the way. And we only have one more time that we can do it until next year. Kelly Reichardt for The Mastermind. This one's going to be very simple. Kelly Reichardt has been making movies really since the 90s. You know, worked a lot with Todd Haynes on his films and then made her own. Really has been like, you know, for a lot of people, especially even in the indie circuit, even within that, the best director you've never heard of. And I've seen all her movies, I guess, other than Showing Up, which came out a couple years ago. That movie she made with Michelle Williams, you remember that one? Okay. This is kind of like what the next movie we're going to talk about. Strangely, her... I don't want to say breakthrough movie because like this is not a breakthrough for her because like nobody really saw it and it's like on a indie streaming service and it will languish there forever. But like, is a movie that felt like okay, you're at the top of your form, the height of your powers, you're making literally the best movie you can make, like almost. And was really
featuring like a really young emergent star,
right? And that will be part of the appeal of watching it. I think it's the first movie I've seen in a long time that felt like, wow, this really feels like a new Hollywood movie. And was pretty flawless in every way. Was a movie that I watched with mom and dad, and they liked it. You know, I liked it more than they did, obviously, but they connected to the weird offbeatness of it. And is a movie that I really am. And you didn't see it, and I know you have reasons for that, obviously. But it really frustrates me this movie wasn't more of a thing because it's just like this is randomly one of the best movies of the year, and everybody's just kind of like whatever about it, and it's like
I feel like everybody who saw it liked it.
It just so for me, I gave her Filmmaker because it felt like a massive triumph for her that is gonna kind of disappear.
That's unfortunately
And that's kind of her.
She makes
career.
movies that feel like vapors,
So.
And that's no disrespect to her because she's.
Well, like I said, even beyond that fact, this felt like a movie that felt like, and she's been making movies a long time, but it felt like a movie that was like, okay, this is. I'm not gonna say her other movies weren't movies, but it felt like she was like the most confident I've ever seen, and was very strong and just very like this is a great movie, like.
Yeah, I do really want to get around to it.
And his performance is really great. Because I got close to wanting to give him performance also, but also really great ending. A lot of people have talked. That's honestly the thing I've heard the most about it is people talking about the ending. But really good John Magaro performance in it too for like one or two.
I was
scenes.
just looking about him. He's also in The Bride, by the way. But as we know, but.
He was
in four movies last year.
Is John B or John G? Heck, I'm a John
Mark
G.
P.
Mark P.
Yeah. On the like a voiceover performance, basically.
Rapist.
So he's in that. The Mastermind. This German movie called Cone 75, and then this random movie called Omaha, where he's credited as Dad.
Interesting.
In 2023, he was in 5 movies. Past Lives. Big George Foreman. The Miraculous Story of the Once and Future Heavyweight Champion of the World.
Why is he in that? Wait, is it like a drama?
Yeah,
or a documentary?
It was like a biopic.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I thought you were... I was like
Leroy, Texas.
Okay.
Never heard of that. Day of the Fight. Wait a minute.
Hang on.
After. Never mind. Okay, I thought it says it was inspired by and named after Day of the Fight, Stanley Kubrick's famed 1951 short story,
right.
short subject documentary, and Under the Boardwalk.
Under
Manny
the
the Voice
Boardwalk.
animated movie.
Boardwalk. Hit the schlong engine's my ass.
Don't forget, me and Saint Sinuriki was Silvio Dante. He was,
Oh yeah, he was.
he played this young.
Yeah, you know,
kid.
I've been thinking because I've been rewatching The Sopranos that I'm gonna have to watch that
Maybe Sex and the
again
Work,
too. Yeah, so that's fine. I mean, I actually like that more than a lot of people did. So whatever.
I do really love that. Like David Chase, he was the lead in the.
John McGarrow was the lead in
the
Not
David
Fade
Chase,
Away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's like he liked him so much that I'm gonna let you be the young SEAL. And he's like, and I'm sure he cried on the phone when he heard the news.
Because his career was over.
No, this is a pro John McGarrow podcast.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely.
All right, so it's probably no surprise what our film of the year is going to be. And our film of the year, last category, goes to
The Long Walk.
one battle after another.
Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere.
Bob Ferguson's long halftime walk.
Yeah.
Ghetto Pat.
Ghetto
Pat
song.
Calhoun.
Anyway, all right, one battle after another.
It was good.
Yep. I think my best summary I can give of the movie is what I said before. This felt like literally everything I want a movie to literally be. Mm-hmm. As far as being from a filmmaker that I love, with actors that I love, being a big blockbuster-ish movie that looks the way it does, has the structure that it does, and is both cynical and hopeful, very funny, is about past and modern politics, makes me literally wonder how the heck did they do that?
Yeah.
In certain places where literally Leonardo DiCaprio had to have done that stunt of jumping off the building. Literally what? Like, how could that have been done otherwise? I know how they literally did it, but how did they do some of the, like, River of Hills sequence about the way the camera is so that close to the ground and the focus? Like, and it's a movie that I literally talk and think about all the time and is on my mind at every moment, almost. It's the movie that contains multitudes.
Yeah, I agree with all that, and I think like it's going to be a weird gateway movie for a lot of people in the PTA's career, which is strange to say about somebody who's been making movies for 30 years, and like especially older people are going to have relationships with a lot of his movies already. But I think like younger cinephiles, like teenage or even like in their early 20s, this might be the movie that tips them off into exploring more of his career. Where for you, and we might have mentioned this back when we talked about it, where for you does it rank in the PTA filmography?
I don't think I've decided that yet. I hate to be coy. I don't know.
For me, it's like the max it can be is 4. Because The Master's literally my favorite movie, so that has to be my 1. But then I think There Will Be Blood is like the best of his movies. And I personally would still put Magnolia over this. But then I think this is after that.
I would say that's probably... I mean, for me, it's probably going to be like There Will Be Blood, Magnolia, and then The Master and this would go back and forth. I'm not really sure. So that would be the top 4, though.
Yeah.
So
all I mean by that is, out of his like 5-star like masterpieces, I would say this is my like the lowest of that tier. Yeah. But then like after that, I'm trying to think what would be my like 5th. Maybe Licorice Pizza? I don't know. Or Inherent Vice. Or one of those. I like Phantom Thread more than you do. So, Punch Drunk Love also, yeah. Punch Drunk Love might be 5 or 6, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
But again, I think out of all the like the best actor nominees this year, I thought like I was really kind of rooting for Timmy, but I think Michael B. Jordan was deserving enough. I actually thought Leo was the one who deserved to win out of those, and he's another one that he
usually deserves to win.
We take him for granted so many times, and like he's just he was just so funny.
He gets
I mean,
the
like
thankless role
every
in the
time
movie,
every time I rewatch it, it's a meme now. But like the whole phone conversation where it's like you're like waiting on line for, you're like waiting on the line for like help from like the like revolutionary hotline. Like that all sounds like a joke. Like anyways, like but he's such a gifted comic performer, but also dramatic performer, and also like I think the one thing I keep thinking about in the movie, among plenty of other things, is the little Motorola devices that is given to like say, okay, if you're so close to another person with it, it'll make this melodic sound that you'll know, okay, there's no chance that this is somebody who's bad, that it's like somebody you can trust, and how that then is used by Greenwood to like be a piece of music in the movie, and how that culminates at the very end is just so beautiful and so transformative. And
I really love that moment in the movie. Is really great. Which is funny that is followed up by them, hugging in the car is followed up by Terminator walking.
I think also like we've known for forever like how PTA can like go between drama and comedy like so deftly, and that movie's got a lot of that.
I was thinking about, you were talking about the phone scene where he's like, "Who's this? Who's this? No, who's this?
Yeah,
who's this?" Like keeps saying it over and over. Yeah, that whole sequence is hilarious because it's about the like, I'm a drug and alcohol lover, and I can't for the life of me remember the information. They're like, but if,
and that's all off screen while like Benicio del Toro is like moving around his apartment and doing stuff like. But he's really great in the movie too. We've talked about him already, but every scene he's like, it's messed up, bro. Yeah, like just like everything. He's so like, I think a lot too about like the moment that like he breaks him out of like where he's in the hospital and he comes down the stairwell and he's like he meets him in his car.
Take a selfie.
It's like he not only hands him a six pack of beer, but he also like let's take a selfie together to commemorate this moment. It's just like that's just like, and it's all set to that music. It's just all so like immediately memorable. And
love that sequence of when they're talking about "Don't Go Dark on Me, Bob." That's PTA. That's how they make movies.
Yep, for sure.
Johnny Greenwood is so indispensable.
I still don't think he's won an Oscar. There was like some weird controversy. Yeah, but there would be blood.
Yeah, because I think he had used the stuff that was in the. He had apparently used some of the music. He had already made the music that was in the whale sequence.
Yeah, they didn't qualify or whatever. But then he's done all this other stuff, like the score for The Master. Obviously, Phantom Thread score is terrific. Like Inherent Vice, also great. I mean, all
there's
these
some stuff in Inherent Vice that's just really great.
Yeah,
it's funny he didn't really have one for Licorice Pizza, but the one piece of score in that movie though that he used is like.
Did it hold any significance for you as a Thomas Pynchon fan to like?
And of course,
obviously, best screenplay for him to mention him, and that officially that a Thomas Pynchon movie has been canonized in that way.
That was another thing I feel stupid that I left out because there's so many things to talk about with this movie is that it was a Thomas Pynchon validation, which everybody's a fan of him, that loved him, but
I wonder how that has to feel for him as like somebody who's been. His work has been seen as just totally unadaptable. There's no way you can make movies out of it. And I'm sure he probably doesn't really want his books being made into movies anyways. But like, obviously for this to be not only successful, but even just in of itself what it is as an adaptation of his work, and then to be honored or whatever.
Yeah, like that. Somebody joked that had that video like that guy sitting and all this money falling out of his pocket. And it was like PTA after winning the Oscar or whatever.
Yeah.
And because that's honestly another big part of this is that like the movie made a lot of money and it won all the awards, and now it's like he's kind of getting a blank check at this point. Mm-hmm. I mean, he'd have to. I can't think, and then he'll probably downshift. I would think I don't expect him to go up from this one.
It's interesting. Immediately. It's interesting that. Interesting that. I mean, I think he had used some of the music that was in the whale sequence. Yeah, I mean, he had used the stuff that was in the whale sequence. Yeah, I feel like Phantom Thread was this subtle downshift after Inherent Vice.
Yeah.
Which might seem strange because it's like a costume drama and it's like was expensive in certain aspects, but it was devoid of expectation or like aplomb in the same way some of that other stuff was. And then Licorice Pizza also felt like a weird downshift, and then this was a definite upshift. So I don't know. Because, I mean, that's always like the selfish film fan in me is always like, okay, what's next though? Like, what's the next thing we're gonna do? And obviously, he just won the Academy Award. He's breaking down barriers for all of us.
Yeah.
Anyways, no surprise. One Battle After Another is, I think, in a lot of ways, the film of the year.
Well, I mean, I think it's a movie that, like, you know, some of these movies when we do, best movie of the year, like, are great, but are like, okay, but this one's one I think that is just
connected with people,
right.
Yeah.
It's going to be around for forever.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's going to do it for this episode of Ticket Stubs. We're not exactly sure what our next double feature or commentary or whatever's going to be, so just stay tuned.
Yeah, sometime in the summer, more than likely. Because
Yeah,
it's
we're
be a while.
busy this time of year, as at all times of year. But we'll be back in the summer.
Yep, and this was our Harry Dean Awards.
Yep, this is Kyle.
This is Levi.
Take care. God bless.
Thank you for taking a delta. Thank you very much. So nice. Goodbye.